What if Harry Potter's story began differently? Not as the boy who lived, but as the boy chosen by fire. Imagine, instead of a letter, Harry's destiny begins the night a blazing phoenix lands before his crib. A creature born of eternal flame, bonding with him in blood and soul. From that moment, Harry's magic burns brighter, wilder, powerful enough to make even Dumbledore wary. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry, and today we will see what if Harry Potter had Fawkes the Phoenix. Subscribe and like the video. Also, if you have any story suggestions, please let me know on comment section. Now let's start.
The heat sat in the little bedroom like a weight. The window was jammed half open. Air didn't move. Harry lay on the thin mattress and listened to the house hold its breath. Dudley's telly downstairs, the scrape of a fork on a plate, the noise of a football advert too loud for this hour. His stomach ached. The bruise at his ribs ached more. He counted the boards in the ceiling. 1, 2, 3, pause when the pain tugged. 4, 5. Boy! Uncle Vernon's voice traveled up the stairs like the slam of a car door. You left water on the side. Come down. Harry pushed up, slow to stop the room tipping. He pulled the oversized tee, shirt straight. Winced as fabric dragged across the yellowed bruise and opened the door. The landing was too bright. He kept his eyes down when he reached the kitchen. Petunia didn't look round. She stood at the sink, neat as a new pin, drying a glass. Dudley snorted at the telly. Vernon held up a damp ring on the counter with 2 neat, colored fingers. "What do we say about mess?" "I'll clean it," Harry said. "You'll do more than clean it." Vernon stepped into his space, breath hot and sour. "You've been strange." Staring. Whispering. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, to where the small owl perch had once been. "And I won't have it. None of your nonsense." "Do you hear me?" Harry kept his voice level. "Yes?" Vernon's jaw worked. He liked that word when he said it. Nonsense. He liked to be sure. "After you wipe this up, do the back step. It's filthy." "It was cleaned this morning," Harry said before he could stop himself. The silence hit first, then the red in Vernon's cheeks. Dudley's head turned, greedy for it. Petunia's drying cloth stilled. Harry looked down. "I'll do it now." Vernon's hand didn't hit him. He grabbed Harry's arm instead, fingers biting just under the shoulder. A pull, hard. Harry stumbled into the cupboard door, caught the edge with his hip, and swallowed a sound. The cupboard smell. Dust and old onions jumped up at him and vanished when Vernon let go. "Do it," Vernon said, and went back to his chair, pleased with the small show of order. Harry breathed, slow. He cleaned the water ring. He took the bucket and the stiff brush to the back step as the sky went the color of old tin. Knees down. Bristles up. Scrub until the H in his arm ate the H in his ribs. The concrete scraped skin through the knees of his trousers. "It's fine," he muttered, because saying nothing made his chest feel tight. "It's fine. It's just a step." The brush slipped. His knuckles smacked the step. Pain flashed sharp and hot. The wordless, familiar coil of anger stirred, useless, dangerous, and he pushed it down with the same force he used on the brush. Breathe in. Out. The bucket water went gray. Midges came for his arms. A siren wailed 2 streets over and faded. Inside, the telly's laugh track hit a burst. Vernon laughed with it. Petunia's voice, thin and clipped, asked Dudley if he wanted more ice cream. Harry finished the step and stood too fast. The garden went bright at the edges. The bruise sent a line of fire along his side. He pressed his hand there and felt bone. "Fine," he said again, through his teeth this time. He put the brush away, then set the bucket to drain. He wiped the kitchen floor where his shoes had marked it and took the stairs back to his room one at a time. On the landing he paused. The framed photos watched him. Dudley at the zoo. Dudley on a bike. Dudley with a trophy. Harry looked past them and caught his face in the hall mirror. Too pale. Eyes too old. Hair that never sat down. He let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. "Boy bin," Petunia called. Of course. He took the bin out. He tied the split liner again. Gray's blood through onto his fingers. A fox somewhere knocked a bin lid and cursed about it. When he came back in, Petunia had filled the sink with plates. She stepped aside as if he were a trolley to push round, and he took her place. Hot water steamed the washing up liquid stung the grazes on his hands. He did the plates, the pans, the forks, the glasses, and the great greasy roasting tin that never felt clean even when it was. By the time the last glass squeaked, the house had gone quiet except for the hum of the fridge. The kitchen clock clicked its thin second hand. Petunia went upstairs. Vernon turned off the telly and grunted, pleased with the silence he understood. Dudley yawned like a small engine. Harry dried his hands. He walked up the stairs in the hush and closed his bedroom door behind him. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall. His fingers wouldn't stop shaking. He laid them flat on the blanket and waited for them to listen. The pressure behind his eyes started small. It grew like weather. A throb at his temple, a push between the ribs. Not again. He pinched the bridge of his nose, then breathed. He counted. The pressure moved. It found the old place where a lightning scar met old pain and pressed hard, as if something inside had got bored of waiting and wanted out. "Not now?" Harry whispered. "Please?" Downstairs, a pipe clanged. In the street, a car door shut. Inside him, something shuddered and tore. He didn't see it, the way the air bent. He felt it, like a string pulled tight finally snapping. Magic ripped out of him fast and hot, and the room went white around the edges. The glass on the window chimed. The bulb popped. Heat rolled over his skin like standing too close to a bonfire. The metal bedframe creaked. Harry curled over, arms round his middle. Breath knocked out. The pressure went from unbearable to gone in a blink, and in its place came a sound he'd never heard in this house, a soft, broken chirp. He looked up. It sat on the blanket by his knees, trembling. No bigger than his hand, all feather and thin neck and heart that beat hard enough to shake its chest. Its feathers were black at first glance, but when the hallway light slipped in under the door the edges caught it, and threw colors, greens and blues and a deep, oil-slick purple. Its eyes were dark and wet and far too alive for this room. The bird made the sound again, a thin, panicked call that tugged at him low in his chest. Harry reached without thinking and then stopped, because he didn't trust his hands. "Hey," he said, voice gone small. "Hey?" "It's all right." "You're all right?" The bird's head jerked to him. The feeling hit like a door opened in the wrong direction, sudden and total. Panic, that wasn't his. Pain, that was. Cold. A want like thirst. No words, only feeling, raw and bright. It shoved through him, and the room fell away, and then came back, and he realized he was shaking because the little thing was, and his breath had gone fast because it's had. "All right?" he said again, fumbling for soft, useless words that felt like the only ones that would work. "I've got you. I've got you. It's all right. It's just me." "You're oh." The tiny body leaned into his palm when he finally dared to touch it. Heat soaked into his skin, not hot enough to burn, warm like a living coal. The feathers were softer than down should be. The bird shivered and made a small, clicking sound, and a thread of calm slid through Harry's own panic so cleanly it made his eyes sting. He blinked hard. "It's all right," he said for the fourth, fifth, sixth time, because he could hear himself, and the words sounded like a sound he had never been allowed to make in this house. Kindness, spoken out loud. "I've got you. I won't let them. You're safe." The pressure in his scar, it wasn't gone. But it changed shape, dulled at the edges the way a headache does when you drink water. He let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding for a month. His hands steadied because the little bird's trembling had softened under his fingers. "What are you?" His voice came out as a laugh he didn't plan. "No, I know what you are. I've seen Fawkes." The name felt like touching a warm memory in a cold room. You're a phoenix." The word didn't make sense, next to the stains on the carpet, and the cupboard smell, and the cheap curtains. But the creature in his hands did not care about sense. It pushed its head against his thumb and released a small puff of heat, like breath you could feel on skin. That tug in his chest deepened. He felt the ache in its legs, then felt the small, clean satiety after hunger, like when you swallow water after running. He felt the edge of its fear, and he made his voice match the shape of the calm he wanted. "It's all right. You can stay. I'll hide you." "Shh. Shh. I've got you." The phoenix chick, because there was nothing else it could be, answered with a low trill that sounded impossibly like relief. Relief's echo ran back through Harry with the same weight, like the same note played in two rooms at once. He realized then that he was crying, not the hot, furious kind he'd taught himself to choke down. Quiet, helpless tears that came because the steadying had been taken out from under him and replaced with something gentler. He put his forehead to the soft, warm head. "I've got you," he whispered into feathers that smelled faintly of ash and something clean, like rain. "I promise." Footsteps sounded on the landing. The phoenix flinched. The feeling slammed into Harry's chest, a spike of pure alarm, and he snatched for the bedside drawer with his free hand. Socks, an old chocolate frog card, a bit of string. Useless? No, the rucksack under the bed. He slid it out with his foot, shook it open, and tucked the chick inside, hands careful. It complained, a tiny outrage cheap, and he fed it calm with his breathing, surprised to feel that answer back, its warmth against his palms easing because his had. I know. 2 seconds. I'll make it dark. You'll be fine." He grabbed the old scarf and draped it over the top to make shade. The feeling of alarm in his chest dropped a notch. The door opened without a knock. Petunia's sharp face edged into the room with the air of someone checking for crumbs. What was that noise? "Bulb went," Harry said, keeping his body angled between her and the bag. "Pop. I'll get it in the morning." She made a thin sound. "Keep your mess to yourself." He nodded. She searched his face for something and didn't find it. The door clicked shut. He waited for the sound of her bedroom door. It came. He let the breath out slow. He slid the scarf back a finger's width. 2 dark eyes looked up at him, unblinking. He felt the edges of its hunger now that the fear had drained. It was faint and stubborn, like a candle left to gutter. "You must be starving," he whispered. "I don't know what you eat. Fire. That's not practical." The tiny head cocked, and in the back of his mind, no, in the center of his chest, something like a suggestion brushed him. Warmth. Not flame. Warmth and song. The chick gave a questioning chirp, as if to say even a human could work this out. Right. He cupped it again. No fire. But I can do warm. He closed his hands more gently round the small body until heat pooled between skin and feathers like bathwater. He hummed because it seemed mad and also exactly right. The chick's eyes slid half shut. The ache in Harry's chest eased further. The scar stopped screaming and went to a low grumble he could ignore. "All right," he said. "All right? You're Aether." The name arrived in his mouth without being invited. It felt like the right size, like a word that would open if you pushed it. The chick didn't object. It leaned into his thumb. "Aether," he said again, settling the name with a small nod. "I'm Harry." Another knock. Not a knock, something heavier. The dead fireplace in the corner coughed suit. Green spilled out round the old grate. Wrong in this room. The hairs on Harry's arms stood up. The phoenix stiffened, and the emotion in his chest flashed from soft to razor, sharp dread. The fire roared without flame. Emerald light licked where there had only been ash. It should have been impossible. It wasn't. A tall figure stepped through, wiped soot off half-moon spectacles, and looked straight at him. "Good evening," said Albus Dumbledore quietly. "May I come in?" The room smelled of soot and aniseed sweets now. Dumbledore's blue eyes moved over the mess, the bed, the bag on it, Harry's hands still cupped like he'd been praying. And then back to Harry's face. He shut the grate with a touch that hissed the green out and left it black again. "Harry, my boy," he said, voice pitched very softly, as if the house had ears. "Are you hurt?" He hadn't used "my boy" last summer. Harry found he minded the gentleness now. He shook his head once. "No. I ask not to satisfy my curiosity," Dumbledore went on, as if they were in his office with tea, "but because the wards at Privet Drive registered a most unusual disturbance just now. Unusual enough that I took the liberty of temporarily connecting this fireplace." He gestured, rueful. "A breach, strictly speaking. Forgive me." Harry nodded. "It's fine." His palms were still warm. Aether's weight in the bag was the smallest living gravity in the world. He kept the bag behind him with his hip and leaned back, casual as he could make it. He felt Aether's nervous flutter, and through it his own grew a second, alien heartbeat. Calm. He thought at it and felt the faintest answer like breath on his own thoughts. Dumbledore's gaze moved once, precisely, to the bag, then away as if he'd only noticed a sock. "The disturbance had qualities I do not usually associate with accidental magic," he said, easing his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a finger. "Heat. A signature I have met before, in more formal circumstances. May we speak about it?" Harry swallowed. "If I knew what to say, that would be part of the difficulty." Dumbledore folded himself into the desk chair, as if it belonged to him, and also to Harry. He did not quite smile. "I will try to be very clear." A surge of magic radiated from this room. It felt ancient and living, and it caused a number of protections to sing. "I came to check on you." That is the whole. Harry let the quiet stretch just enough. "I'm fine," he said again. Something hurt. "It stopped." "Your scar." Harry pressed his lips together and gave half a nod. Dumbledore's eyes, kind and tired, flickered at the lightning mark and back. "Pain in your scar tells me something about the world beyond these walls. It tells me very little about you, which is what concerns me most tonight." "It's fine," Harry said, and heard how weak that sounded with the suit still in the air. He softened his voice. "Really? It just got away from me?" "Magic does when it must." Dumbledore let the words sit. He glanced at the bare shelves, the split rucksack, the single textbook with a broken spine, and something like anger moved through his eyes and was put away. "Forgive an old man his caution. The last time I felt heat like this, a very brave creature brought you to me in the middle of a chamber far below the school." Harry didn't look at the bag. He looked at the scuffed toe of his trainer. That was different. Different? Dumbledore agreed. And yet the music of it. He stopped himself, as if he'd heard what his own sentence almost turned into, and chose plainer words. "Harry, are you sure there is nothing you wish to tell me?" Harry kept his face still. He let the silence do some of the work. "I will not press you to tell me what you are not ready to say," Dumbledore said after a moment. "I will ask you to allow me to help if help is needed." He leaned forward, elbows on knees, posture a hair less formal. "The ward network at the school will react to the kind of magic I felt tonight. Discreetly, but not silently. I would rather be the one to answer that reaction than the ministry." Harry's mouth went dry. Why would the ministry? "Oh." "Because, to be very blunt, they enjoy being needed." Dumbledore sat back again, the small admission put away under manners. "If there is a new pressure on your magic, or a new shape to it, we must ensure you can carry it without tearing the lining, as it were. Privet Drive is not the place for that conversation." Ather shifted in the bag. The movement nudged Harry's hip. Dumbledore's eyes went there again, just once, cool and accurate, and then returned without comment. Harry wrapped his fingers in the hem of his shirt. "You didn't come to move me, though." "I came because the ward sang," Dumbledore said. "I will not remove you tonight because the protections here, imperfect as they are woven into protections I would be unwise to unravel at midnight." He tilted his head, listening to the air. "Tomorrow morning, however, I would like you at Hogwarts, early. I will make the arrangements so your relatives are not inconvenienced." The corner of his mouth tightened on the word. "They won't care," Harry said, and was surprised by how flat it sounded. "I care," Dumbledore said, simply. "I will send a portkey at 6. Travel light, if there is anything delicate. The tiniest pause, a neutral, open space for a truth to sit if Harry let it. Wrap it carefully." Harry nodded, throat tight. "Right." Dumbledore stood. He adjusted the scorch mark the flu had left on the brick with a small, neat spell that took it away. "There will be questions," he said, not unkindly. "I will do what I can to ensure they are asked by the right people, in the right rooms." He looked at Harry a long second. "You are not alone, even when it feels like you are." "I know," Harry said, and heard the lie in it, and saw Dumbledore hear it too and choose to let it pass. "Good night, Harry." "Good night." Professor. The fireplace took him in one clean breath of green. The room went back to dark and cheap and too small. Harry stayed standing until his knees remembered they could bend. He sat on the bed and slid the bag into his lap. Ather pushed its head out of the scarf like a stubborn chick breaking a shell and peered up at him, offended by the noise and the stranger and the gray place where heat had gone. Relief washed through him, not his and wholly his. "It's all right," he whispered, the words soft and certain now. He's gone. We're going in the morning. We'll be careful. Ather answered with a thin chirrup and pressed its warm head against the heel of his hand. The ache at his ribs fell a step back. The noise in his scar settled to a low, feral grumble. Sleep? Harry said. Because someone in the room had to say it. He tucked the scarf round again to make dark and cupped the bag against his chest while he lay down. His eyes shut before he could think to stop them. The portkey left him on cold stone with a snap that rattled his teeth. The world returned in a rush, the cool of the entrance hall, the smell of wax and parchment, the soft, distant rumor of the lake in his memory. Dawn light made long bars across the floor. Harry's stomach flipped. Not nerves, relief. He'd never liked privet drive mornings. Hogwarts mornings were never quiet in his head. Even empty, the place made room for him. He adjusted the strap of the rucksack and touched the side to feel Ather shift against his ribs. A little trill came back through cloth. He touched 2 fingers to the bag in answer. "Shh, Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall from the top of the stairs, exactly as if he'd been 10 minutes late to Transfiguration. "You're early."
"Portkey,"
Harry said, walking up to meet her. "Professor." Her eyes were sharp this morning. They flicked to the rucksack, to his face, to the uneven way he was holding his side. "You look tired." "Long night?" "Mm-hmm." McGonagall's mouth didn't twitch, but it did soften. "The headmaster is in his office. He asked me to send you to the hospital wing first. I'm fine. I will be the judge of that." She lifted a brow. "Poppy will, rather." He didn't argue. The hospital wing was cool and bright and smelled of clean linen. Madame Pomfrey tutted over him with brisk hands. "Ribs bruised. That wrist needs a rest. You've not been eating properly." "Summer," Harry said, and caught himself before he apologized for it. Madame Pomfrey pressed a small vial into his hand, and waited until he drank it, and waited again until he set the empty thing back down. Warmth slid through him that wasn't magic. "You'll stay away from Quidditch for a week," she said, then remembered what month it was and sniffed. "You'll still avoid it." "Yes, Madame Pomfrey." When he left, the castle had woken. Voices bounced across stone. A first year peered past her older sister with her mouth in a small O at the ceiling. Peeves cackled and was told off by a portrait. The great hall doors stood open, and the smell of toast and porridge made Harry's empty stomach twist. Ron found him before the stairs could. "Mate," he said, grinning like the day had already gone right. "You're here early," Mum said. "Never mind what Mum said." "You all right?" "Fine," Harry said, and realized he'd said that too many times in 12 hours. Ron's grin faded to the careful look he got when he noticed things. "You look like you fought a broom cupboard and lost." "Happens," Harry said. They fell into step without talking about it, because that was how they worked. Hermione intercepted them at the doors, hair still in the wild plate she slept in, a book already under her arm. "Harry, you didn't say you'd be here today?" "Didn't know I would," Harry said. He kept one hand on the rucksack strap and tried not to hover it too obviously. The connection in his chest prickled as they passed the corridor to the right of the hall. Not pain, a warning. Ather shifted. Unhappy, he breathed slow and smoothed the feeling back down. Hermione's eyes narrowed the way they did at a logical error. "Something's different." "Define different," Ron said. grabbing 3 slices of toast and the nearest jam as if he could distract the world with sugar. Harry shrugged. Just tired. Hermione looked at him like a list she was rearranging. She said, "Dumbledore asked me to let you know he'll see you after breakfast," and didn't push further, which meant she would later, but kindly. "Thanks," Harry said. They sat. Harry made himself eat. The porridge decided to be food once it hit his stomach. The background hum of the castle carried him along. The ache in his side stopped trying to be the only thing in the room. He felt the warning a second before it happened. Aether's quick flare of unease, sharp and precise, and then Malfoy's voice, a drawling, "Well, if it isn't Hogwarts' favorite charity case." Harry didn't turn. He didn't have to. Ron made a face without looking up. "Good morning to you, too," he said through toast. "Potter," Malfoy said, shifting so his shadow fell over the table. "Thinks he can skulk in at dawn and nobody will notice." "Notice what?" Hermione asked, with that coolness that made Malfoy blink. Malfoy opened his mouth, closed it, and decided on a sneer instead. "How tired he looks," he said. "Being famous must be exhausting." "Try it sometime," Harry said without heat. He half expected insult, half expected hex. What came instead was a brief, curious glance at the rucksack strap biting into Harry's shoulder, and then Malfoy's eyes flicked to the corridor off the hall, and for once the sneer slid and something like uncertainty showed. He muttered, "Come on," to Crabbe and Goyle, and moved on. Hermione watched him go. That was odd. "Maybe he's found humility," Ron said. "Maybe," Harry said, and felt the prickling again as a knot of older students passed, their badges shining too bright for this early hour. He touched his chest as if smoothing a shirt and sent calm down the bond. Heather answered with a small, grumpy warmth like a chick settling in its nest. After breakfast, he made for the library. If he was going to be asked questions, he didn't want to answer. He wanted a quiet hour first to think about how not to answer them badly. Ron went to see about the Chudley Cannon's newest disaster. Hermione promised to catch up and vanished into the stacks. The library had that clean, dry smell that made his shoulders go down of their own accord. He walked between high shelves until the noise of the hall fell to a whisper and sat at a table with his back to a wall. He eased the rucksack down. Aether shifted, complaining at the move, and immediately sent back a ribbon of apology that wasn't a word and felt exactly like one. "Sorry," Harry whispered, brushing the bag. 2 minutes. "Potter." He looked up. The Slytherin girl stood at the end of the table with a posture that said she could stand there all day and a face that said she'd prefer not to. Dark hair, neat plait. Gray, green eyes that took in the bag, his hand, his face, and the empty seat across from him like a list she would not comment on yet. "Greengrass," he said, matching the tone. He didn't know her well, only by name, and because she did not laugh at the right points in Malfoy's jokes. "Library rules," she said, nodding at the bag. "Madam Pince will throw you out if it chirps." "It won't?" Harry said. "Good." She put a slim folder down, then didn't sit. "There's been a shift in the ward songs this morning." Of course a Slytherin who looked like that would call it that. Songs. Her mouth quirked at one corner, not quite a smile. "Humming, if you like. There are things under the school that don't like being woken up." "I'm assuming." Her eyes flicked to the corridor Harry had felt earlier. "You felt it." Harry considered lying to her. He considered and didn't. "Headache when I walked past," he said, keeping it plain. She glanced past him to the long window and the lake beyond it. "If you find yourself having more of those, don't go alone." "I've got friends," Harry said, which was true and also not the point. "Friends who run at problems," Greengrass said, and then, because she did not want to be rude and did not know how to say this kindly, "and friends who do not hear the same notes." "It's only a suggestion." Harry watched her. There was no malice in it. There was something like order. Keep people alive. "Keep yourself alive," he nodded once. Suggestion received. She sat just like that. Good. They didn't talk for a minute. Harry pretended to read. Greengrass did not pretend. She wrote quick notes in tidy, slanted handwriting, paused, looked at a ward diagram, made another note. It should have been comfortable. It wasn't, quite. The air between the shelves felt too thin. "What year are you in?" Harry asked finally, to make normal talk happen in a place that demanded it. "Fifth," she said without looking up. "Like you. Right." He hesitated. "You're in Malfoy's year." "And house," she said, as if that detail required no defense, and also as if she'd had to defend it too many times. "We don't all move in packs." "Noted," Harry said. "Daphne, isn't it?" She looked up at that. "Wes." "Harry," he said, then grimaced. "You knew that." Her mouth did the small quirk again. Considerably. They sat in a not unfriendly silence for another minute. Aether dozed warm against his side. The warning prickle eased. He let his shoulders fall a little. The library's quiet let his head clear. Hermione arrived with a stack of books about wards that would have toppled someone less stubborn. "Oh," she said, taking in Daphne with a quick, polite once-over. "Sorry, are you?" "Not talking to your friend," Daphne said, packing her notes, merely warning him about the corridor by Mopsus's stare. Hermione's eyebrows climbed. "Most people don't know the name of that stair. Most people look up," Daphne said lightly. "Slytherins look down." Ron burst in just then, red, faced from running. "Cannons have signed a new chaser who can catch," he announced to the room at large, then noticed the tone at the table and lowered his voice. "Hi, hi," Harry said, half a smile getting through the rough of the morning. "We're just being warned about stairs." "Right," Ron said, as if that were normal. "Brilliant. Avoid stairs. News to me." Daphne stood. "Avoid that one," she said. "For now." She looked at Harry like someone measuring a door and deciding whether it would open. "If you get another headache near it, leave quickly." "Thanks," Harry said. He meant it. She nodded once, formal as a treaty, and slipped away into the stack so quietly Madame Pince didn't even look up. Ron leaned in. "Are we making friends with Slytherins now?" "We're making acquaintances," Hermione said, voice full of meanings. She set down the top book with a sensible thump. "Harry, how bad is the headache?" Harry started to say fine and stopped. It stung, felt wrong. Like the taste of a coin. Hermione's mouth made the small shape it did when a problem fit into a square hole. "Metal and old magic," she murmured. "Wards or something worse." Aether stirred, unhappy. Harry closed his hand over the bag and smoothed calm along the bond. The reply came like a warm hand pressed to a cold one. "I'll talk to Dumbledore," Harry said. "Good," Hermione said. "Don't go looking for it," Ron snorted. "Hey, Will." Harry didn't argue. He looked at the window. The lake shivered under a breeze. It should have made him feel better. It almost did. He didn't mean to go near Mopsus's stair. After Dumbledore's office, measured questions, measured answers, the headmaster's eyes too old by 10 years, Harry took the long way to the common room to avoid people who wanted his face for their story. He cut past a classroom he never used, through a corridor with a tapestry of a man being eaten by a plant that looked annoyed by the work, and turned left because left felt quiet. The headache hit like a nail hammered into the base of his skull. Aether screamed, not with its beak, but through the bond, a raw, instinctive cry that emptied Harry's lungs. He staggered, slammed a hand against cold stone, and swallowed bile. The air here felt thin and sharp. The stones under his palm were too cold, as if heat had been drawn out of them on purpose. The corridor was empty, but it did not feel empty. It felt watched by something that was not using eyes. He swore under his breath and fumbled the rucksack open. Aether pushed up out of the scarf, eyes huge, feathers flared, tiny body alive with alarm. The feeling came through clean and bright. Danger, here old and wrong. I know, he whispered, forehead almost touching the bag. I know. We're going. He sent calm and got none back, then sent the shape of leaving, turning, stepping, and felt a thread of agreement, thin and taut. He didn't look to see what lay beyond the bend. He didn't try to prove he was braver than a corridor, then turned. He walked the other way as if he'd always planned to. The pressure eased with each step, a horrible tide going out. Aether's panic ebbed to bright watchfulness, then to a shaky irritation. Harry stopped in the next pool of neutral air and leaned his head against the cool wall, letting himself shake the way his hands wanted to. "All right," he muttered, breathless. "That's new." Aether gave a small, fierce trill like a warning given and received. The feeling that came with it wasn't words, but Harry heard them anyway, as if someone had spoken close to his ear, not safe. He nodded, throat tight. "Not safe," he agreed. "We'll tell someone. We'll be careful. I've got you." The chick pressed its head against his fingers with stubborn trust. The bond hummed, low and steady now, like a heart he could finally hear. Harry breathed with it, until his own heartbeat matched the rhythm. He pulled the scarf back over Aether and tucked the bag close. Then he did what he had promised himself he would do this year, and not the last. He went to find the right door and knocked on it before something knocked back. Aether didn't fit in Harry's 2 hands anymore. He woke to a steady weight on his ribs and a warm draft against his chin. The scarf over the rucksack had shifted in the night. The bag itself bulged in a way it hadn't yesterday. When he eased the flap back, a narrow head poked out, feathers iridescent and darker than soot. The chick's chest rose and fell fast, but not with panic, curiosity. It peered around the dormitory like it had to memorize every line. "You got bigger," Harry whispered. Aether tilted its head. The feeling that came through the link was simple and stubborn hungry. Right. Harry slid out of bed and shut the hangings tight. He warmed his palms with a charm, then cupped the bird until heat pooled between them. Aether's eyes half closed. The hunger eased to a tolerable itch in Harry's own stomach and then settled in both of them at once. Harry swallowed and almost laughed. Okay. Shared meals it is. Practical problems landed in a list as soon as he moved. The bag was too small for the way Aether wanted to stretch its wings. The chick's soft chirps carried more than they had yesterday. Its heat blood through the canvas and would be obvious against his side if someone brushed past. Concealment meant more than a scarf now. It meant spells and planning. He cleared a space on his trunk and worked through them carefully. A thicker muffliato, bubble tied to the bag's seams to smear sound. A notice, me, not charm over the whole rucksack, not strong enough to look like a curse. Just enough that the eye would slide off it the way a glance slides off a boring book. A softening charm on the strap so it wouldn't dig. The disillusionment charm failed on the first pass and came out patchy, beads of cool running down the canvas. He swore under his breath and tried again with a slower wand movement. Better. He let it fade. Disillusionment on a moving bag would pull eyes in the wrong way. Better to keep it ordinary and not worth attention. "What about you?" he murmured, stroking the small line of feathers at Ether's throat. The chick preened his thumb. The texture came through the bond as a scrape on his own tongue, startling and harmless. He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his shirt, then felt ridiculous for it and put his hand back where it was wanted. They tried the cloak. Aether hated it. The feeling flooded Harry's chest in a sharp, bright rush, hidden the wrong way. He took the cloak off at once, and the relief that flowed back was so clean it made him breathe easier too. "Fine," Harry said. No cloak. "We'll do this the careful way." He took the long road to breakfast and mapped the school's pain in his head. Ather's curiosity ran hot all morning. It lent into new smells, new voices, the fizzing rattle of suits of armor, the echo in the courtyards, and every time they passed a certain angle of corridor or a set of old stones on the second floor, sensation jolted bright and wrong, not always as bad as yesterday. A sting, a press, a sudden cold patch along his neck that Ether didn't like. The chick's talons flexed against his chest through the fabric of the bag. And the wordless message kept arriving the same way there. By mid-morning he'd learned the practicalities no one told you about phoenixes. Ather's rising temperature was a quiet warning, not a threat. It meant old magic nearby the way the smell of ozone means a storm. The bonds bleed through came in little, domestic ways. He felt the dry scratch when Ether preened. Aether winced when he knocked his elbow against a banister and then sent back a wave of reproach that was almost funny. They shared a brief rush of fear when Mrs. Norris slipped past too close, and only calmed when Harry slid a finger against the chick's neck and breathed slow. It wasn't easy. The muffling charm needed renewing every hour or so. Ether wanted to stretch, and the bag didn't let it. Twice, Harry ducked into a classroom to ease the chick out long enough to roll its shoulders and shake its wings. Feathers shed like soot on the desk. He gathered them up and hid them at the bottom of his trunk, hands careful. By lunchtime, the two of them moved like they'd been wearing each other all week. The cost sat in his bones. The link took energy to hold steady, the way you can hold a door against a draught if you lean the right way. His wrist ached from casting. His head throbbed behind the scar. All of it was manageable. All of it made one thought push to the top over and over. This is mine to protect. When the headache pricked again near the corridor, by Mopsus' stare, the decision was easy. He needed help. Not the kind that would drag him into an office and out of his own choices. The kind that would look at the shape of the problem and keep it quiet until it was ready to stand in daylight. He knew who to ask. Harry found Daphne Greengrass in the library with 3 books open at once and a clean sheet of parchment divided into tidy columns. She didn't look up when he stopped at the end of the table. She finished her line, sanded it, and only then lifted her eyes. Potter? Greengrass. He glanced at the empty chair opposite.
Where's that seat?
It's not anyone's, she said, not cold, just literal. You can sit. He sat. The rucksack thumped lightly against the chair leg. Ather's attention sharpened, curious about the ink smell and the thin rasp of parchment. Harry laid a casual hand on the bag and felt the chick settle. He waited until a pair of Ravenclaws drifted past toward arithmancy before speaking. I need help with something, he said, voice low, delicate, and I can't ask Ron or Hermione. That is a poor opening, Daphne said, and the corner of her mouth twitched, almost a smile. Why not? Because they'll tell Dumbledore, Harry said, plain and quiet. Or try to help the way Gryffindors help, loud, with good hearts and no secrets. And you want secrets. I want discretion, Harry said. And someone who knows when not to be impressed. Daphne's quill paused over her notes. She set it down and turned the parchment so the fresh ink wouldn't smear. Why me? You warned me about the stare without making it a production, he said. You called ward reactions songs. You know what you're talking about without bragging. You don't orbit Malfoy. He kept his tone even. Your family's not in anyone's pocket. That last part, Daphne said, is a rumor, a convenient one. Then correct me. She watched him for a beat that stretched. Neutral. She said at last, We have our own interests, that's all. Good, Harry said. I need someone who thinks like that. What would I be agreeing to? She asked, if I agreed at all. Walk with me, Harry said. Library rules don't like whispers. Daphne considered. She closed her left handbook with a bit of parchment to mark it and left the other two open. Ground rule 1, she said, standing. We don't get caught by Madame Pince. I plan to keep my library privileges. Agreed, he said, and let out the small breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. They took the narrow aisle past the restricted section's rope. Daphne didn't touch it. She pointed 2 fingers at the far portrait of a monk pretending not to listen and waited until he huffed and turned his back. Her wand moved in a tiny, neat circle muffliato, very thin and precise, barely there. The air hummed around them. Rules, she said. Harry nodded. No names if we can help it. No written notes that make sense if someone finds them. No going alone where the stone feels wrong. Accurate, she said. My turn. You tell me enough to keep myself alive. You don't use me as bait. If this is about illegal artifacts, I walk. It isn't, he said. It's about the castle. And me. He held her gaze. And before you ask, no, I'm not cursed. I'm not possessed. I'm not brewing polyjuice in a toilet. Disappointing, she said dryly. What is wrong with the castle? Some corridors hurt, he said. Not like a headache. Like standing near a machine that's on when it shouldn't be. How do you know when it's wrong? He touched the bag like he was adjusting the strap. I just do. Daphne's eyes flicked down to the rucksack and back up, calm. Instinct. Something like that, he said. Call it sensitivity. To old magic, he nodded. She didn't push. Why not tell the headmaster? Because I don't know what this is yet, Harry said. Because I don't want to be moved like a chess piece before I've looked at the board. And you think I won't tell him? I think you understand information as leverage," Harry said. "And that, if you tell him, I'll stop telling you, and you'll lose the leverage." Her mouth did the small quirk again. "You're not wrong." A Hufflepuff leaned into the aisle, thought better of it, and went the other way. The hum of their charm made the air feel private. "What do you want first?" Daphne asked. "Help not setting every ward off like a bell," Harry said. "And help finding out what's under Mopsus' stare." "That is not a small ask." "I didn't say it was." She studied him for another beat. "You're leaving things out." "I am. Will those things get me killed?" "No," he said, honest. "But they might get me in trouble." "That seems likely in your company, regardless," she said. Her tone stayed light. Her eyes stayed hard. "If we do this, we do it properly. We plan routes. We track portrait sightlines. We map ghost patrols. We carry a good lie that fits our timetables if we're stopped." "Like," Harry said. "I'm revising remedial arithmancy with you because you pity my lack of foundation." "Exactly," she said. "And you carry the books to sell it." "Fine. Ground rule 5, she added, counting on her fingers. "If I say we leave, we leave. You can do heroic later." He hadn't expected to smile. He did anyway. "Agreed." She looked at his face for a moment, as if weighing whether she'd regret this. Then she said, "Meet me at the corridor outside the second-floor trophy room in an hour. Bring a quill you can write with upside down. And no cloak." "Why no cloak?" "Because it makes people look twice," she said. "People notice the wrong empty space more than a quiet boy with a bag." Harry blinked. "Right? And Potter?" She glanced at the bag again, quick and unreadable. "Whatever you're hiding, keep it calm." He felt Ether's faint, amused pulse at that, and had to look away to hide his own answer. "I'm trying. Try harder," she said, and slipped past the rope like water. They met at the agreed corridor with stacks of work they didn't intend to touch. Daphne wore a prefect's pin she hadn't earned. It was fake but tidy enough to pass at a glance. Harry carried a battered arithmancy primer and a workbook with his name written on the inside cover in Hermione's neat hand from 2 years ago. "Good," Daphne said. "If anyone stops us, you say I am inflicting extra revision." "That'll be easy to sell," Harry said. They walked without looking like they were walking together. Daphne kept half, a step ahead and slightly to the left, as if guiding him somewhere he didn't want to go. It made it easy to speak without moving their mouths much. "Ghost schedule," Harry muttered. "Nearly headless Nick floats the 3rd floor west corridor at 10 past the hour," Daphne said. "Grey Lady avoids students until curfew. Peeves is unpredictable. If he's nearby, we go the other way." "Portraits?" She glanced up at a gilt frame. "We do this." She flicked her wand. A thin sheen slid over the painting's surface. The witch in the picture frowned and found her voice full of muffled bees. She wandered off to another canvas, offended. And the two of them moved under her frame with the practiced speed of people who didn't want to explain themselves. "What was that?" Harry asked. "Imperturbable charm adapted for canvas," Daphne said. "Short term. Leaves less trace than a silencing charm." She nodded at the bag. "How bad does it hurt?" "Not yet," Harry said. "It will." "Then we go slow." They turned down the long corridor that ran behind the charms classrooms. At each junction, Daphne paused and ran a thin, precise homonym revelio. The spell came out of her wand like the sound of a glass rung with a wet finger. When it touched human presence, it buzzed slightly. Twice they waited in an alcove while footsteps went past and the buzzing eased. Harry felt Ether's attention go sharp each time. Alert, not afraid, he fed calm back across the bond and, to his surprise, got calm back as if they were sharing a single breath. "Here," he said quietly when they reached Mopsa's stair. He didn't have to point. The change in the air was immediate. The stone felt dead wasn't the right word. Drained. Harry's tongue tasted metallic. The base of his skull tightened. Aether's heat rose inside the bag, a careful warning. The chick didn't like this place. "Neither did he, Slow," Daphne said. She crouched and ran her wand tip along the skirting of the stair, muttering a detection charm he didn't know. Probatio Arcanum. Very old, very soft. The wood of the banister drank the spell like thirsty earth. She frowned. "There's a ward set in the 4th layer of the staircase. Not new. Not schoolwork." "What does it do?" "Anchors something," she said. "Can't tell what without prodding. And I don't prod old anchors. Can we get past it?" "If we had to," she said, "would go under it." He nodded at the blank wall to the right. "There. Probable." She glanced up. The corridor was empty. "We'll need to hide this." Harry drew his wand. Daphne looked at him with an expression that said, "Do not blast the wall." He didn't. He laid a notice, me, not over the end of the corridor, that would trip the eye into thinking there was a wet floor sign up ahead. Daphne added a thin glamour that made the air shimmer like a heat haze. "Now," she said, "help me count stones." They counted 11 across and 7 up. The 7th on the second row had a faint nick in the corner that looked like nothing. Daphne touched it and hissed as her wand vibrated in her fingers. "Yes, there's a seam." Harry's scar throbbed. Aether's alarm spiked and slid against his ribs. He pressed his hand flat on the bag. "We don't force it," he said. "We make it want to open." Daphne gave him a look, good instincts, terrible phrasing, and then nodded. "All right, try a key phrase." Harry thought about every bit of nonsense he'd ever heard open a door in this school and chose the dullest option. "Alohomora." Nothing. Daphne breathed out through her nose. "This is older than that." "What about?" He ran his thumb along the nick and felt, faintly, a tingle like the time he'd held a brass key to a car battery. "Blood?" "Absolutely not," Daphne said at once. "Not here. Not anywhere we didn't build ourselves." "Right. Then song." She blinked at him. "Song," she repeated, dubious. He shrugged. "It hums." "Maybe it listens." Daphne looked like she wanted to argue, and then remembered she was talking to someone who had once followed a singing hat's orders for 7 years. "Fine." Quietly, Harry put 2 fingers against the nick and hummed the note Aether had made when it was content last night. It sounded thin in the cold corridor. The stone felt the sound the way bones feel a train through rails. He held it and nudged the pitch down again until the tingle under his skin met the note and matched it. The seam shivered. "Do that again?" Daphne said, eyes bright despite herself. He did. The seam spread like a crack in ice. Daphne slid her wand in and levered gently. Stone whispered against stone, and opening the width of Harry's shoulders appeared and breathed a slow, old cold into their faces. "Go," she said. "You first." She gave him a look that said he was incorrigible and went anyway, slipping sideways into the gap. Harry followed. turned to pull the seam shut with one careful hand, and plunged them both into a darkness that ate wandlight and gave it back in a short radius. "Lumos," Daphne said. Her light showed a stone landing and a narrow stair down, cut sharp and neat as if a careful hand had carved it yesterday. They descended slowly. Dust drifted up at their feet and silvered the air. Portrait voices were gone here. The living hum of the school was a far-away thing. Harry's headache settled into a hard line behind his eyes. Ather's breathing was fast. He muttered to the bag, low and soft, and the rhythm steadied. At the bottom of the stairs sat a door that had never been touched by Filch's bucket. Runes ran round the frame in a script that wasn't in any first-year book. Daphne traced them without touching. Binding, containment, heat renewal, she murmured. Not dark, not light, practical. Openable? Harry asked. With care. She pressed her wand to the top right rune, then the left, then the base, slow as if fitting a key into a lock she couldn't see. The door made a dry sound and swung inward an inch. They stood on the threshold of a low room lined with shelves and a single stone table. The cold in here felt different to the corridor's dead patch. It felt like a place that had been left alone a very long time and wanted to stay that way. A shallow bowl sat in the middle of the table, full of ash the color of old paper. Daphne's light made the ash shine along the edges. She didn't touch it. She angled her wand over the shelves instead. There, she said, pointing. Text. Harry let out a breath. He hadn't realized he'd been holding. Ather's heat rose and fell like a tide. The bond instead of words gave him a message that sat clear and stubborn at the back of his mind, careful. "We will be," he said under his breath, and moved to the shelves with slow hands. They didn't find a neat book with a useful title. They found half, rotted bindings and careful bundles of parchment wrapped in waxed cloth. Daphne's hands were neat and patient. She laid each bundle out, checked for mode and spells, and murmured a charm that made the ink darken without smearing. "Start with that," she said, nodding to a stack that looked less eaten by time. "I'll take these." Harry sat on the cool floor with his back to the wall and opened the first sheaf. The handwriting was cramped, the ink brown to a clean sepia. He read until the scents congealed. "On the praxis of ash," he said. "It's notes. Not a manifesto." "Good," Daphne said without looking up. "Manifestos lie." He frowned at a line and read it again. "It says ash from a phoenix's burning day retains regenerative traits for 6 days, if sealed from damp." Daphne's eyes flicked up. "Uses, salves, powders, warming stones," he swallowed. "And this is gross. Binding agents in some ritual work if you want to anchor a healing field to a place." "Practical?" Daphne said, neutral. Harry turned the page. The words were tidy and cold. "On the covenant, the phoenix is not to be harvested whilst in pain. Take only the ash of the freely given or the freely shed." He felt his stomach tighten. Ather's distrust of the room pressed against his ribs like a sparrow beating its wings. He stroked the bag lightly and kept reading. "There's a warning here. Ash taken under duress falls the bond." Daphne's head came up. "Say that again." "Fools the bond. Makes it unstable." He looked at the bowl on the table. The ash inside didn't look wrong. It looked like any ash. That didn't make it better. This is why this place is under the stair. It's not a classroom. It's storage. She laid her set of sheets down and pinched the bridge of her nose. I have records of old Hogwarts practice, she said quietly. In the war years. Phoenix ash used in the hospital wing, when they could get it. Her mouth tightened. Mostly from the headmaster's phoenix. It would have been given, if this is older. It is, Harry said. He ran a finger under a date that made no sense to his eye, and would to Hermione's. Pray, Grindelwald, may be much older. Daphne picked up another bundle. She read aloud, voice low and even. On bonds between bird and bearer, the empathic thread can be used for warning. Do not pull on it for command. Command corrupts both. She paused. Lovely. Harry's throat went tight. There's more. Do not anchor a phoenix bond to a living vessel not its own. Meaning, Daphne said, eyes on the rune work around the door. Don't use a phoenix to stabilize a curse or a foreign soul. It will twist. He shut his eyes for a second and then opened them because shutting them made the room feel too close. If someone tried, he said, what would happen? Depends on the foreign element, Daphne said, crisp and factual, because the other option was worse. If it's just a curse, you might drown it in regenerative magic and blow the curse's anchor. If it's other, I don't know. She fixed him with a steady look. Why are you asking? Because I don't like that corridor, Harry said. It wasn't the whole answer. It was the part he could say, without letting something dangerous into the room. Daphne accepted it for now. She tapped a line with her nail. This says early practitioners tried to, this is ugly, trick phoenixes into burning days to harvest ash more often. How? Pain, she said flatly. And grief. They stopped because it warped the bond so badly the bird would abandon the bearer. Ether's anger flared so hard it made Harry's eyes sting. He bent over the bag and whispered, "No one's doing that to you. Not ever." The heat that bled into his palm at that wasn't the scorch of rage. It was agreement. The bond thrummed once and steadied. Daphne watched him without staring. "You're very certain," she said after a moment, like she was trying on words and rejecting the wrong ones. "About this?" "Yes." She sat back on her heels. "Then we handle this like we're diffusing something. We learn what the ward under the stair is doing. We work out why the corridor feels like a dead hearth. We do not touch that bowl with bare hands, and we wash after we leave." Harry nodded, agreed. They read until the dust made them cough. There wasn't a neat answer in the texts, warnings and recipes, ethics and cautions. No map that said do this next, and everything will be fine. Daphne's notes filled a page terms, cross-references, small arrows. Harry's were rougher words, circled hard, a short list of people he would not tell, and one line he wrote and underlined twice. "Do not pull the bond." "Do we tell Dumbledore?" he asked, when the room's cold had settled in his fingers. "Not yet," Daphne said. "We tell no one until we know what we're telling. If you go to him with a feeling and ash on your sleeve, he'll take it out of your hands. If you go to him with a ward map and a theory he can't ignore, he'll listen." Harry thought about Dumbledore's eyes in the small bedroom at Privet Drive, older than they should be, and about the calm way he had said tomorrow. "He might listen," he said. "I might also take the door away and say, 'Trust me.'" "Then we make it hard to take," Daphne said. "Information first. Choice second. We can decide to tell him when we're not guessing." He wanted to argue. He couldn't. "What about the ministry?" Daphne's mouth flattened. "They'll hear Phoenix And bring a net. Then we don't give them a reason. Exactly. They packed the texts as they had found them, careful with the waxed cloth and the old string. Daphne resealed the runes with a slow, exact hand. When the door clicked shut, the air in the corridor felt marginally less thin. "Hands," she said in a tone Madame Pomfrey would have liked, and poured a trickle of clean water from her wand into his palms and then her own. The dust ran gray into the cracks in the stone. Harry wiped his hands on his trousers and hoped the smell would fade before anyone with a good nose found them. They slid the seam back into place and stepped into the main corridor like two students who had been forced to revise in a draughty hall because Pince had filled every table. Harry cut the notice, me, not, and the shimmer glamour at the far end with a flick. Their muffling charm vanished, and the school's noise came back like a tidy feet on stone, a laugh from 3 floors up, the distant clatter from the great hall. "Walk," Daphne said, too quiet for anyone but him to hear. They walked. They had taken 10 steps when a smooth voice spoke from the shadow under a wall sconce. "Miss Greengrass." Potter. Snape stood as if the wall had grown him. His robes hung in perfect lines. His eyes were unreadable and exact. He looked at the arithmancy book in Harry's hands, at the fake prefect's pin, and then at their faces. "Remedial studies," he said without tone. "Yes, sir," Daphne said at once. "Professor Vector asked me to supervise Mr. Potter's foundation work." Snape's gaze slid to Harry. How enterprising of her. Harry kept his face bland. "I'm trying to be less useless with numbers." "Sir," an ambition at last. Snape drifted closer, and for a heartbeat Harry had the mad thought that the man would sniff the air. He didn't. He looked at Harry's left sleeve instead. A smear of gray dust sat near the cuff. Harry had missed it. Snape's eyes tracked it with surgical precision and then returned to Harry's face. "You have chosen," he said, "a very dusty place to revise. We were in an unused corridor." Daphne said smoothly, "It keeps people from interrupting. Snape's gaze rested on the wall near Mopsus' stair for a fraction too long. "I recommend a broom." "Or soap?" "Yes, sir," Harry said. "And I recommend," Snape added, eyes on Daphne, "that Slytherins who value their tidy records avoid tying themselves to Gryffindor experiments." Daphne did not blink. "Understood, sir." Snape's mouth thinned. He looked at Harry again and said, very softly, "Potter, if you insist on being predictable, you will make my job incredibly dull." "I'll try to be interesting." "Sir," Harry said before he could stop himself. "Do," Snape said, and stepped aside with a swish of cloth that made 2 first. Ears flattened themselves against the opposite wall. He left the way he had come without sound, without hurry. They breathed only when his back had turned the corner. "He knows something," Harry said under his breath. "He always knows something," Daphne said. Her voice was perfectly calm. Her hand was very slightly tight on her quill case. "The question is what he thinks he knows. He saw dust, then saw us together. He will assume either mischief or study. He can smell ash from a corridor away if he's paying attention." Harry swallowed. "You think he smelled?" "I think he smelled the stair," she said, "and perhaps you." She looked at him and didn't flinch. If he asks, we stick to the lie. If he presses, we separate. I take arithmancy. You take your friends. No more exploring for the rest of today. We don't make a pattern. Right? Harry said. Aether was quiet now, pressed warm against his side. The shared sense was steady, tired. He sent back the picture of a quiet room and a closed door. Ether answered with the shape of a warm hand under feathers and allowed itself to think about sleep. They walked to the library like model students. At the doors, Daphne paused. "Tomorrow," she said, voice the size of a bookmark, mid-afternoon. "Meet me by the old armorer's niche off the 3rd floor landing. Bring parchment you won't miss. We'll try to map the ward." Harry nodded. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," she said. "Why, haven't done anything clever. We found a door. We found a problem," Daphne said, and the way she said it made it obvious that was the same thing. "Now we decide what to do about it." He watched her vanish into the stacks, and then stood a moment longer with the noise of the school around him. His sleeve still had that smear of dust on it. He rubbed at it with the heel of his hand until it faded, and then went the long way back to Gryffindor Tower, stopping twice to let Aether stretch in empty classrooms with the blinds pulled low. Up in the dormitory, he set the rucksack on his bed and untied the top with slow hands. Aether climbed out, larger by inches, and shook itself all the way from beak to tail. Feathers flashed their quiet colors in the evening light. The chick pressed its head into his palm with a sound that wasn't quite a purr. "Careful," Harry said, and felt the word go both ways. He counted his breath in and out until their hearts sat on the same rhythm again. Then he reached for parchment and started a list Hermione would have approved of, his handwriting untidy but firm. Ward under Mopsus a stair anchor. Bowl of ash. Age unknown. No touch. Do not pull the bond. Ash under duress fouls the bond. Don't tell anyone yet. Not even, he stopped, then wrote not yet. Ather tucked its head under its wing and slept warm against his thigh. Harry stared at the list until his eyes stopped seeing words and started seeing tomorrow's corridors. He didn't know everything. He knew enough. Careful, he thought down the link, and got the same word back like an echo from a place he recognized. He blew out the candle and let the castle's hum carry them both to sleep. They took the same table in the library without arranging it. Daphne's parchment already had a grid on it, columns labeled with neat, slanted handswords, texts, sightings, unknowns. Harry spread his mess. A map of corridors he'd sketched from memory. 3 lines from the ash notes he couldn't stop thinking about. And a list with "Don't pull the bond" underlined hard enough to dent the wood. "Start with what fits," Daphne said. "Then try to break it. Ward under Mopsus stair anchors something," Harry said. "Old. Not schoolwork. The corridor hurts in a way that feels like the ward's drinking heat." "Or holding it," she said. "Containment, not theft," he nodded. "Either way, not good. Sightings." She tapped the column. "Dust on my sleeve after the hidden room," Harry said, "and on yours." "Less on mine," she said, dry. "Right." "And Snape noticed." He grimaced. "Snape notices everything and stores it until useful." Daphne said, "That's a separate headache." She wrote Snape in small letters and boxed it. "Anything odd since yesterday?" "The corridor was worse after lunch," Harry said. "Ether," he caught himself, adjusted. "I felt it spike, and then settle like something woke up and went back to sleep." "Times?" she asked. He gave them. She wrote them down next to a list of caretaker rounds and class bells. "Filch walked past just before your first spike," she said. "Filch also walks past everywhere," Harry said. "True, Madam Pince." "Never leaves the library," Harry said. except to sleep. I think. Ghosts. Nick floats elsewhere on the quarter hour. The gray lady avoids this side. He squinted at his map. Peeves was in the Charms corridor at the time. You can smell it. Then not Peeves, Daphne said. Wrong mischief. She drew a line through his name. What about ministry staff? Harry hesitated. We've got one too many this year. Daphne's mouth went flat. We have an infestation, not a staffer. He couldn't help it. The corner of his mouth kicked up. Then he sobered. I don't want to attach her to this. If she's involved, we'll know soon enough because it'll all be pink and dreadful. Agreed? Daphne said. There are other new faces. They hired an assistant for the grounds this term. She tapped a name on her list. Mr. Penfold. The man with the milk teeth, Harry asked. He'd seen him, thin, graying, careful with keys, carrying boxes of chalk and labeled jars up from the cellar. Short? Daphne said. Walks like he hates being noticed. Ministry, type quill in his pocket. He files requisition slips at odd hours and knows which portraits are deaf. Harry looked at her. You make a hobby of this. I make a habit of not being surprised, she said, and shrugged. He was on this corridor an hour before your second spike. Twice in one morning is an interesting pattern for someone who has no classes. Wrong theory. Harry said automatically. Could be running errands. He could. Daphne agreed. Or he could be checking something that needs checking after students pass. They fell quiet, while two Ravenclaws walked past, their whispers shushed by Pince's radar stare. When the aisle cleared, Daphne slid a small ledger across to him. In tidy script, she'd copied down comings and goings she'd noticed, names and times. A little dot next to Penfold each time he took the long route to nowhere. Look, she said, pointing with the end of her quill. He takes the stairs near the ward, and then vanishes for 5 minutes before reappearing near the Charms storeroom. You can't do that with any legitimate shortcut. You can with a door that shouldn't be there, Harry said. Or one that should but isn't on the map, she said. Either way, he knows about it. He watched the dots stack into a shape. We still might be wrong. We are allowed to be, Daphne said. We are not allowed to be sloppy. She drew a circle around the next hour on her time column. He usually passes again just after third period. Harry glanced at the bag leaning against his shin. Ether was awake. Attention sharp, he felt that quick, bright prickle that meant curious and wary at once. We try to tail him, he said. No cloak, no cloak, she echoed. We use a lie that fits our faces. Remedial arithmancy, he said, deadpan. Pity for the famous boy who can't count, she said, equally flat, and gathered her parchment. If he isn't our man, we waste an hour and revise. If he is, we don't confront him in a corridor. We choose a room with one door and you're back to a wall. What if he runs? Will, Daphne said. The question is where he thinks he's running to. We make there ours first. He looked at her, not joking now. What could be wrong? What could? She said again, softer. So we build wrong into the plan. We ask questions before we throw spells. And if it breaks bad, we leave. He nodded. All right. They were in the trophy corridor when Penfold's neat silhouette appeared at the far end. A stack of manifests tucked under one arm and a ring of keys that didn't jingle. He wore the same tired tweed, the same careful shoes, the same expression of someone who preferred to be a smudge in the corner of a ledger. Daphne didn't even need to look at Harry to know. She turned half away and started speaking in a teacher's voice. "And so you will please show me the workings for problem 4, Mr. Potter." Penfold did not look at them. He took the stairs. He passed Mopsus a landing and slowed, just one step, the way you do when you remember a thought you meant to have earlier. Then he kept going, turned the corner, and was gone. 2 options, Daphne breathed. "Stairs," Harry said, "or the wall." "Wall," she said, moving already. They walked without hurry and stopped where the seam lived under the plaster. Daphne bent as if to tie her shoe. Harry let the bag thump very softly against his leg and felt Ether's heat prick his skin. "Yes, here." Daphne's wand traced the skirting, the tiny nick, the soft hum of old stone. "He's quick," she murmured. "We'll get only one chance." "On 3, Harry said. "On 1, she said, and shoved the seam with a precise, hard push that made the stone breathe open a handspan. She slid in sideways without waiting. Harry followed, tugged the opening shut, and they were in the narrow shaft with dust falling in a slow drift round them like snow. Voices traveled here differently. Penfold's shoes made no sound. The tick of his keys was nothing. But Harry felt the movement, air disturbed, heat displaced. That faint metallic pressure against his temples. "Left," he whispered. He went left. The shaft widened into the little landing above the old room. Light pulsed faintly along the runes round the door. Not magic being cast now, but magic equalizing, like a breath that had just been let out. Daphne flattened her hand against the stone and closed her eyes for a second. "He's still here," she murmured. "He has a key." Not a literal one. "A phrase. Song?" Harry suggested under his breath. "Don't," she said quickly. "If he's mid-ritual and we sing the wrong note, we might lock it in the wrong place." Harry swallowed. "Right. What do we do?" "We wait until he comes out, and then we ask him nicely to come with us," she said. "And if he runs, we make him not." The door sighed. The light along the runes dimmed by a fraction. The seam cracked an inch. Penfold slid through with a careful, practiced motion, as if he'd done it a dozen times. He turned to press the stone shut and saw them. Every polite instinct in his face died at once. He went pale and snatched for his pocket. Wand, not keys. Harry's wand was already in his hand. "Don't," he said. Penfold flicked a wordless hex down the corridor. Daphne flicked a shield up, so fast it felt, like she'd caught the spell on the back of her hand. It hit, hissed, slid away. Harry lunged to the side to clear Daphne's aim. "Expelliarmus," he snapped. Penfold blocked and threw a blasting curse tight and low that would have taken Harry's legs out if he hadn't moved. The corridor magnified the bang. Dust fell in a sheet. Aether's fear hit him like a blown door. Then the little body hit his chest from inside the bag as if it were trying to get out and up, and heat rolled off him so hard his skin prickled. The next curse came mean and clever, aimed not at a body but at the seam of the wall. Harry heard it before he understood it. The note of a binding spell looking for a lock. "No," he said, useless to say to a spell, but he said it anyway, and then his own voice wasn't what stopped it. Flame bloomed between him and the wall. Not a fireball, not a torch. A flat pane of heat like a shield held up, edges wavering in the air. The binding spell hit it and died with a pop like fat in a pan. The corridor air distorted. The smell of hot stone lifted into their faces and made Harry's eyes water. "Ether," he breathed. both grateful and terrified. The chick's heart hammered against his rib cage. He felt its own startlement, its pure instinct to protect. He fed calm through his teeth, through his hands, through the link like you feed breath to someone underwater. The flame held, dimmed to a shimmer, and vanished. Penfold faltered. Daphne used the beat like it had been made for her. Incarcerous, she said, and ropes were simply there, clean and tight around his wrists. He jerked, tried to throw them off, and earned himself a trip for his trouble. Harry shouldered into him as he stumbled, and the three of them ended up in an ungainly, breathless tangle on the narrow landing. Harry's shoulder bit. Penfold's head cracked the wall. Daphne swore once under her breath, in a way that suggested she'd been saving it for a good cause. "Stop," Harry said, wand at Penfold's throat. Penfold stopped. He wasn't a fighter. He was a runner and a watcher and a man who hadn't thought he'd be seen. Up close his tweed was frayed at the cuffs. There was a smear of gray dust on one sleeve. His eyes were very alive. "Help," he panted. "You don't know what you're—" "We know enough," Daphne said, voice level. Up. They marched him into the old room and shut the door with care, more for the runes than for secrecy. The cold in here made Penfold shiver. He looked like a man who had stepped into a place he'd rehearsed and found the blocking changed. "We're going to talk now," Harry said. Penfold flicked a glance at the ash bowl and then at Harry's bag, quick and telling. "You don't want to do this with that in the room." "We'll manage," Harry said, and felt Ether's slow anger and fear like a weight in his chest. He softened his tone. "Sit." Daphne conjured a chair that had no romance in it at all. Penfold sat because the rope made choices narrower. He tried to square his shoulders. "You have no idea who you're meddling with." "Tell us," Daphne said, calm as tea. "Help us stop meddling in the worst way." He licked his lips. His eyes cut to the door, to the bowl, to Harry again. "You're the problem, Potter." Harry stared at him. "Me." "You," Penfold said. "Do you think the ministry can ignore a boy who sets fires with his chest?" His voice shook. "Do you think they'll wait for you to pick a side?" "I didn't." Harry started and swallowed the rest. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. "Who sent you here?" Penfold closed his mouth. Daphne didn't move. "You came with a handler," she said. "You file notes to someone who isn't in a pink cardigan. You're not here for a paycheck and fresh air." He flinched at pink cardigan, which told them nothing and everything, Harry said. Penfold's jaw set. "No." "Then method," Daphne said. "What is the anchor under the stair doing?" "Keeping the old magic quiet," he said, and his voice, for a second, was more clerk than operative. "There's seepage in the foundations. You know that. You can feel it." He flicked another look at Harry's chest. "You can feel everything, can't you? They gave me a phrase to settle it when it buzzes. It's supposed to keep children from walking into things." "Things like this room?" Daphne said.
Yes.
"Who's they?" Harry said. Penfold's mouth twisted. "Someone who doesn't want a war. You don't prevent wars by lighting fuses under schools," Harry said. "You do it by telling people what's dangerous. You prevent wars by keeping people calm." Penfold snapped, some nerve in him finally fraying. "By preparing the minister to act before the papers force his hand. By making sure when a story breaks, it breaks in the right direction." "The story being what?" Daphne asked. so politely it could have cut glass. That Harry Potter is unstable. Penfold didn't answer. He didn't need to. Is this a Dark Lord recruitment drive? Harry asked, anger bright enough to taste. Or the opposite? The opposite? Penfold said quickly, and then looked like he wanted to swallow the word back. He tried to recover. You don't... Look, I am not here to hurt you. I was told to monitor the wards and keep certain developments from triggering broader alarm. Which developments? Surges, he said. His gaze slid to the bag again. Alive heat. Old signatures. Phoenix, Daphne said, like a test. He closed his eyes. God help me. Harry's own eyes stung. Speak plainly. Penfold's breath misted in the cold air. A very senior member of the Wisingamot believes you are becoming the story the public already have, writes when they are frightened at breakfast. He said in a low rush. Hay believes the only way to keep the ministry from chasing shadows is to give it one to chase that he can hold by the string. Me, Harry said. It felt ridiculous, said out loud. A's a puppet monster. A's a problem to be managed, Penfold said. Do you understand me? Not hunted to ground, managed, framed, tracked, legislated, and then used, oh, not like that, stop glaring at me, used as an argument for authority. Emergencies require emergency powers. See. We told you there were forces beyond your comprehension, and only we can keep them in a pen. He laughed once, horribly, at his own metaphor. I am not supposed to be telling you this. Then stop, Daphne said softly, and let the quiet sit until he filled it again. He will force the ministry to centralize under temporary measures, Penfold said, as if the word had quotation marks, he could show them on the air. He will say we need a single, strong hand, and he will do it without a Dark Lord to scare people with, because you, Mr. Potter, will be enough. Harry's stomach turned. Ooh. Penfold pressed his lips together. Daphne changed tack without warning. Protect you? She said. He blinked at her. What? You want out? Daphne said, and leaned back like this was about schedules. You're a small piece. And your handler won't spend a galleon to save you. Give us a name and a pattern, and I will put you in front of the only person in this castle who can walk you through a storm without getting wet. Dumbledore, he said, not quite sneering. Or we can put you in front of the wrong one, Harry said. I know people there too. Penfold looked at him like he didn't believe that. He looked at the rope around his wrists. He looked at the door and knew the runes would not care about his opinion. You can't keep me safe from the ministry, he said, but he sounded less sure. We can keep you safe from being found today, Daphne said. We can make it look like you fainted in the cellar and were found by Filch. We can make it look like you never came down this stair. We can make it look like the ash on your cuff is flour from the kitchens. I can do that. I can make you small enough to slip through your own net. Penfold swallowed. And in exchange. His name? Harry said. His role. How he's using the ward. Penfold's face went pinched in a way that looked like 10 years of saying yes to small bad things and one big one. He turned his head and spoke to the wall instead of them. Cassius Warwick, he said. Senior Wisingamot. Reputation orderly. Almost dull. He writes the pretty words behind bills, then wants a ministry that doesn't have to ask twice. He thinks this place, a flick of fingers at the walls, breeds chaos. Daphne's quill scratched. How do you file to him? Through a cut out at the prophet, he said. Before you ask, not Barnabas Cuff. A junior nobody who collates and passes along. I send ward notes and anomalies of interest. He sends me phrases to soothe the anchors. We don't meet. What's the phrase? Harry asked. Because if nothing else, he wanted something he could use to shut the corridor up when it screamed. Penfold hesitated. If I give you that, he said, and you break something, won't, Daphne said. We'll use it to stop something breaking us, he told them. The words were short and old and didn't feel nice in the mouth. What's the end point? Harry asked. How does this make Warwick king of paperwork? Penfold's breath fogged the air again. You mess up, he said miserably. Or you don't, and he makes it look like you did. Either way, the papers carry a story that says uncontrolled power in schools, in children, in famous boys. The minister quakes. The Wisingamot nods. Warwick hands them the bill he's already drafted. The public thanks him for saving them from you. I don't. Harry started and stopped because he did, actually, understand. He felt it as something heavy and blunt aimed at his back. He's going to make me proof of his point. Yes, Penfold said, and for a second he looked sorry. You could have told Dumbledore, Harry said, and be told I was a fool and sent away with a biscuit, Penfold said, and then Warwick would send 2 men with less shame than me. Do you think I don't know what I am? At least I anchor the wards properly. Daphne's quill paused. Properly. I don't drain the place for parts, Penfold said, angry for the first time at the right thing. I don't take ash. I don't touch that bowl. I make the buzzing stop so children don't put their heads where the wall bites. Harry believed him. It didn't make him less complicit. What happens to me now? Penfold asked, very small. We don't feed you to anyone, Daphne said, before Harry could speak. We make this afternoon go away. You stop going down the stair except when it buzzes. You send nothing for a week. And if I don't, he said, picking at the rope like a man feeling a tooth. Warwick will see your silence as caution, Daphne said. He likes caution. We will see your silence as a test passed. And if you run to him with this conversation, he will cut you loose. Because you were seen. He closed his eyes. Get it over with. Harry looked at Daphne. We're going to alter a small memory, she said. Know his name, only the bit where we tie him up in a cold room. He will remember dropping a box of chalk in the cellar and being shouted at by Filch. He will wake with a headache and think about changing jobs, and he will not change jobs because his wife wants new curtains. Penfold flinched as if she'd struck him with knowing. Don't touch, he caught himself. We'll leave you enough of yourself to feel like yourself, Daphne said, voice quiet. We're not monsters. Harry hesitated. It wasn't the spell. He'd seen worse done for pettier reasons. It was the shape of the choice and what it was carving into him. Do it, he said, and hated how easily the words came out. Daphne lifted her wand. Her obliviate was clean and very small, like snipping a thread without unraveling the sleeve. She layered a confundus over the minute that followed so Penfold wouldn't stare at the seam and see it anew. She lifted the ropes and they fell away like they'd been waiting to be told to. Penfold blinked slow. I-O, he said, because Daphne planted the O for him to find. I dropped a mind your footing, Harry said, hauling him up because the script required it. Filch will eat you alive." Penfold nodded, pale and grateful to the wrong people, and let them ease him to the stair. He went up and out like a man who had learned nothing and everything at once. They didn't speak while Daphne resealed the runes. They didn't speak while they slid the seam shut with neat hands. They didn't speak while they walked 3 corridors away and into an empty classroom that had chalk dust baked into the boards. Harry started pacing. Aether's weight in the bag dragged his shoulder. His chest was too tight. Daphne stood at the desk and braced her hands flat on the wood, like someone about to push it over. "You can't keep doing that," she said at last. "Doing what?" he said, even though he knew. "Making decisions that belong to 10 people and taking them by yourself," she said, each word shaped like it wanted to get out first. "You think because you're the one the stories cling to, you get to pick which laws you follow." "I think because I'm the one who pays for the wrong choice, I get to make it," Harry shot back. "And what does everyone else pay?" she asked. "What does Penfold pay for your neat little memory snip? What does the school pay when you sing a lock open because it feels right?" That, he bit the rest off and let out a hard breath. That saved us time. It kept him from locking something behind us. It kept him from running. It taught you that pushing old things with new power works, she said, and the fear under her calm finally showed. "Do you hear yourself?" It felt right. That's how it starts. How what starts? The story they want to tell, she said, and there wasn't a neat Slytherin word for it, so she used a plain one. Dark. Reckless. You stop asking if you should because you can and someone needs you to. That's how it starts. "I'm not." He stopped, because denial sounded childish even in his own head. He scrubbed both hands through his hair and winced when his knuckles hit the bruise from the corridor. "I am not going to turn into what they want me to be to sell their law." "You don't have to turn into anything," she said. "You just have to give them 3 pictures and 5 adjectives, and they will do the rest. I can't stand still because someone might take a picture," he said. "I can't do nothing because it will look safer." "That isn't what I'm asking," she said. "I am asking you not to choose the easiest version of right because it feels heroic." He barked a laugh. "Do I look like I feel heroic?" "Sometimes you do," she said so quietly he almost missed it. "Sometimes you glow when you're about to run at the thing with teeth. You don't see it because it's inside your skin. Other people see it. It makes them follow you. It makes them afraid of you. That is power, not flame out of a bag. That," he stared at her. "And what would you have me do?" "Plan," she said. Harsh with affection she hadn't given permission to exist. "Let me help you plan. Let me pull you back when you're about to decide, because the deciding feels better than the waiting. Let me slow you down." "And we miss our chance," he said. "We miss some chances," she said. "Me. Take the ones that don't turn you into someone a Wizengamot clerk can point to with clean hands." He was moving again without meaning to, from window to door to desk. The bag knocked his hip. Aether shifted, unhappy with the temperature of the room rather than the argument, and sent him a small, stubborn pulse of "You're both ridiculous" that almost made him laugh. "You think I don't know the slope?" he said. "You think I don't hear the ways I could slide?" "I feel—" He stopped. He didn't have a safe word for the bond that didn't give too much away. I feel when I'm close to the wrong edge. Do you? She said, not cruel. Or do you feel the wind and call it flying?
That's not fair. It's not meant to be,
she said, and finally the shake came into her hands. She pressed them harder to the desk to hide it and failed. I am scared of you, she said, as if she hated the sentence and the truth in it. Not because of what you did today, because of how easy it was for you to do it. Because you can be kind and still cut a memory in half and move on. Because the more you do it, the easier it will be to do again. He felt that one in his chest like a hand, then wanted to say I had to. He wanted to say he would have told Warwick, and then where would we be? He wanted, petty and unfair, to ask if she would prefer he be the boy who always asked teachers for help and got people killed because he waited. What do you want from me? He asked instead.
Proof you know where the line is, she said.
Proof you want one. I do, he said, more raw than he meant to sound. I don't want to be. The word wouldn't come. He gestured, helpless. Then don't talk like you're a necessary exception, she said. Don't use, just this once, and think I won't hear the again behind it. He flinched, because he had thought those words, even if he hadn't said them out loud. I'm trying. Try harder, she said, and it sounded like she was throwing back his own line from the corridor. Silence sat down in the room with them. Harry's breath slowed. Daphne's hands steadied. Aether's heat eased from wary to watchful. The anger didn't go. It cooled into something that could be used later. I'm not letting Warwick use me to pass his pretty laws, Harry said at last. I'm not letting him make me proof. Good, Daphne said. Then we learn to move in ways that don't write his headlines for him. He nodded. We keep Penfold close without letting him know we are. We map the ward. We work out where Warwick's cut. Out sits at the prophet and cut the string. And we tell Dumbledore when we have more than a feeling and a frightened clerk, she said. He made a face. Harry. Would tell him when I can walk into his office and hand him a set of facts that mean he doesn't take this out of our hands, he said. I will not be moved like a chess piece because I made him nervous. She held his eyes. He will be nervous either way. Then he can be nervous with a plan on the desk. They stood there like that, two stubborn lines at right angles, until the room felt like theirs again. Let me see your hand, she said abruptly. He blinked. What? You hit the wall, she said, reaching without waiting for permission. She turned his right hand over. The knuckles were scraped and gritty with old plaster. The skin at the base of his thumb was reddened where the bag strap had rubbed. She cleaned the scrapes with a quick charm and rubbed a thin salve from a little tin into the sore patch, like she was fixing a scuffed shoe. You can be careful on purpose as well as by accident. As that in a Slytherin handbook, he said, although his voice didn't have much bite left. It's in my mother's, she said, and snapped the tin shut. And it's how we survive. He flexed his hand. The sting had gone. Thanks. Don't make me regret it, she said. But there was no edge on it now. They walked out into the corridor together, not touching, not far apart. When they reached the junction near the stair that didn't like them, both of them slowed without agreeing to and took the other route. The air there didn't hurt. The portraits were noisy and nosy. It felt like the school again. At the library doors, Daphne paused. Tomorrow, she said, Third floor niche. We take measurements and see if your note changes the runes. We'll see if your maths can explain my humming, he said, because it was easier to make a joke bounce than let the argument echo. Everything reduces, she said, like a promise and a warning at once. She looked at the bag, quick and unreadable. Keep it calm. He touched the canvas lightly. I'm trying. Try harder, she said, and left him with the smell of old books and a list to finish. He went back to the table they'd annexed and added 2 lines to his messy page. Cassius Warwick, Wisingamot, uses fear to centralize power. No heroic shortcuts that write his story for him. Ether nosed his palm through the bag, soft, insistent. He pressed back. The bond settled into a low hum that felt like breath he could keep in time with. He sat there until the bell rang and then got up, because choosing the next step was the only way to keep from tripping over all the others at once. The first scream wasn't a person. It was the castle. A note burst through stone and air like a struck bell. Every portrait flinched. The great hall's candles dipped as if a giant hand had passed over them. Then heat ran through the floor under Harry's feet, rolling hot, wrong, and a shock of pale fire ripped down the length of the far wall, leaving a crawling line of glass in the old stone. Students stood. Benches scraped. Someone shouted, "Shields!" And then the noise drowned in more noise. Teachers up, wands out, the banners along the rafters snapping like sails in a sudden wind. A shower of gray ash fell from nowhere and landed in soft drifts along the center aisle. It smelled faintly of clean heat and something like rain. Aether went rigid in the bag. Harry felt the chick's alarm hit his ribs like a second heartbeat. The pressure behind his scar spiked. He was already moving when Dumbledore's voice rolled over the tables, amplified and calm. Prefects, lockdown protocols. Staff, with me. No one leaves the hall. Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve. What was that? Hermione's eyes were wide and busy, counting what could be counted in a second. It read like, "Don't say it," Harry muttered. Daphne was suddenly there across the table, one hand flat on the wood as if to steady it. Her gaze cut to the ash drift, to the way several tiny sparks still glowed along the glassed scar in the wall, then to the bag at Harry's hip. Her face didn't change. Her voice did, by a fraction. "Whoever did that wants it to look like you." "I know," Harry said. His mouth had gone dry. "We have to go." Hermione gaped. "Go where?" "They'll Harry. Dumbledore will sort." "Hell sort after I'm in a chair," Harry said. The loud calm in his voice surprised even him. "After the Aurors get a look at the ash, they'll think they know the story. I'm not letting them write it for me." McGonagall was already sealing the doors with a lattice of spells you could feel in your teeth. Dumbledore and Flitwick were at the scar, reading it, the two of them talking in quick, low phrases that didn't carry. A flock of prefects began moving people back from the center aisle as Ash made soft prints on shoes. "Now," Daphne said, a single word that was also a direction. "The side door." "There is no," Ron started, and swallowed the rest when a panel he'd never noticed swung open under the Hufflepuff banners and two-house. Elves in aprons peered out with wide, furious eyes. "Kitchen wrote," Daphne said. Her lips barely moved. "Keep your head down." Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve again, then let go because the look on his face said this wasn't a debate. "Then be careful," she said, small and fierce. "We'll be back before anyone thinks to count," Harry said, which wasn't true, and they all knew it. They slipped into the panel with 3 other students and 2 elves who looked like they meant to bite anyone who tried to follow without permission. The panel sealed behind them with a muffled thud. The corridor beyond was low, warm, and full of the smell of bread and steam. Ather's alarm stayed hot and bright in Harry's chest, but shifted shape. Fear turned sharp and purposeful. "Don't run," Daphne murmured. "People remember runners. Walk like you belong." They crossed the kitchen in 3 long breaths, dodged a vat, a whisk the size of a broom, a tray of jam tarts. An elf pressed a roll into Harry's hand on reflex. He shoved it into his pocket because his hands needed to be doing something normal. "Up," Daphne said. "A." And the elf's ladder took them to a narrow service landing behind a tapestry of a witch whose cauldron was always on the point of boiling over. Lockdown wards hummed along the main corridors like a low storm. The service routes were quieter. They cut left, then right, then down 2 flights in a stair that had never met a polish. "Evidence," Harry said, as they moved. "That ash was meant to sing like mine." "It did," Daphne said. "To anyone who doesn't know the difference." "What difference?" he demanded. "Intent," she said. "Echo. You can fake the heat. It's harder to fake where it came from. And Dumbledore will hear that," Harry said, trying to make decision feel like fact. "The Aurors won't. They'll hear the first half," Daphne said. "They like first halves." From the far end of the passage a pair of teachers pounded past, wands drawn, eyes fixed ahead. Ather tensed. Harry slid his palm over the bag. The chick pushed a pulse of heat through his skin, steady. He gave it the shape of quiet back. They reached the end of the service hall. Daphne pressed her ear to a plain door, eyes on the lock. "No voices. Stairwell beyond," she breathed. "We go down, too. There's an old armorer's niche with a grate into the sub-cellars. We can sit there until the first sweep passes. And then we'll find out where they expect you to run," she said. "And don't." Footsteps came from the other side of the door, fast and professional. Not teachers. Boots that didn't belong to this place. "Aurors," Harry said. "Down," Daphne snapped. She grabbed his sleeve, yanked him back, and shoved him behind the turn of the stair as the door swung in. 2 figures in standard, Issue Dark walked in with their wands lit and their faces set. The taller one had the stillness that said he didn't need to be told the plan twice. "Third team to lower service," he said into the enchanted mirror on his wrist. "South spiral clear." "We're moving east." Harry held his breath. The Auror's light swept the corridor, slid over bare stone, and carried on. When their steps faded, Daphne touched Harry's elbow, and they moved again, each foot placed like it had a reason. The stair let them out into a corridor that smelled of old iron and wet dust. "Lockdown spells didn't hum here," they muttered. Harry's heart hammered against the bag at his ribs. Ather's answered, quick and thin. The pressure behind his scar spiked as they neared the bend by the disused armorer's niche. Daphne slid into the niche before him and dropped to a crouch. "Great," she whispered, prying at rust. "Help me?" Harry got his fingers under the edge and pulled. The metal rasped and came up a handspan. Cold air breathed out. Cellar air, still and old. He started to ease Ather's bag closer. The spell came out of the dark like a thrown plate flat, fast, and meant to stun hard. The corridor flashed blue. Daphne's shield caught it by a hair and cracked with a noise like a glass under hot water. "Stop!" a voice barked. Oars. Hands where I can see them. Harry didn't think. He turned to shield the bag with his body as a second hex zipped off the stone and ricocheted short. Aether exploded out of the canvas with a scream that wasn't a bird noise and wasn't human either. It was the sound of heat when it hits cold too fast. Light flared, flame sprang into a disk in front of Harry like last time, and the second hex hit it and died.
"Don't fire!"
Daphne shouted. "He's a student?" The taller Auror took the measure of the scene in half a beat, recalculated, and sent a binding curse low. It would have wrapped Harry's legs and put him on the floor without harm if it had hit. Aether moved faster. The chick launched itself off Harry's shoulder, a small black comet, and took the strands across its wing. Pain shot into Harry, as if someone had shoved a hot blade through his own arm. He screamed before he could stop it, a raw, ugly sound that made the stone sound it back. Aether tumbled, hit the floor, and skidded. The air filled with the smell of scorched feather and hot metal. The Auror swore and pulled his hand back like he'd burned himself too. "Stand down," Daphne snarled at him, and there was enough old family in it that he did. She grabbed Harry under the elbow as his knees went soft, hauled him into the niche, and shoved him down behind the half, lifted great while Aether scrabbled on 3 good claws and flung itself after him. She slammed the grate back down with both hands and locked it with a word Harry didn't know and couldn't have spoken if he had. The smaller Auror lunged, but the lock was old and stubborn. The grate held with a shriek. "Students?" The tall one shouted through the bars, not unkind now, but urgent. "You can't be down there." "You just shot a baby phoenix," Daphne hissed, hands white on the iron. "Do not follow." He staggered back a step, face twisting at the word baby. Somewhere up the corridor, someone called his name. "Go," Daphne said, voice flat. "Make yourself useful where you can't do more harm." He did the only sensible thing in the moment and did as he was told. The quiet that followed wasn't quiet. It was full of Harry's breathing and Aether's pain. It pulsed through him in waves, hot, then hotter, then a tearing that made his vision whiten at the edges. The chick's wing lay at a wrong angle. Each small, ragged breath it took dragged through Harry's own chest like a rasp. "Don't pass out," Daphne said, low and urgent. "Harry, look at me." He couldn't find his eyes, then found her hand instead, cool, steady, closing hard on his wrist. He clung. The contact drew him back up through the pain enough to focus. The cellar beyond the grate was black as pitch. The niche was barely big enough for the two of them, and the bag and a frightened, hurt bird. The stone against Harry's back was cold enough to steal heat through his cloak. "Tell me what to do," she said. "Wing," he got out. "Angle's wrong. Not a burn." He gasped. The pain cut clean, then doubled back. Blunt. "It needs to be set." "No, don't touch the feathers. Under." "Under," she repeated, already moving. She ripped her scarf into strips with her teeth and wand and slid one under the limp wing with hands that were careful and fast. Aether cried out, and Harry made a noise to match, low and animal, and bit down on it, because it would not help. "Breathe," Daphne ordered, like she meant it, like breathing was a thing you could choose. "Listen to me. In. Out. Count 4. He did, then found 4. He found 2. He lost 3. He found 1 again and hung on. "I need you to push calm," she said. "Whatever you did before. Give it to him." "To it." "Hey," Harry said, because the word mattered. "Hey, Give it to him, she said again. Harry put his shaking hand over Ether's small chest. The heat there was fierce and wrong and steady in life. He shoved the shape of calm down the bond like a blanket. It slid and frayed and caught. He felt it catch, felt the tremor in Ether's pain eased by a sliver. He did it again. That's it, Daphne murmured. Again. The chick's frantic breathing slowed a fraction. Harry's followed, late and clumsy. This will hurt, Daphne warned, voice low, breath warm on his cheek in the cold. On 3. 1. She set the wing on 2. White. Then black. Then Harry found himself with his forehead on Daphne's shoulder, his teeth in the wool of her sleeve, and the taste of fibers and old soap in his mouth. He let go and choked, and didn't move for a second, because moving would break the thin thing that was holding him together. Good, she said, voice shaking now that the worst had been done. Good. Bandage. She wrapped the joint and the chest with her scarf in tidy figure. 8s that would have made Madame Pomfrey nod, and then hate the context. Ather shook once, small and furious, and then laid his head against Harry's wrist and went very still. Not unconscious. Not fainted. Gathering. Surviving. Harry's vision came back in patches. Sweat cooled on his neck and made him shake. He had to unclench his jaw one tooth at a time. Talk to me, Daphne said, close enough that her breath moved his hair. Say something true. It hurts, he said, because that was true. I hate him being hurt more. Good, she said, as if truth was a stitch. Again? I can't. He stopped, then could. He had to. I can. Better, she said. Here. She slid down the wall until they were both seated, legs tangled in the narrow space. She drew him forward until his head hit her shoulder again and stayed. He let it. Her pulse ticked under his temple. Her hands were steady on the bandage she'd made, and then on his, rubbing warmth back into his fingers until he could feel them like his. They stayed like that until the worst of the shuddering turned into smaller shakes and then into a fine, manageable tremor. The grate above them ticked as the metal cooled. Somewhere far off a door slammed and a voice called, "Clear," and another voice disagreed. "I'm sorry." The words came out of him, wrecked and stupid. "I couldn't. I should have." "No," she said, very firm and very quiet. "No should." "We were ambushed," he reacted. "You reacted." "We're alive." "I should have taken it," he said, because he needed to have done something better than he had. "You did?" she said. "That's not weakness speaking. That's shock." Ether stirred, the tiniest press of beak against skin. A query. Harry breathed a slow line of reassurance back, more by feel than by thought. The pain slid along the bond like a knife being put away carefully. "You're shaking," Daphne said. "So are you," he said. "Yes," she said. "I'm allowed." He made a wet sound that might have been a laugh. They didn't talk for a while. Talking would have made their voices big enough for the space. They breathed. They listened to stone. Harry counted the beats between Ether's breaths until he trusted the numbers. When she spoke again, it was in the voice you use at 3 in the morning when the world is very small. "They mean to pin this on you." "Yes." "Do you ever plan exactly what would sing when that ash hit the floor?" "Yes." "Any intention of turning yourself in so they can pat your head and tell you it's fine while they build a case under your chair?" "No," he said, and found strength in that single syllable. "I won't play their story." "Good," she said. Then we write ours faster." He shifted against her to sit up a little and winced. Everything in him felt rearranged. "Thank you," he said, because suddenly the words were urgent. "For setting it. For all of it. You'd have done it for me," she said. "Don't make it a ledger." "It already is," he said, and regretted it. "Sorry." "Stop being sorry, or I'll start keeping tally," she said, and that almost got a real laugh. Silence again. It wasn't empty, not with the space they took up in it. Aether breathed. The bandage held. Harry's head hurt less when he pressed his face into the warm, scratchy knit at Daphne's shoulder. She smelled like clean soap, and chalk dust, and something sharp he couldn't name. "I could feel it," she said eventually, the words coming out as if she was admitting a private failing. "Through you. Not the whole of it. Enough." "It was." She paused. "Enough," he swallowed. "I'm sorry for that, too." "Don't be," she said. "That's the part that made it bearable. That it wasn't just you in a hole with pain." He turned his face so he could see her. They were very close. Hard not to be? In the niche, with the grate at his shoulder and the wall at her back. Her eyes looked almost gray in the dimness, pupils wide. She looked like someone who had held herself together for an hour longer than anyone had the right to, and was now choosing not to pretend that hadn't cost her. "I thought you were dying," she said, in the same simple tone she'd used to tell him to breathe. "For a minute I thought, that's it, he'll go where I can't follow, and I'll be found here with a bird and a story I can't tell." He stared at her. The truth of it sat between them, small and complete. "I thought that too," he said. "Only the other way. I thought you'd run." "I should have," she said, with no drama in it. "If I were clever." "You are. I'm also not leaving you to be the only one who knows what this feels like," she said, and that might have been the kindest thing anyone had ever said to him. The bond hummed low and steady, and through it he felt her fear, and the way it was threaded into something else, something he'd been not noticing for days, because noticing would make it real. He didn't have to guess. The shape of it pressed against him like heat off a hand. "This is too fast," he said, because saying nothing would be a lie, and saying everything would be too much. "It's mad." "Yes," she said. "I don't like fast. I like rules." "We don't have rules for this," he said. "We can make some," she said. "Rule 1, no lies when we're in holes under the school." "Agreed," he said. He swallowed. The next truth was heavy and bright and frightening because it was too easy to pick up. "I like you," he said, and the words sounded small for what they had to carry. "More than is wise. More than is safe. I liked you before today, and after today I don't know how to put it down," she finished, not to rescue him, but because she was in the same sentence. "Me too." It was a quiet admission. It still rang. Aether made a small, contented noise that would have been absurd if it hadn't made Harry want to laugh and cry at once. "I can't tell if it's the bond making us ridiculous," he said, voice breaking on a half laugh anyway. "It is," she said, and also not. "That's the trouble." He let out a breath that shook. "I don't want to scare you." "You do," she said, with the honesty their new rule demanded. "You scare me a lot. You also make me brave." "I hate that. Sorry," he said, because apparently he wasn't going to stop apologizing tonight. "Stop it," she said. "My turn. Then it's yours again." I am not built for people who run at fires. I am built for people who draw plans. But I can't stand in a library and watch you burn alone." "I don't want you to," he said. "I don't want to do any of this alone." "Good," she said, "because you can't." "Not anymore." He closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against hers. The contact was nothing. It was everything. Their breath muddled. The world stayed small and steady for 3 slow counts. "I don't know how to do this properly," he said into the 2 inches between them. "I'll mess it up." "I will help you mess it up less," she said. "That's the best I can promise." He nodded. "It's enough." They stayed pressed together until his shaking turned into the kind of tired that made muscles feel hollow. Aether shifted and tucked his head under his good wing, the bandage holding, the heat steadying. Harry lifted his head and blinked until the blur became Daphne again. "What now?" he asked. Already thinking about locks and corridors, because thinking about anything else would have split him open. "We sleep in turns," she said. "We listen for boots. When the first sweep comes, we move to the old cellar with the broken still. It has 1 entrance and a vent. We won't suffocate. In the morning we use the kitchens to steal a minute in the hospital wing. You wait in the cupboard while I get goes. I'll take the ash off your sleeve if there's any left." Then we disappear again. He stared. "You've had this plan sitting somewhere in your head for years." "Only the skeleton," she said. "It's a Slytherin thing. Worst case ladders." "Add 1 rung," he said. "We need to get to the Prophet's cut out. If Warwick thinks I ran, he'll double his push. If he thinks I'm contained and dangerous, he wins. We need proof of the anchor phrases. We need Penfold without Penfold knowing we need him." "We can't do all of that from under a grate," she said, not unkind. "First we stop bleeding. Then we decide which lever moves the most with the least noise." "Dumbledore," he said, any version of the name feeling like swallowing a coin. "When we can put a map on his desk," she said, "not before." He didn't argue, then wanted to. He didn't have the breath. "And you," she said, softer. "You promised me something." "What?" "That you will be careful with the fire," she said. "Not just in corridors." "In you?" "I'm trying," he said. "I mean it." "I know you do," she said. "I will still ask you every time." "You will hate me for it. That is how this works." He managed a tired grin that made his face feel like it belonged to him again. "I don't hate you." "Good," she said. "That would be inconvenient." He let his head fall back against the stone. It was too cold. Her shoulder was warm enough. He chose that. "You sleep first," she said. 20 minutes. "I'll wake you." "I won't." "You will," she said, and put her hand on his chest, over his shirt, over the place where the bond hummed. "I'll keep count," he exhaled. The laugh that wanted to come out turned into a sigh, and then into a breath that finally went all the way in. He shut his eyes with the intention of resting them, and nothing else. The body didn't care what the intention was. It took what it could. He didn't fall deep, then slid along the surface where footsteps would wake him. He woke when her fingers pressed lightly at his collarbone. "Your turn," she whispered. He sat up slow. The pain had been moved to a shelf and labeled, "Not gone. Tidy." Aether shifted and made a small sound that said here in a way that unknotted something tight in Harry's chest. "Drink," Daphne said, handing him the water bottle she'd had the sense to steal off a trolley 2 hours ago. He drank. It tasted like metal and dust and the inside of a pipe. It tasted like life. Sleep, he said. She hesitated. The mask she wore, when she wanted to be the one who stayed on the wall, almost went back on. He watched her decide to take it off. She slid down until her head hit his shoulder instead, and let the breath go that she'd been rationing. "Wake me at the first echo," she murmured. "I will," he said. They sat like that in the dark as the castle above them argued with itself, and then began, slowly, to settle. The grate ticked. The stone held. The bond hummed low and steady, like a remembered song you don't dare sing out loud in case the words are wrong. He kept count, then watched the corridor with ears more than eyes. He thought about Warwick's neat face in a newspaper photograph, and about Penfold's old, tired tweed, and about the bright ash falling in the hall like snow you were meant to step in to leave the right prints. He thought about the way Daphne had said, "I like rules," and the way she had broken 3 of her own before breakfast to keep him breathing. He thought unhelpfully about her mouth when she said brave. He stopped thinking because there was no point starting the fight with himself. That would come later. He let himself be a boy in a hole with a bird and a girl and a list too long for one night, and he breathed. When the first bootstep echoed faintly down the far end of the cellar passage, he touched her shoulder. She woke like someone who had trained herself to be gentler than she wanted to be. "Go," she whispered. "Go," he echoed. They lifted the grate. They moved like the plan said they would. He carried the bird against his chest like the small. Hot heart it was. She went ahead with a wand that gave only as much light as the air would allow. They didn't talk. They didn't need to. At the turn before the stair, Harry stopped. Daphne felt the stop through his sleeve and turned back, brows lifted in a question. He leaned in quick, because they had to move, and put his mouth against her temple. It wasn't a kiss, not quite. It was a pressed word with no voice in it. "Thank you," it said, "and sorry, and please stay, and I will try." "Rule 2, she whispered, breath a smile in the dark. "We don't do stupid in corridors." "Right," he said. And they did the cleverest thing available. They kept walking. They let him out of the chair, but not out of the net. The interview room in the small ministry outpost off the entrance hall had terrible chairs. Thin, slippy wood with a cushion that made a point of not comforting anyone. Harry sat on the edge of his and held his hands open on his knees. He didn't fidget. He didn't scratch at the ink smudge on his thumb. Aether breathed warm and steady against his ribs under the bag. The weight there made it possible to keep his face plain. The senior witch across the table took off her spectacles and cleaned them with a square of linen that had seen better decades. "For the record," she said, voice smooth as a ledger, "Mextar Potter has been provisionally cleared of direct responsibility for last night's breach." Provisionally. Daphne murmured at his left, just loud enough that the word had to choose whether it wanted to be challenged. She sat straighter than he did, neat and composed in a way that said she had been built to outlast bureaucrats. "Miss Greengrass," said the wizard at the witch's shoulder, not unkindly. "Let us have the day with fewer italics." "Yes." "Mr. Thatch," she said politely. And the grateful look he gave her, forgetting his name, Wright said more about how these conversations usually went than anything else had. The senior witch, Marta Selwyn, Department of Magical Law Enforcement liaison to Hogwarts, badge dull with use, folded her cloth into a perfect square. The residue at the impact site was a simulacrum, she went on. Professor Flitwick prepared a statement to that effect. The ash's harmonic shedding did not align with Funix's bond resonance. It was very clever pretend ash, Mr. Potter. Not the real thing. Harry managed not to look at Daphne. She kept her eyes on Selwyn's hands. Very clever pretend ash, she echoed mildly. Scattered during lockdown under a wall that has never in the school's history behaved like a kiln. Selwyn's mouth tightened the way it does when a fact isn't helpful to a timetable. The point, Miss Greengrass, is that we do not believe Mr. Potter created the breach. Good, Harry said. He kept his voice level. What do you believe I did? We believe, Thatch said, the gentler of the two. You are at the center of something that wishes to use you to start a row. He tapped the edge of a parchment, which means we cannot, in good conscience, treat you like a boy who can wander to charms and back without care. Say surveillance, Daphne said. If that's the word you're avoiding. Selwyn glanced at her again and decided politeness wasn't worth confusion. Surveillance, she said. Your movements inside the castle will be logged by a set of ward keys keyed to your wand. Out of bounds corridors will report when you cross them. You will not leave the grounds without an escort. Which escort? Harry asked. He couldn't help the edge that slipped into the word. Pink or Auror? Auror, Thatch said. Quick enough to read the flinch and head it off. When necessary. You will also submit your wand for resonance checks at the end of each day. Selwyn added, voice going back to smooth. It will take 5 minutes. You can do it in the corridor, Daphne said. Every inch the sensible solicitor's daughter. 2 witnesses. No wand handling by anyone but Mr. Potter. That will be acceptable, Selwyn said. She didn't like conceding. She liked having agreed. And you will refrain, Thatch said softer, from testing the patience of men with mirrors on their wrists and orders in their ears. Please. There it was, the veiled bit. If he frightened them, they would tidy him away and apologize later. Harry nodded once. I'll do the checks, he said. I'll keep out of the stare that bites. I'll report pain spikes to Professor Flitwick instead of following them. Selwyn wrote it down, even though there was no form for that promise. Any future incidents, she said. The sleeves of her voice rolled up, will require we review today's leniency. A further breach, an uncontrolled display. We will have to be seen to act. You mean act, Daphne said. I mean be seen to, Selwyn said, letting the truth sit where it fell. Politics is a stage with fewer curtains than anyone likes. We are trying to keep you from being pushed through one you cannot see. Harry looked at her. She looked back, and, for a second, there was no office between them. Just 2 people aware of how easily a boy could turn into a headline. Understood, he said. They gave him the small metal token that tied his wand to the school's ward, key log. It sat cold in his palm like a coin that had yet to be spent. They stood. Thatch surprised him by offering his hand. Harry shook it. The aura's grip was firm and brief. Try to have a boring week, Mr. Potter, he said with a ghost of a smile. We'll all be grateful. Harry tried to give him one back. I'll see what I can do. They stepped into the corridor with the quiet that follows a storm. Students who'd been kept out there to wait pretended not to look. Ather shifted, unhappy with the smell of the outpost's wards, and pressed his head against Harry's ribs from inside the canvas. The pulse through the bond had stopped jangling and settled into a steady, grudging hum. Not safe, it said, but not now. Daphne walked him as far as the stairs. They were less awful than they could have been, she said, which, from her, was practically praise. They want me on a leash, he said. They want to know where you are when the next story breaks, she said. That isn't the same thing. It isn't different enough, either. He touched the token in his pocket. This makes it harder for us to be stupid in corridors, she finished, and his apology made itself on his face. She lifted a hand to stop it. We've survived worse handicaps. We'll adapt, he breathed out. Right, and you'll go, she added, calm. To the headmaster's office when he asks, because we don't pick the next fight before we've eaten lunch. He looked up at the stone lion knocker that had somehow learned to look judgmental despite not having a face. Right, he said again, and wished the word didn't have to work so hard. The office smelled like lemon and parchment and faint old ash. The pensieve on the side table caught light and bent it into rain. Fawkes's perch was empty. The absent sat there like a story Dumbledore wasn't going to tell today. Tay, Dumbledore said, a question dressed as a statement. No, thank you, Harry said, even though his mouth was dry enough to swallow the first cup whole. Very well. Dumbledore folded into the chair behind his desk and laid his hands on the arms like a man trying to keep them from touching something fragile. First, I am relieved you are safe. I am angry that you were not allowed to be safer sooner. I am. He stopped, smiled at his own self-indulgence. Old. Forgive me the lists. Harry didn't sit. He stood there with his hands in his pockets so he wouldn't wring them. You knew the ash was faked. I knew it was not yours, Dumbledore said. I could not claim to know who had crafted such an imitation. That is not pedantry, Harry. It is a kind of honesty we must cling to in this building. It didn't stop the Aurors nearly hexing a hole in me, Harry said. His voice was flat. He didn't try to take the heat out of it. No, Dumbledore agreed. He inclined his head. Alastair is very cross with them. It will probably result in 3 new protocols and 1 apology that satisfies no one. The apology will be earnest. Right. Dumbledore watched him for a long second. I need you to hear 2 things at once, he said finally. One I understand far too well. The temptation to take your answers and hide them somewhere safe where no hand but yours can reach them. 2. I believe that temptation will kill you, and perhaps more than you.
Give me the lecture,
Harry said. I know there's one, not a lecture, Dumbledore said. A conversation. He steepled his fingers and spoke gently, like someone laying cards in neat rows. There is ancient writing about bonds like the one you bear. You have seen enough of it to know it exists. Some of it is wisdom, Some of it is rubbish written by men who wished to sound as if they understood what they feared. But its central warning is dull and true power that renews itself does not like being asked to stop. Harry's jaw tightened. Ether is not a power. He's a person, Dumbledore said. I agree. And you both are entangled with a piece of magic that has been used as a poison more than once in our history. Hence my fear. Harry swallowed. You've said taint before. You mean the scar. I mean the shard of Tom's soul that burned and tethered itself to you before you were old enough to say his name," Dumbledore said, and the wariness in the sentence made it into a fact and not a chant. "Harry, I do not think you are a danger because you are bad. I think you are in danger because you are good, and because this kind of bond eats goodness for breakfast when it is asked to run too long, too hot, too alone." "Alone," Harry said. "That's rich." Dumbledore didn't flinch. "I deserve that. But allow me one impolite question. If I asked you now to let me take Aether into safekeeping, while we consulted every book and head in Europe about the safest way to support that bond, could you say yes?" "No," Harry said, before his throat could decide otherwise. "I can't." "Because you do not trust me," Dumbledore said, not a press. A line written in chalk. "Because you would study him like he was a puzzle and tell me it was for the greater good while you worked out how to make the bond less inconvenient to you," Harry said, the words arriving faster now that they had permission to exist. "Because you would put him in a room I wasn't allowed in and reassure me and reassure me and reassure me until I didn't recognize myself anymore." Dumbledore breathed out, slow. "And yet," he said very soft, "you came back here." "Because this is home," Harry snapped, and then softer. "And because you will still try to keep me alive even when I won't do things your way." "Yes," Dumbledore said, simply. "I will." They stared at each other across the desk. The lemon smell felt too clean for the shape of the conversation. "You have a prophecy," Harry said, because if they were laying things out they might as well do it without pretty wrappers. "About ash magic." "A scrap," Dumbledore said. "Barely a prophecy, a drunk arithmancer's sketch, where Ash sings twice. Law will be rewritten. It has the fatal flaw of not saying whether that will be a good thing." "Warwick thinks it will be convenient," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "I wondered when you'd say his name." Harry walked through it, careful, no mention of the door, of Penfold's face when he realized his rope wasn't going to stop the future. The outpost, the anchor phrases, the notion of being framed until he fit a law. Dumbledore listened the way a man listens to a tune he's been trying to place for months and has finally heard played right. "The temptation," Dumbledore said, when he was finished, "is to put you in my pocket and keep you there until I have sorted it. The wiser path is to ensure that pocket does not become the story." "You can't have him," Harry said again. It felt childish to repeat it. It also felt necessary. "I am not asking again today," Dumbledore said. "I am asking you to accept the weight of being watched. By the Ministry, of course. By me, yes, but also by another who will not demand surrender in exchange for support." "Ooh," Harry said, too quickly, and then wanted to bite the eagerness back. "Remus," Dumbledore said, a smile moving through his voice and not quite reaching his eyes, "if you can tolerate his endless conjugations of the verb to breathe." "Can," Harry said, and the relief in his chest startled a sound out of him that might have been a laugh. "Good," Dumbledore said. "Go to the old Charms classroom after dinner. He will meet you there. Argue with him. He likes it." Harry nodded and moved to go. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. "Harry," he said, "I will not pretend I do not fear what is already inside your skin. But I refuse to confuse fear for prophecy. When I ask you to trust me, it is because I am trying clumsily to trust you." Harry looked at the empty perch. "Then trust me to keep him with me?" he said. "And I'll try to trust you not to turn that trust into a cage." Dumbledore's mouth quirked, as if that sentence had hit an old memory and jostled it into the light. "A fair bargain," he said. "For today." Remus looked like Term had remembered him 2 years late, and he'd laughed and opened the door anyway. There was chalk dust on his elbow before he'd uncapped the board. He hugged Harry without making a fuss of it, and then stepped back at once, eyes scanning for damage the way hands scan for heat above a kettle. "Under surveillance?" he asked. "Apparently I'm an anomaly of interest," Harry said. "That's the politest I've ever heard it," Remus said, and smiled at the bag. "And Ether." The chick pushed a warm greeting through the canvas, and then went still. He was wary of strangers with wand coluses, but Remus's calm made curiosity win. "I can't protect you from politics," Remus said to the bag like it was a person in the room. "But I can teach him not to burn himself on the way to the kitchen." Harry's throat went tight. Don't. I mean, thank you." "Don't thank me," Remus said. "Make tea for me later when I'm tired of listening to your breathing." Right. Ground rules. Dumbledore wants to suppress. That will work until it doesn't, and then it will break something expensive. We will work on control, on tap and tide, on choosing when to let a trickle become a stream. Harry nodded. "That means," Remus went on, pacing as he talked, because his body couldn't bear an idea without giving it to the room, "we start at the bottom, sleep, food, the shape of your day. Then we add breath, and this is not a metaphor song. Either can teach you that bit faster than I can." Ather hummed a single agreeing note. Remus's eyebrows went up. "Good. I was hoping that was true." He turned back to Harry. "Lastly, we write. You don't like it, I don't care. You write when you feel the stir. You write what set it off. You write what helped. You will hate me for the ledger. That is all right. Hate me on paper. Breathe when I tell you to in person." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. "Daphne will love you." "I hope so," Remus said lightly. "Slytherins like ledgers. Now, show me where it hurts when the corridor starts singing, and we'll teach it to change key." They worked for an hour. It wasn't fancy. It was breathing 4 counts in, 6 counts out until the world stopped sparkling at the edges. It was finding a small, stable sound in his chest and matching it with the tiny rhythm at Ather's. It was learning to press a hand flat to a wall and tell if the stone was giving something up or hoarding it, like a measure. "Good," Remus said at last, absolutely wrecking the word with meaning. "Again after dinner." Small pieces. "You don't need to be a hero on a Tuesday." Harry let himself grin. "I'll pencil that in." "Do," Remus said. "Oh, and Harry."
"Yeah."
"Don't fight Dumbledore for sport," Remus said, dry. "He will win on points, and you will be tired for nothing." "Right," Harry said. "I'll save it for when it matters." "Please do," Remus said. "I'm old." "You're not old," Harry said, because teasing Remus about his age felt like when the world made a sensible sound. "I'm older than you," Remus said, which was almost the same thing, and sent him away because even calm needed to be rationed. They tried for normal and put a dent in it. Hogsmeade was under its own version of lockdown, horrors at the gates. Flares installed on rooftop tops that would call for help 2 seconds quicker than you could shout. But the 3rd-year permission slips were being honored, and technically Harry was a 5th year, and Thatch, who had an eye for optics, said it would be useful for the village to see the boy, who was causing trouble buy a butterbeer and fail at darts like everyone else. "It's theater," Daphne warned, linking her arm through his as they walked down the street. "But we can steal an honest hour out of it." "I'm all right with theater," Harry said. "I've had 4 years of it without being paid." The 3 broomsticks was half, full, warm, and loud. Rosmerta had a way of making a room feel like it had remembered you properly. She slid them 2 butterbeers with a look that said she'd kick anyone out who kicked off with them, horror or not. They took the corner nearest the window. Outside, the air twisted the last leaves off the trees and sent them scudding. Inside, someone in the corner was losing at exploding snap and swearing so politely it was almost poetry. "For the record," Daphne said, wrapping both hands round her mug, "this is an appalling date choice." "Would you have preferred the library?" Harry asked, fighting a smile. "Yes," she said, deadpan. "We could have sat not touching while Madame Pince breathed on us." He laughed, low enough not to draw eyes. "Next time." Her eyes flicked up. "Next time?" she repeated, as if verifying the contours of the words. "All right, next time." He sipped. The butterbeer was sweet and warm and not trying to kill him. "I could do with a life full of things that don't want to murder me." "You'd be terrible at a quiet life," she said. "I'd like to try," he said. "Grow vegetables. Lose arguments about how many cushions a sofa needs. Get bored on purpose. You would hate cushions," she said, amused. "You would pretend you didn't and then make a face every time you sat down." "You're not wrong." "What vegetables?" she asked, as if it mattered, and for right now it did. "Carrots," he said. "They're straightforward, and they don't talk." "Courgettes," she said. "They sneak up on you. You think you've grown 2, and by the end of the week you've got 8 and no friends." "I've got a friend who would turn that into a diagram," he said. "We could consult her." "We could," Daphne said. "We could ask your red-headed one to eat them. A will eat anything if you add enough cheese." "Useful," she said, and they sat and let useful be a joke for a minute. He watched a bit of hair escape her plate and curl round her jaw, then watched the way she held her mug with both hands, as if making a deliberate choice to be warm. He watched himself be uncomplicated for 3 breaths. "What was your favorite book when you were 10? He asked. Because it was the kind of question people who got to be 10 asked each other when they dated in normal towns. She thought for a second. "A book of maps," she said. "Not because I liked where the roads went, because I liked knowing I could test whether they made sense." "Of course you did." "And you," she said. He made a face. "The one time I read anything I wasn't supposed to. It was ghastly." "Ghastly how?" "Romance with horses," he said gravely. "I think there were pirates. I didn't make it to the end." "You're a coward," she said, delighted. "There were a lot of adjectives," he said. "I got lost." "Adjectives are a menace," she said. "We should ban them." "Some of them," he said. "I like warm." She looked at him a long second. "So do I." They drank and watched people who were not them be young. Aether dozed in the bag, warm and trusting. The bond hummed like a blanket tucked under a chin. It would not last. They knew it. That didn't make it smaller. "After," she said, tracing condensation with one finger. If we get an after, what do you want that isn't vegetables? A door without locks, he said, too fast, and then gave the answer its shape. A room where I don't listen for boots. She nodded. A ledger with fewer names, she said. And a tree I grew myself. Something stubborn and green. You'd hate the waiting, he said. I'd yell at the soil, she said, and grinned. They walked back when the shadows got long enough to make the street look like an old photograph. An horror shadowed them at 30 paces and pretended not to. They ignored him. Outside the gate, the wind got into Harry's scarf and tried to steal it. Daphne laughed and stole it back. He reached for her hand without thinking about it and didn't let go when he realized what he'd done. Her fingers were cool and very deliberate as they closed around his. Normal? She said, quietly. For now, he said. For now, she agreed. The owl met her in the smashed glass greenhouse at the back of the Greengrass property in Scotland that no one knew she'd apparated to in 3 fast hops. She had an hour before supper and 3 minutes before her father would be back from a Wisengamot subcommittee, which was to say no minutes at all in which to have a tidy conscience. The owl dropped the tube on a table that had once held seedlings. The wax seal was simple and old-fashioned. The initials stamped on it were not. C.W. Daphne didn't open it at once. She stood very still in the smell of damp earth and old sugar and let herself resent the way the letter knew where to find her. She cracked the seal. The parchment inside was short. Miss Greengrass, my office would be grateful for a brief conversation at your convenience. No requirement to betray confidences. Merely an assurance that we will not be taken by surprise by any further developments in your circle. We are all interested in stability. See Warwick, there was a location, not the ministry. Not a pub. A solicitor's office in Diagon Alley that prided itself on neutrality and old furniture. She folded the note and unfolded it again, because her hands weren't quite under her command. The owl waited. It had more patience than people. I shouldn't, she told the greenhouse. You should, said another part of her, the part with lists. Because if you don't, they will pick someone worse. Because if you do, you can hear the question before it becomes a demand. Because if you don't, and something goes wrong, you will have chosen one boy over 1,000. She wrote on the back with a pencil, because she did not trust ink to keep it shape with this choice. Mr. Warwick, 10 minutes. We drink their tea, not yours, D.G. She tied the reply to the owl and watched it go, not because there was any point in pretending she could take it back, but because watching would make it real. Her father's voice came down the path, amiable and tired. Daphne wiped her palms on her skirt and found her face. The one that said she could talk about a budget for Cauldron, bottom inspections, like it was interesting. He stepped into the greenhouse and smiled at the smell and at her. "Hello, Star," he said, sneaking home for figs. "Tea," she said, and kissed his cheek. I wanted tea. He looked at her like a man who had learned to read weather. "Careful," he said, gentle as advice. "I am," she said, and meant it and hated that she couldn't mean it absolutely. She went back to the castle before supper. She washed the pencil off her fingers until her skin went pink. She found Harry outside the great hall with Remus, both of them arguing amiably about whether counting 7 made the minutes move faster. He looked at her like she was a solution, not a problem. She tried not to stand like a question mark. "Tomorrow?" she said to him. We'll test the anchor. We'll make Warwick's headlines hard to write. He nodded. Tomorrow. She kept her hand in his for a second longer than the day had earned, and then let go. The bond hummed low and warm. It felt like a promise. It felt like a trap if she let it be one. It felt like both. She ate supper. She made a joke about carrots. She laughed at something Ron said that wasn't terribly funny and watched the ministry liaison out of the corner of her eye write a note with very tidy handwriting. When she slept, she dreamed of a door that hummed when you sang at it. When she woke, she didn't sing. She got dressed and counted her breaths and wished the future would get its hands out of her pockets. She didn't tell Harry about the letter. Not yet. She told herself that waiting was a kind of care. It would have to do. The day didn't plan to be anything. Charm's homework hung over lunch. The courtyard had that thin, bright light that makes stone look cleaner than it is. Someone had a wireless perched in a window, tinny music talking to itself. Harry had half a sandwich and a list from Remus folded in his pocket. He and Daphne were trading grumbles about arithmancy proofs and ward tolerances and whether carrots were boring on purpose. Then the air went sharp. Aether's head came up in the bag so fast Harry felt the jolt through the strap. Heat prickled under his skin in the particular way it did when the castle's old magic breathed wrong. Harry turned his head, left. A fraction, without meaning to, the way you do when a note goes flat in a song you know by heart. Do you feel? He started. A shout cut the phrase in half. Spells cracked across the courtyard from the far colonnade, quick, bright, and a shade off, standard, the way good lies are. Students jerked back, someone's books flew. 2 seventh years stumbled into view, wands up, faces tight. Hex's flying stunner, shield, a slicing charm barely checked at the last second. Dueling club. Now, Ron said, and then, no. No, that's wrong. The wrongness clarified in a heartbeat. The boys weren't looking at each other. They were looking past each other. Over their shoulders, Harry's stomach went cold even as the air warmed. Daphne had turned her head with the same instinct he had. Her gaze snapped to the colonnade. A hex hit a pillar and blew it to dust along one edge. Stone screamed. The dust rolled like smoke, and through it something flickered. A net of thin light unfurling like a jellyfish, rolling toward the benches where the 5th years were packing up. It rolled toward Daphne. The bond, his bond, didn't know her name, not the way it knew Ether. But fear runs like electricity through anything conductive, and Aether pulled it in and gave it to Harry as if it were his own. Her fear hit him like a misstep on a dark stair. Bright, cold. The net spun faster. That's Daphne, he heard himself say. He was moving before his brain finished the sentence. Harry, Hermione reached for him and got air. Potter. Someone else snapped, and no, wait, and get down. And shields. And none of it mattered, because the net was almost on her and Aether was a hot stone under his ribs, and his legs knew the steps better than his head did. He hit the edge of the bench, kicked off, threw a shield over her with one hand, and shoved her sideways with the other. The net struck his shield and stuck, like fishhooks in canvas, pulled, buckled, and then burst into a scatter of sparks that burnt holes in his sleeve. The sparks smelled faintly of salt and old ash. His tongue tasted like pennies. 2 more figures stepped out of the dust with their hoods low. That's him, one said, low and quick, like it didn't want to be heard. 3 spells came in the same heartbeat. They weren't school safe. Daffin rolled, wand already up, countered the worst one, and slammed the second into the flagstones. The third skated under Harry's heel. He jumped it without thinking and felt the heat lick his ankle. Back? Someone tried again, close and useless. He and Daphne were already moving shoulder to shoulder because there was no space to be clever. Harry threw a disarming charm and missed the wand by a hair. Daphne hit a knee instead, and the man went down with a grunt. Another bolt came from the right, thin, white, meant to prick a heart. Harry swore and dragged the heat up through the bond the way Remus had taught him not to unless he had to. "Ether," he said through his teeth, "with me." Ether answered with a pressure behind his sternum that wasn't language. "Yes." Here. He kept it small, then had to. He didn't want the look people got when they saw the wrong color fire. It wasn't enough. There were more of them, 2, then 3. Then shapes that were probably students and probably not, and all at once it didn't matter, because the spells changed shape. The next one folded in midair and became a web you couldn't shield properly without 2 wands. Daphne swore, sharp and elegant. Harry cut a seam in the web with a case, hardened severing charm he wasn't supposed to know. It worked, barely. The web tore like silk, the edges curled and tried to creep back together. "Go," he said. "I'm not leaving you," she said, furious and frightened at once. "Then don't die," he said and moved. He kept it inside his hands as long as he could, then chose shields that breathed and hexes that blurred instead of broke. He kept the heat low, a pressure thing. A tilt in the air that made other people's spells go wrong at the edges. It felt ugly, even that little bit. It felt like cheating. He did it anyway, because the net kept trying to roll, and he had no time to care how he looked doing it. Then one of them got smart. The hex slid under his guard and hit Daphne low across the ribs. It didn't throw her back. It folded her forward like a blow to the diaphragm. Harry felt it in his own chest, like a seatbelt lock in a crash. The breath went out of her. The bond took the shock and gave it shape and sent it back through him as if he had been struck too. She went to one knee. The world narrowed. "No," he said. The syllable was so small it shouldn't have moved anything. It moved everything. He had a second to choose, then felt her try to breathe and fail. He felt the cold that comes when a body realizes it might not get its way this time. Aether screamed. It wasn't a cry. It was heat turned into sound. It hit the courtyard and the stone sang back. And for a fraction of a heartbeat Harry understood exactly why people had believed in gods before they understood anything else. He stopped holding back. Black fire does not look black. It eats color out of the air until all that's left is a moving absence. Edges rimmed in ember red, it doesn't roar. It makes a low, hungry sound like a big thing breathing slow. It rolled off his skin like a second wind and hissed when it touched the flagstones. Not because it wanted to eat the school, but because everything does when you put 2 wrong temperatures together. People froze. They didn't do it because they wanted to. They did it because fear locks joints as well as doors. The cloaked men skidded to a stop like dogs on wet tile. Harry moved through them. His hands felt very far away and very close at once. Move, he heard himself say as if to heavy furniture. Back. Ether left the bag. He didn't burst fully into the world. He wasn't big enough, but he bled through the way heat bleeds through iron. Feathers like wet ink. Eyes bright as a coal's heart. The air bent around him. He dove into the fire and out of it, as if it were water, and set himself between Harry and the nearest wand. "Don't," someone tried, voice breaking. Harry didn't hear the rest. He pushed. The ash surged with the push, an ugly power. Stripped of nicety, not a thing he'd learned, but a thing he had been given and would pay for later. It met a hex aimed at Daphne's back, and ate it in a rush that left the smell of hot paint. It met a shield and leaned on it, until it whined and softened and dropped. It touched a wand arm and made the muscles seize like cramp. He did not burn anyone. He still scared them stupid. The men reached for each other and found no plan left. One tried to apparate and learned, with a horrible little pop, that the castle had better locks than his head did. Another tried a rope charm and watched it curl and drop like boiled hair. Harry kept the heat between himself and Daphne. He cut a path. The world went edges and breath, and the sound of others' cry. He had a wild second where he saw himself from outside, boy with black fire, and understood in a clean line why Warwick wanted that picture in the paper. He pushed anyway. The last man nearest Daphne raised his wand with determination and terror fighting over his face. Harry put his hand up instead of his wand, a stupid human motion that meant stop. And the heat obeyed him like it had been waiting to be told to do something simple. It flared. The man dropped his wand and went to his knees with a sound like a kettle coming off the hob. The courtyard was very quiet. Harry shut it off. It wasn't neat. He forced the fire down as if he were smothering a pan with a lid that didn't quite fit. It went because Aether helped him, because the chick blood calm into the bond, even as he panted with the effort. The air cooled too fast. He swayed and caught himself on the bench, and didn't fall because Daphne was there, both hands on the wood, face white and set and very much alive. He couldn't hear for a second. His ears rang in pulsing waves. Then sound crawled back up the walls, someone crying, someone laughing the way you do when there's nothing else to do. The clatter of a wand kicked the wrong way under a boot. Daphne's mouth shaped his name. He didn't hear the sound. He read it off her lips. His chest hurt. His hands shook. His nose blood, the thin, insulting kind that drips and makes a mess of your shirt. "Harry," someone said, high and unsteady. What was that? Whispers followed. Too many to catch. Too similar to matter.
Phoenix.
Someone breathed, reverent and horrified. Did you see? He didn't touch him. Look at the stones. Could have. Killed. A wand scraped the flagstones. 3 more went up in the same second, and all of them pointed the wrong way. At him. McGonagall, pale and furious. Flitwick, eyes huge, hands very steady. 2 errors who weren't the ones from the corridor. And Dumbledore, moving through the gap the crowd made for him, slow and precise as a man walking into a room that contains his house on fire. He did not point his wand. He didn't have to. The room changed its mind about everything all at once. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and the word wasn't warm or cold, just heavy. "Are you hurt?" "No," Harry said, and then, because the truth doesn't care how it sounds,
Yes.
Daphne stood. The color had come back into her face. Her hands were clean. No blood. She kept them on the bench like she needed something to ground them. And she looked at him like she had never quite seen him before in all the minutes she had spent looking at him lately. Relief moved through her face first. It left too quickly and opened a space. Fear walked in and sat down. He felt it hit the bond like cold water. Not his. Hers. Through him anyway. "I didn't mean to." He tried, and the sentence broke, because there were too many endings and none of them would help. Everyone stepped back. Dumbledore said, calm as law. No one argued. Minerva, secure the courtyard. Phileas, see to those boys. Aurors, stand down unless I say otherwise. Headmaster, one of the Aurors said, brittle with adrenaline. We can't simply. You can? Dumbledore said, without looking at him. And you will. Harry breathed and got no air. He looked at Daphne, because there was nowhere else to put his eyes. Her gaze met his and flinched and held. She was shaking. He realized he was shaking too. I saved you, he said, very small. I know, she said, even smaller. He saw the next shape of the day as if someone held it up. It was him in a chair again. Only this time the cushion would be a little thicker, and the tea a little sweeter, and the questions a lot more pointed. It was a ledger that said, uncontrolled display in a neat hand, and a string next to his name that would pull when Warwick tugged it. He swayed. Aether pressed against his ribs, a hot, insistent push here. Harry put his hand over the chick's head through the bag. He closed his eyes for a second and saw nothing but the color of the fire he hadn't meant to call. Come, Dumbledore said. And the word wasn't an order, exactly. But there was nowhere else to go. They let him sip on the bottom step in McGonagall's office while someone fetched water and someone else wrote words that would have to be set on fire later. Aether tucked himself into Harry's jacket and went very still. The stillness wasn't sleep. It was survival. Harry pressed his palm to the chick's back and tried to match his breath to something that was not panicking. They didn't arrest him. They didn't hug him. They took statements from boys whose stories changed every time they remembered another piece they wanted not to have done. They asked Harry to write what he had done, and he wrote, I kept her alive, and then in smaller letters I didn't stop it fast enough, and then he stopped writing. Because anything after that would be fodder for a man with better penmanship. They sent him to the tower with a prefect who didn't know where to put his eyes. You're to stay put. The boy said, like Harry was a cat with a saucer. Right, Harry said, and the word didn't crack until after the boy had shut the door. The common room went quiet the way rooms do when their own carpet has offended them, and they're trying to be gracious about it. Hermione stood. Ron stood. Harry stood there like a coat on a peg and tried to make himself honest and small. I'm all right, he said. He stopped. He put a hand on the back of a chair, because if he didn't he'd sit on the floor. Hermione moved first, because she always did. She wrapped her arms around him carefully, like he had sharp edges, and got his cheek wet anyway. Ron patted his shoulder like there was some world in which that would fix it. Questions filled their faces and stayed there, unasked, because someone had already asked all the wrong ones down the hall. I have to go, Harry said, after a minute, and didn't know where he meant, and meant it anyway. I need. He gestured at the window, and at his own head, and at nothing, because there were no words for any of it. Be here for dinner. Hermione said, bossy through snot, which made him almost laugh. Let us sit with you. That's all. Okay, he said, and escaped up the stairs to the dormitory because the air was too thin anywhere else. He was putting Aether on the bed, very gently, when the door opened behind him. Harry, Daphne said. He turned too fast and had to catch himself on the bedpost. Are you? He bit off the useless question. Oi, she said. They didn't move for a count that couldn't decide if it was 3 or 30. He could feel her through the bond the way you feel a storm through glass, pressure, static, a certainty that air was about to do something it didn't do on ordinary days. "Come on," she said, finally, voice not quite steady. "Somewhere we won't be overheard." He nodded and followed her past the beds and up the back stairs to the tiny room under the eaves that had once been for trunks and was now for secrets. The roof slanted too low for either of them to stand up properly. Dust motes hung like a constellation that had lost its place. She shut the door and put a charm on it. Not to lock him in, to keep everything else out. "Are you hurt?" she asked. "No," he said. Then, "Yes, it's fine," as she tilted her head toward the bag. "He's tired," Harry said. "He's angry with me, and proud of himself. And I can't tell which to listen to." Daphne nodded once, mechanically, as if ticking a box. She clasped her hands together in front of her like she was trying to keep them from flying apart. When she looked up, he saw the decision in her face before she spoke. "Harry," she said, "I've done something and you're going to hate me for it." He didn't feel the floor go. He felt the bond lift and then sink, like a wave getting its breath. "What?" he said. "Small?" "I told them," she said. The words were too quiet to absorb. She made herself say them again. "I told them what you did, what you can do, where you go when you don't want them to see. I told them how the fire comes and how the ash answers you. I told them because I watched you burn a courtyard without burning a person, and I don't know what happens the day the aim is off by an inch." He stared at her, and then past her, and then at her again, because nothing in the room would hold still enough to look at properly. "You did what?" he said. It came out slow like the hinge on a door that has never been opened. "I reported you," she said, and the formal word made her mouth look wrong. "To Dumbledore first, to the Auras after, because it had to be on paper, or it would be a story that changed shape when it mattered. I gave them Warwick's anchor phrases and told them to take them out of your name and put them in no one's." He took a step back and his heel hit the trunk, and the trunk hit the wall, and he stood pinned between furniture and air. Others stirred, a small shocked pulse that felt like someone saying no into his chest. "Why?" he said, and it was not a request for a lecture. It was a boy's question. It still needed an answer. "Because I watched you today," she said, her voice steady, because she had decided it had to be. "And I saw you lose the line. You pulled it back, yes. You saved me, yes. I owe you my life, I know that. But the way the stone sang when you walked, Harry, the way people stopped being people and became furniture, you moved. That isn't you. It is what the power turns you into when you need it too much. I saved you," he repeated, as if repetition could make the sentence mean only one thing. "I know," she said again, and her voice cracked around the second word. "And I'm grateful, and I'm terrified, and those two facts don't cancel each other. You told Warwick," he said, "because the particular shape of the betrayal had teeth. You gave him exactly what he needs to put my name in a bill. I told them before Warwick could make his own story out of a photograph," she said. "I told them because I wanted the first account to be true, even if it was ugly." "You chose them," he said. "You chose stability. I chose not to roll the dice on the world," she said, pushing the words out like nails. I chose to put a handbrake on something that does not know how to stop. I chose. She swallowed. I chose to try to save you in the only way that made sense to me. Save me, he said, and the heat in his chest wasn't magic. By handing me over. By getting you help you won't ask for, she said. By making sure the people with mirrors on their wrists don't get their orders from fear alone. By making this not a secret that kills someone in 3 days when your control cracks. He flinched. You sound like Dumbledore. I am not Dumbledore, she said, soft and then harder, neither are you. He hides things because he thinks he's the only one who can carry them. You. She lifted her hands and dropped them. You run at the fire because you can't stand to watch it eat anyone else. You are both wrong sometimes. His eyes stung. He blinked, and it made it worse. You went to Warwick, he said again, because the fact wouldn't stop echoing. I went to the ministry, she said, and couldn't help the tiny wince at how thin the difference sounded when she said it out loud. I gave them the truth before someone else gave them a prettier lie. I did not hand them either. I did not give them you to chain. I told them what happens when the ash answers and what not to do around you. I told them to send men who don't panic. You told them where to find me.
Yes,
she said, barely audible. He laughed, once. There was no humor in it. It sounded like something snapping in the cold. You did this before you came up here. I sent the letter an hour ago, she said. I came to tell you before they came to take your statement in a corridor with everyone watching. Statement. He echoed, blandly. Is that what it's called when you drop a pin in a map? They were going to come anyway, she said, sudden and fierce. Do you think they didn't see? Do you think the boy with the mirror on his wrist didn't have to step away to breathe? I bought you 2 hours of privacy and a chance to choose to walk down instead of be dragged. His hands shook. He pressed them to the trunk, behind him, and hated the way it felt like he needed something to hold him up. I trusted you, he said, and the words hurt going out. I loved you. She made a sound he had never heard her make. I love you, she said, and she didn't soften it, didn't shy away from the size of it, even when it felt ridiculous in the small room. I love you. That's why I did it, because I want you alive and not a legend people use to pass laws with. He shook his head. No, you did it because you're afraid and you think fear is better at making rules than I am. Yes, she said, and the honesty punched a hole in his chest. Because I am afraid and because fear sometimes keeps the wrong people from dying. He scrubbed his sleeve across his face and came away with his own nosebleed smeared on his skin. You felt me? He said. Today. You felt I didn't want it. You know I didn't want it. I know, she whispered. I also know wanting isn't the same as doing. The room felt too small for the words. He pushed away from the trunk and paced 2 steps and hit the slope of the roof with his shoulder and had to stop because the world tilted. You were planning this, he said, suddenly sure, and the certainty made him sick. The letter. The solicitor. You were already under somebody's roof. I was planning to not be blind, she said, flinching like he'd thrown something heavy. I was planning to hear the question before it became a demand. I was planning to be the person between you and the worst version of the ministry, not the person who stood aside and said, "Oh dear," while the worst version walked through the door. And to do that, he said, you built the door. She shut her eyes. I gave them a location and a description and a promise that I would walk you down if you chose it. And if I don't, then they will come, she said, and her voice broke for the first time. Soon, and I will stand in a hall with my wand in my hand and try to make them smaller with words, and I will fail. He looked at her, and every muscle in him wanted to go toward her and away from her at the same time. Come with me, she said, sudden and desperate, stepping into the space his body recognized as safe, even as his mind railed. Please. Let them help you learn to put the lid on without burning yourself to death. Let them see you're not a story they can use. Let me not have to watch you run. Help me, he said, and the word hurt his mouth, or contain me. Help, she said, and then quieter, and watch. Always watch. He laughed again, hoarse. That sounds like a cage with windows. It sounds like the only way I could think of to keep you alive, she said. If you hate me for it, I can live with that. If you die because I did nothing, I can't. He stared at the floorboards until the grain swam. Ather pressed a small, aching yes in his chest, and then a small, aching no, because the bond didn't know how to do anything except tell the truth, and the truth was that both choices hurt. Was any of it real? He asked, because it was the ugliest question and also the only one left. All of it, she said, and the tears went over the line she had drawn for them and fell anyway. Especially the part where I didn't want to do this. He nodded, then didn't trust his voice. He reached for the bag, A for Ether, for the only part of the day that felt like it belonged to him. Harry, she said, panic finally creeping through the lines. Don't run. Please. I won't run, he said, and he meant the sprint. The panic. I'll walk. And I won't walk where they think I will. Please, she said again. And there was no Slytherin left in it, only a girl with too many ledgers, and a heart that had made a hash of the sums. He paused with his hand on the latch. He turned enough to see her and hate that he was doing it and love her for making it necessary in the first place. Then you're a coward, he said, and the moment the word left him, he wanted to pull it back out of the air and eat it. It still hung there, ugly and small and true in the wrong way. She flinched like a spell had hit. She didn't step aside. She didn't reach for him. She closed her eyes. He opened the door and left it open because he couldn't bear to hear the click. He went downstairs, and the room did that stupid thing rooms do when they want to be loyal. Then saw 3 faces, and none of them asked him where he was going, and all of them wanted to. He crossed the common room and counted 4, and breathed 6, and put his hand on the stone by the portrait hole until the wall stopped moving under it. He went to his trunk and took nothing that wasn't already in his pocket. He slid the cloak around his shoulders and felt Ether protest and then settle, because hiding was the clever choice, and they had agreed to try clever. He didn't go by the front. He took the rote that had become theirs, down the thin stairs, through the cupboard, along the service hall that smelled like flour and thyme. He didn't sing to the door, then didn't go near Mopsus's stair. He went under the kitchens and into the old cellar with the broken still, and through the narrow window that emptied into the gap behind the delivery gate. The grounds were blue with twilight. The air had that weight that comes before frost. He breathed once and tasted ash, because of course he did. Okay, he said to the bird who was also the part of himself that had chosen to live. Okay. The bond gave him back a small, ragged echo of the word. Behind him, far enough away that he could pretend it wasn't meant for him, bells began to ring. He didn't run, then walked, because he had said he would. He walked past the edge where the wards make your teeth taste like pennies. He felt them complain, and then flex, and then let him through, because the castle loved him in its old, stony way, and it had not yet been told not to. In his head, the fight replayed in jump cuts. The look on Dumbledore's face. The look on Daphne's. The color of air when it is too hot to be safe. He didn't know if he had crossed a line. He didn't know if lines were anything but stories people tell to make themselves sleep. He knew two things. The hand that had been on his wrist in a hole under the school was not on it now, and Warwick would be pleased with any ending that put the words emergency measures on a piece of paper. "All right," he said to the dark. "Let's see if we can make him wrong." Ather answered with the smallest, fiercest sound he could make. It hurled. They kept walking. He hid where the sea chewed at the land, and no one had the patience to listen to the chewing. The both house had fallen into the cove in pieces, half roof, 2 ribs of beam, a slant of door that didn't fit its frame. Wind came through the gaps in a way that found skin no matter how you wrapped yourself. The floor was stone and old fish scales and the kind of sand that never warmed. At high tide, the water hissed under the slats and reached a hand into the room like a thief. At low tide, the smell of salt and rot made his stomach fold. Harry slept in his cloak with the cloak over it and woke every 20 minutes, because a gull moved or the sea changed its mind. He kept a kettle that didn't whistle under a rock and a wand under his pillow, and either tucked against his sternum where the heat was a fact and not a promise. He ate bread that had given up and apples that had bruised themselves into mush in the bottom of his bag. He drank rain he caught in a bowl because he didn't want to use magic to sweeten it and have the air take notice. The prophet found him anyway. Not the woman herself, not a person, just the paper, because papers are good at making themselves into knives and getting under doors. He didn't buy it. He found it on a bench at the top of the cliff when his legs went looking for a cliff for his head to sit on. Someone had left the paper open to page 1 like a plate. The headline was neat and clever. BOYIHO live DDAO or RH right. They put a good photograph under it. Not of the courtyard. No one had a clean view of that. But of him walking with an oar to the outpost door. A drip of red on his lip, and a look on his face that could be read as anything the reader wanted. Under it, they put 3 quotes from people who didn't give their names, and one from a concerned witness in Slytherin House, who did not, technically, give hers, but the pros knew how to lean on a letter at the start of a surname and make you fill in the rest. He read it once, then read it twice. He folded it along the crease that cut his name in half and slid it under the rock with the kettle, because throwing it in the sea would have been honest, and he didn't trust honest things to be safe. Ather's breathing had changed. The chick? No, not a chick, not anymore. A small, fierce weight with a mind had been getting lighter every hour. Not the good kind of light. The way coal goes gray around the edges. The bandage Daphne had tied after the corridor held. The skin under it wasn't broken. The damage wasn't under his hand. It was under the surface of something he couldn't touch. Harry pressed his palm over the little body through his shirt and felt the bond answer like a door under his hand, when you're not sure if it's locked. It hummed, it stuttered, it pushed back with a tired, stubborn yes. And then, with another sound he had never felt before and didn't want to understand. He went 3 days like that, then took one step at a time, because anything else would have meant thinking about steps that weren't here. He ate. He pissed in the sea, then slept with his boots on. He counted the seconds between Ather's breaths when he could, and when he couldn't bring himself to count, he counted the boards in the wall. When the pain came, there was no courtesy about it. Ather's heart tripped. Harry sat up without meaning to, hand already at his chest, fingers pressing, as if he could hold the beat steady by force. Heat rolled under his palm in a way that was wrong, too fast, too thin. The chick's body went very still, and then shuddered the way a fire does just before it finds a last pocket of air. "No," Harry said, small and stupid. "Wait." Ather didn't wait. Phoenixes don't ask permission of the people they save. It started with light. Not out in the room. Under his skin. It ran along his ribs like hot wire. He opened his mouth to breathe, and the air hit the heat and turned into something his throat didn't recognize. He coughed, and the cough hurt like a pulled tooth. Ather arched a tiny, complete curve of pain, and the bond took that curve and laid it over Harry's spine like a rod. He had been burned before. A kettle. A spell mis-aimed. A summer spent with sun and no shade. This wasn't that. This was the steady, stupid honesty of a body catching fire because it had to. It started small, and then it didn't. It rolled up through muscle and down into bone and out along nerves that were only ever meant to carry simple messages like, "Move your hand," or "That's sharp." His nerves tried to drop the box. The box stuck to their fingers. He tried to breathe and gave up, then tried to stand and his knees went. He hit the floor, and the floor didn't feel like anything sensible. It was a surface to hold the pain up against. He got his hands under Ather and lifted him to his chest as if the angle would save either of them. The chick made a noise that would have broke glass if there had been any. "Okay?" Harry said, because saying okay to a person who isn't okay is a thing you do, even when you're not stupid enough to believe it. "Okay. I'm here. I'm here." The bond didn't carry words. It carried shape. He shoved the shape of here down it, until he had no shape left. Time refused to get involved. The pain came in waves that overlapped until there were no edges. Fire eats air. It eats measure. He lost count, then found it and lost it again. He dragged himself along the floor because moving hurt in a different way than not moving, and anything that wasn't the same was a kind of mercy. He hit the wall and pressed his forehead to wet stone, and the stone sizzled very slightly, and he thought, wildly, "I'm going to leave a mark." At some point he thought he saw the corridor under the school with the grate. He saw Daphne's hands steady and quick. He saw the way she had looked at him after the courtyard and wanted to throw a rock through the memory and couldn't lift his hand. He saw his mother's face with no sound. He saw a boy in glasses not his own and thought, "Idiot, that's you in a picture they liked." He screamed, not because there was anyone to hear, but because the body wants to. The sea didn't care. The gulls did what gulls do, which is make everything about them. At the worst of it, the part that would leave a mark on the inside more than the outside, the pain reached a pitch that wasn't pain anymore. It flipped, it dipped, it stopped. The absence was not relief. It was a falling. It was the space between a held breath and the next. For 1 second, for half of one, he felt nothing. It was the worst part, the part that made him understand why people believe in anything that will promise them not this. "No," he said, not to the pain, to the nothing. No, the nothing heard him, and being nothing didn't care. It opened anyway. Aether died. Harry felt the small, complete end in his hands and in his spine and under his breastbone. It wasn't slow. It wasn't mercy. It was just over. He would have broken then, properly, if the bond had let him. It didn't. Bonds do what they're built to do. They hold. The heat changed shape. It didn't go. It moved under his hands in a way that didn't belong to pity or math. It curled in on itself like a fist and then loosened. It brightened and then dimmed to a thing that could be in a room and not burn it down. Harry cried, ugly loud, with snot and spit, because you can cry when no one is around to be brave for. He said please and sorry and stay, and none of those words were effective magic, and he said them anyway, because saying nothing would have been an admission. Light sifted through his fingers like ash that had decided to be something else. A small shape moved against his palm. It wasn't the weight he knew. It wasn't nothing. Aether's head came up. It was new and small and stubborn. The eye blinked. The heat that came off him was the kind you get off a fresh loaf, weak, warm, alive. Harry laughed and choked on it and said, "You absolute," and didn't finish, because the word would have been too big for the room. He curled himself over the tiny body and shook until shaking turned into shivers, turned into the kind of tremor you can ignore if you have to. After, he lay on the cold floor with the new bird tucked into the hollow under his chin and the taste of metal in his mouth. His magic felt like someone had dragged it over a gravel road. His hands shook when he tried to pour water into a cup. Aether pecked at his collarbone gently, as if to say on your left, "Idiot, the cup is there." "It's not funny," Harry told him, and Aether made a weak little chirp that sounded like disagreement. He slept because the body insists. When he woke, the light had shifted. He had drooled on his sleeve. Every bone reported in sick. He made broth out of something that said, "Broth adjacent," on the tin, and lifted drops of it to Aether's beak with his finger, and took the tiniest sip himself, and almost threw it up, because his stomach had decided to act like a child. It would have been easy to go on like that for a day more, and then another until someone found a body and wrote a simple headline. He had an hour left of pretending he might have that choice. Boots made a sound on the path above the cove that didn't belong to men who just wanted to sit and watch the sea. They didn't stop at the bench. They didn't pause at the lip. They came down the goat track with the careful speed of someone who had no intention of falling and no fear of getting their shoes dirty. Harry was on his feet before the third step. He had his wand in his hand and the cloak half up and Aether tucked into his coat, and his heart doing a number drums don't have names for. He pressed himself into the shadow where the boathouse leaned a fraction into the wind. The figure who ducked through the broken doorway did not bother with his wand. He looked like a man who could put a wand on the table and still be a problem. He was thin without looking fragile. His hair had given up and gone gray. His clothes were good in the way that said they had been repaired on purpose rather than replaced. His eyes were the kind that read rooms like ledgers and gave no sign that they liked or disliked what they saw. "You look like hell," he said, not unkind. "Go away," Harry said. Tempting, the man said. He leaned his shoulder against a post that looked like it needed the company. But then you'd bleed to death with your eyes open, and I'd have to explain to 3 people I owe favors to why their favors were no longer usefully attached to a living boy. Harry didn't lower his wand. Who are you? Arcturus Black, he said, as if the name should be a glass of water. Auntie to your godfather. If that helps, it shouldn't. Sirius is an idiot. Harry blinked. He's alive, yes, Arcturus said. On the run? Yes. Not my concern at this exact second. Nor yours. I followed a different thread. Harry's stomach clenched. The Prophet. The wards, Arcturus said. This coast is old. It doesn't like being lied to. It told me something burned in a way it hasn't since before my grandfather forgot his manners. He tipped his chin toward Harry's chest. Also that. If it had been anyone else, Harry would have lied. The lie would have smelled bad in this room. He didn't tell the truth either. He kept his silence like a handful of glass. Arcturus pushed off the post with a soft grunt. I brought tea, he said, and lifted a small, battered tin and the kind of kettle that knows how to be quiet. You can hex it later if it makes you feel better. At present, you need it. I don't. You do, Arcturus said. He set the kettle on a flat rock and charmed the flame with a neat, tight twist of his fingers that told Harry exactly how long the man had been doing small magic well. He unpacked bread that had not given up and a jar of something that might be soup and might be an apology. Harry hated how quickly his hands reached for heat. He hated how loud his stomach was in the silence. He hated that he had to say, "Thank you," and meant it. Good, Arcturus said, as if gratitude were a muscle being exercised. He glanced at the bundle in Harry's coat. He burned. Harry swallowed. Yes. How many hours? I don't. He closed his eyes. The number came out of the part of him that had kept count, even when he had begged it to stop. 6. Maybe 7. Then a minute. Then not long. Arcturus's mouth thinned, not with disgust, with respect. And you stayed awake through it. What was I going to do? Harry said. Pop out for a paper. People go mad before the minute, Arcturus said. You didn't. You don't know that. I can see it, Arcturus said, and said it without pretense. He didn't ask permission, then lifted his wand and set a small, old ward along the boathouse opening that muffled sound and made eyes slide sideways. He wasn't secretive about it. He did it like a man hanging a curtain in a window that had never had one before. I am not here to arrest you, he said. I am not here to drag you to Dumbledore. I am not here to shake your hand and say, brave boy. I am here because I don't like the taste the ministry is getting in its mouth. I am here because your power terrifies men who think laws should be ropes instead of fences. I am here because you need a place to bleed where the floor knows what to do with blood. Harry stared at him. Why? Because when I was your age, Arcturus said, I mistook other people's certainty for wisdom, and it cost me a decade and a brother. I prefer not to watch you make the same purchase. You don't even know me. I know enough, Arcturus said. He looked at Harry's hands. Come under hospitality. Eat the soup. I'll put my wand on the floor if you want. Then we will decide if you trust me enough to let me teach you how to stop that. A tilt of his head at Harry's chest, from setting a school on fire because a man in a corridor says boo. Harry stood there until the soup made him light, headed from smelling it. "If this is a trick," he said. "It's a very small one," Arcturus said dryly. "I'm trying to live long enough to be bored again." Harry sat. The floor didn't get softer. The soup did what soup does when it was made by someone who had learned how not to drown when the tide came in. He fed Aether first. The chick pecked at the rim with fierce, tidy bites. Arcturus watched without comment and did not reach out his hand. "You can leave the door," Harry said, when his fingers had stopped shaking enough to know whether he was holding a spoon or a wand. "If this is hospitality, I don't need it to be a cell." Arcturus flicked the ward to a shape that let air in and fools out. "I don't like cells," he said. "They make men into either beasts or paper." "Which am I?" Harry asked. "Neither," Arcturus said, and let the answer be blunt. He slept in a bed that didn't creak like a lie and under a roof, that didn't let the sea write its name on his forehead. The room smelled like old books and lavender and the long, ago smoke of a hearth that had seen worse nights and kept going. He woke twice with his heart in his mouth. The second time, a hand he did not know put a glass of water on the table and left again without asking for thanks. In the morning his magic still felt like gravel. Aether made a small offended sound when Harry tried to get up too fast, and then dug his beak into Harry's collarbone with ridiculous precision, as if to say, "Sit down, you idiot." Harry sat. He laughed. The laugh hurt and helped. Arcturus didn't knock. He walked in, because the kind of man who owns the house can do that, and get away with it. Then put tea on the table, and then sat in the chair in the corner that had polished armrests. He didn't lean forward. He didn't lean back. He made the chair look like itself. "Tell me," he said. "All of it. Don't make it pretty. Don't make excuses for anyone." "Especially not yourself," Harry told him. The courtyard. The way the net had rolled. The plan that hadn't been a plan. The fire. The faces. Daphne's face. The long minute under the eaves where words had been small and necessary and made of glass. He didn't give Warwick a speech. He gave him a name, then didn't give Dumbledore a cape. He gave him a sigh. He didn't give himself a hero. He gave himself a boy with ash on his sleeves, who had saved someone and frightened everyone, and then run because he hadn't been invited to stay. Arcturus listened without interrupting. He let the small silences sit between the parts and didn't fill them with wisdom, then didn't tidy Harry's sentences. He let them be ragged, which made it easier to tell them. When Harry finished, the room had no new answers in it. Arcturus did not conjure any. "Good," he said. Which would have been infuriating if the word hadn't landed like a hand on a shoulder. "No, we can have a useful fight. I'm not—" "You are angry," Arcturus said. In the same tone he might have used to say, "The curtains are blue." "Good. You should be," Dumbledore would say. "Dumbledore," Arcturus said mildly, "gets to be angry from a chair. You do not. And you don't have his chairs. He has a luxury you don't. He has a story about himself that the world agrees to tell. You don't have that story. You have a face they recognize and a power they don't, and they will not let you be complicated in public. So we will not waste our time having arguments he gets to win by putting on his glasses." Harry rubbed his thumb against the cheap wood of the chair until it squeaked. "He thinks if I give Aether up, I'll be safe." "He thinks if you give Aether up, he will be safe," Arcturus said. "And perhaps he will. Perhaps you will. At the cost of becoming a boy who has to ask permission to breathe. I have been that boy. The air tastes like other people's spit. Harry swallowed. He isn't wrong about the danger. No, Arcturus said, approving the sentence without enjoying it. And you aren't wrong about the cost. We don't solve that by pretending either of you is a saint. Harry stared at the floor until the grain steadied. Daffin, Arcturus said, which was not unkind and not nosy. Did she put the knife in and then show you the handle? She told me, he said, and the words were small and sharp and made a clean noise in the air. She said it was to save me. She said she loves me. She chose them. She chose what she has been taught since she was small. Arcturus said, not excusing, not damning. She chose the world she thinks keeps people alive. She chose the lever that looked safe in her hand. It doesn't make the cut less deep. I don't know if I can, Harry started, and couldn't finish. You don't have to finish now, Arcturus said. You don't have to forgive ever. People die under the weight of the word ought. You can put it on the table and walk around it until it stops barking. Harry pressed his knuckles into his knee until he felt bone. I don't want to be what they say. I don't want to become the picture they can use. Then don't, Arcturus said, as if he were asking Harry to pass the salt. What you want doesn't make the work smaller. It makes it honest. How? Harry said. How do I not? You learn, Arcturus said. You learn the piece of your power that isn't performance. You learn how to set it down as well as pick it up. You stop making drama your only tool. You stop proving your fear by giving it exactly the photograph it wants. Harry bristled. I was saving her. Yes, Arcturus said, and his voice did a rare thing. It warmed. And next time, we make it so you can save her without turning the air into a sermon. Harry almost laughed, which meant he almost cried, which meant he shut his mouth. Listen, Arcturus said. He leaned forward now, just enough to show he had bones. They call it darkness when boys like you refuse to bow. They call it light when men with committees make rules for pain they have never had to feel. Neither word helps you. We will use different ones. What words? Hot and cold, Arcturus said. Open and closed. On and off. We will teach your hands to make choices your head can't make in time. We will make the flame a tool, not the room. It isn't evil, Harry said, half defensive, half pleading. No, Arcturus said, and the bluntness steadied the floor. It is power. Power eats. Light magic pretends it doesn't. Dark magic enjoys that it does. Ash magic tells the truth about the bill. You will pay either way. You will decide who eats with you. Harry let the sentence sit because it had teeth, and he needed to feel them. What about the part where it felt? He stopped. He hated that part. When I pushed, and it listened. That felt good. Of course it did, Arcturus said. Control feels good. Winning feels good. Not dying feels good. You are not a monster because your body knows the difference between being crushed and doing the crushing. You are a danger because you will like being efficient, so we will build you a habit of stopping. Not because the world deserves your restraint. Because you deserve to live with yourself. Harry breathed, and it went all the way into his lungs for the first time since the boathouse. He put a hand over Ether's little body and felt the new, tired heart make its case for staying. What now? He asked. Because the only way through the wall was to say it. Now we make a ledge, Arcturus said. You don't fall off the thing. You sit on the edge of it and get used to your feet hanging over. We start with breath. Remus had you doing that? Harry nodded. Counts. Small sound, he swallowed. Ledger, good wolf, Arcturus said, almost fond. We add to it. We make your anger useful. We don't feed it speeches. We give it a job. What job? Heat in the hand, Arcturus said, not in the room. Flame that doesn't climb without being told. Cold, too. You think ash is only heat because you like the part where it moves. Ash falls. Ash smothers. You will learn that. Harry frowned. That sounds honest, Arcturus said. Not pretty. You don't need pretty. You need repeatable. Harry looked up. What do I have to do? It will hurt, Arcturus said. And it will change you. I'm already changed, Harry said, and didn't try to make it heroic. Good, Arcturus said, standing. Then we can stop pretending you're a child and teach you like a weapon. He took Harry to the cellar because old houses put their truth under the ground. The stone down there had been laid by hands that didn't mind getting scraped. It remembered heat in a useful way. Arcturus lit no lamps. He set a small glow on the tip of his wand and left it there like a star you don't make a wish on because you're not ridiculous. Left hand, he said, the one you don't write with. Hold it out. Harry did. His palm looked too new in the old light. Think of the courtyard. Harry's jaw went tight. I don't. Good, Arcturus said. Don't think of the faces. Think of the moment your hand went up. Harry saw it. He hated it. He put it in his palm and held it there the way you hold a coin you don't want to drop in a river. He'd answered, Not much. Enough. Now make it smaller, Arcturus said, very calm. Harry squeezed. The heat tried to climb his arm. He told it no. It sulked and did as it was told. A glow formed in the middle of his palm the size of a knuckle. It wanted to be clever. He made it stupid. It wanted to show off. He made it useful. Good, Arcturus said. If you drop it into yourself. No drama. Harry's hand shook. The heat burned politely and insisted. Sweat slid down his wrist. He gritted his teeth and kept the shape. Cold, Arcturus said after a count that felt like work. Other hand. Cold what? Harry asked, breathless. Cold stop, Arcturus said. The thing that smothers. The thing that keeps a curtain from catching. Not ice. Absence. Harry reached for absence and found the shape of the minute between death and new life and almost threw up. He lurched. Ather made a tiny noise. Arcturus didn't touch him. He waited. Again? Arcturus said. When Harry's breath wouldn't embarrass them both. Find a smaller empty. Harry found the space between two heartbeats when he waited for Ather to breathe again. He hated that space. He used it anyway. His right palm cooled, not cold. Not numb, a refusal. He held both shapes until his arms shook like old rope, then let them go without flinging them. He wiped his hands on his shirt and couldn't make himself care that it left marks. Again, Arcturus said. They did it again until Harry's shoulders burned, and the backs of his knees were wet with sweat, and Ather went from curious to bored to asleep and back. They stopped when Arcturus said, Enough, like a man turning off a tap. What did we learn? Arcturus asked, on the steps up, as if they had just been shelling peas. That I can make a mess quietly, Harry said. His voice had sand in it. Good, Arcturus said. Tomorrow we teach your mess how to walk through a doorway without tearing the doorframe out. Tonight you eat. You write what you felt and what worked. You sleep. Harry nodded because his neck hurt too much to do anything else. He reached into his shirt for ether. The tiny body pressed into his fingers and made a sound so small it would have been humiliating if it hadn't been perfect. When he lay down, he didn't dream. He woke once with a hand on his chest that was his own, then pushed the shape of here down the bond and didn't add any words. He didn't need them. He let the anger sit on the chair and didn't feed it. He let it watch him sleep. He was not better, then was not saved. He was not safe. He was learning. That would have to be enough. Winter taught him to count. By December, the old house had decided he could be a tenant if he behaved. The windows rattled with weather and settled again. The cellar learned the shape of his footsteps. The lane outside forgot what his face looked like. Arcturus counted for him when he couldn't. 5 in. The old man would say. 7 out. Small sound on the end. He made Harry say the sound under his breath until the habit sat in his ribs on its own. They cut the days into work and not work like bread. Work hurt. Not. Work was for soup and writing and the kind of sleep that comes after you stop arguing with yourself. Feel the destruction, Arcturus said, on a gray morning that made the hedges look like charcoal drawings. Then choose how much to release. Harry stood in the yard with both hands open. Ether, still smaller than the summer bird, but no longer a bundle ending in a beak, perched on the clothesline and pretended he was not watching. Harry felt for the heat. It was there faster now. Not because it was eager, but because he wasn't shouting at it. He pulled in the fire and held it in his palm. It wanted to climb. He made it stay. It sulked and became a coin-sized glow that put a centered warmth into his hand without licking at his wrist. Too much, Arcturus said, from the step. Harry pinched the shape smaller. The glow shrank to the head of a nail. No move, Arcturus said. He walked the length of the yard. The winter grass crisped under his boots, then stopped crisping because he made it stop. He threw the heat at the air in front of him, not forward, not out, just off. It unhooked and went nowhere at all. Good, that was the point. Gan, Arcturus said. By January his hands knew how to hold the fire without advertising it to the walls. His body learned to take instruction even when his head was full of noise. In the cellar, they talked. Not the big words people put on banners, the words that make spells work or not. Elementalists like to pretend they're making wind out of nothing. Arcturus said, drawing a rough diagram with chalk on the floor. They're rebalancing pressure. They don't like the word take, so they say move. Fine, they move. He sketched a circle for ash magic next to the elemental one and left a bite out of it. We acknowledge the bill. You pull energy from a thing that already wants to let go of it. Dying wood, heat soaked in stone, old, ugly magic that's been left in a room too long. You give it shape. You don't yank it out of a living thing. You don't take from yourself unless you're stupid. Harry touched the missing bite. And if I do? You bleed, Arcturus said. You feel strong for 2 minutes, and then you wake up on the floor. If you wake up. He tapped the space between the circles where he'd scrawled a small bird. This is your advantage and your limit. Ether hopped down off a rafter, inspected the drawing, and pecked the chalk bird with professional insult. The phoenix doesn't give you power, Arcturus said, amused. He helps you not burn yourself out using it. He is a governor on a badly designed machine. Use him like that. Feel the tug when you draw too hard. Stop, breathe. Change the angle. They made the line under that sentence 3 times so Harry couldn't pretend later he'd forgotten. Some days the only magic they did was breath and standing. It sounded like punishment. It wasn't. It made the rest possible. The month after the burning day, Harry failed more than he passed. The heat crept up his forearms when he grew angry, and he had to sit on the floor and breathe while Ether tasked and Arcturus pretended not to be pleased when Harry fixed it himself. Emotion first, then execution, Arcturus said. You think the other order is possible because you are clever. It is not. I can't separate it, Harry snapped more than once. It's the same piece. The anger is the thing that moves my hands. Good, Arcturus said, never once offended. We will use it. We will also make you a way to move when anger is busy doing something else. I can't forget, Harry started, and shut his mouth. You won't, Arcturus said. Stop trying to. Hold 2 rocks in one hand. The hand gets stronger. The work carved lines into him. He caught sight of himself in the fogged bathroom mirror one morning and understood why the prophet liked the kind of photographs it did. He looked at once older and not grown. He looked like someone who had passed through fire and had not done it alone. In February the air sharpened. On a morning cold enough to make his teeth hurt. He cupped a heat in his palm the size of a walnut and carried it across the yard without letting it leave his skin. Ather followed like a moth, pleased. At the edge of the low wall, Harry flicked his fingers open. The heat unraveled to nothing. Now you're dangerous, Arcturus said, without ceremony. Harry's mouth made a shape like a smile felt from the inside. He didn't show his teeth. Satisfaction went through him like soup. Again? Arcturus said. Because praise is a ration in that house. Harry liked it that way. The message came on a wind that didn't belong to the coast. He was in the cellar, hands flat to the stone, learning to hear when old magic was hoarding and when it was ready to let go. When the charm Arcturus had left on the newel post whispered twice and shut up. Door, Arcturus said, from upstairs. Harry went. Wand down, shoulders up. He didn't touch the latch. He listened. Nothing that shouldn't. He opened the door a fraction and looked into the wedge of air. An origami hawk made of newspaper clung to the lintel with ink claws. It cocked its head at him with a paper scritch and stuck out its leg. A length of thread held a small, sealed roll of parchment. Gray wax, no seal. It had been charmed to fail if anyone said a certain ministry name in the same room as the message. Sliver, Arcturus murmured behind him. Not cute. I approve. Harry took the roll. The hawk shook itself, flapped to the hedge, and came apart into fluttering words that blew down the lane. He shut the door and broke the wax with his nail. The parchment unfurled. We need to talk. I have information, please. No name, no code, no signature. He didn't have to guess. The handwriting was a hand that had corrected his homework without meaning to. His throat tightened. The bond, the one that mattered, didn't carry her through walls. It still knew how to echo the shape of her inside his chest. It made a small heat with no direction. He hated that, and he was a little grateful for it, and he hated that too. He carried the message to the kitchen table. Arcturus didn't move. The old man had a talent for taking his attention off a thing without actually stopping paying attention to it. It's a trap, Arcturus said when Harry didn't speak. Probably, Harry said. His voice came out wrong. He cleared it. I need to know what kind. Sharp, Arcturus said. Or soft. Either, Harry said. Both. Arcturus sipped his tea as if they were consulting a calendar. Then go knowing it's a trap. You're not going to tell me not to. I am telling you to survive it, Arcturus said. That will be harder if you go planning a speech. Harry looked down at the parchment. The word please made him want to tear it, and made him want to fold it into his pocket, and pretend it had never arrived. He did neither. He burned the scrap with a small and tidy heat, and watched the ash lift and vanish in the kitchen draught. When? Arcturus asked. Harry said. Neutral ground, not the old places, Arcturus said. You both know them too well. He picked the conservatory in the abandoned manor 2 parishes over, the one with the glass missing in tidy squares and a floor of old tiles no one had stolen because no one could be bothered. He set 3 layers of get out fast on 2 exits and a 4th that didn't mind bringing the roof down if it had to. He wore no colors anyone would remember. Arcturus stopped him at the door. If she cries, he said, mild as advice, don't be a saint about it. Saints die. I'm not a saint, Harry said, and left before his face had more to say. She was already there. He felt the shape of her before he saw her. The way a room changes, when someone who knows how to take care of knives stands in it. The conservatory's glass made the cold sound like rain even where there was no window. Daphne stood under the broken ribs of a grapevine, hair pinned up badly like she'd done it with cold fingers. Coat too fine for the place and muddy at the hem. They stopped 4 paces apart because it was the only distance that didn't feel like a lie.
You have 5 minutes,
he said. You look. She stopped. She made the word tidy, different. I am different, he said. Your fault. I know, she said, barely audible. Harry, I don't, he said, and his voice came out soft, which made it worse. Just tell me why you asked me to come. She swallowed. Her eyes were clear. The skin under them wasn't. Warwick has the votes for emergency powers if he can give the Wisingamot a night where you make the news. He's staged 2 smaller crises to count the hands. He's building to a 3rd. He wants this one to end with you running. He wants you on the steps and someone respectable at a lectern. What respectable? Harry asked. Because if he listened hard to the tactic, he didn't have to hear the other thing inside her voice. Bones, she said. He'd prefer Dumbledore. He may not get him. Harry set his shoulders against the thought and kept going. Ho. Anchor phrases, she said. They're threading them into the ward's schema at the ministry annex. A. If you step into a particular corridor on a particular night, you'll trigger 3 paired charms that will make anything you do look like you did it twice. Once in the room, once in the paper. He stared. You're feeding me his maps. I'm feeding you his timing and his worst levers, she said. Because I can stall some of it from inside, but if you walk into the corridor, it won't matter how many delays I buy. They'll have you in a box they can explain to anyone who wants to sleep at night. Why should I believe you? You shouldn't, she said, but it's the truth. He let the quiet be ugly for a count. She held it. The window frames creaked. Dumbledore, Harry said. Pushing for capture, not kill, she said at once. He's losing ground to people who don't like the word not. He thinks if he can get you in a room he can sort it. Contain? Harry muttered. "Help," she said, and didn't bother to pretend she didn't hear how he heard it. Then contain, if he loses an argument to himself. I'm working the knot, people with procedural tedium, and I can get away with it, because I'm boring on paper. It buys hours, not days. He wanted to ask why, he didn't. She told him anyway. "I know you won't trust me," she said. "I don't expect you to. But I can help you not die on a timetable someone else wrote, and not become the picture Warwick needs." He laughed once, low. "Guilty conscience makes good maps." "Yes," she said, steady. "And because she stopped. Her mouth had never failed her before. The bond, whatever foolish thing was left of it, filled in the word he didn't want. He looked at the floor, then looked at her. He looked away so he could keep looking. "You look worn," he said, because it was true and because it helped him. "You look sharpened," she said, because that was true and because it hurt her. "Apologize," he said abruptly. "If that is what you came for, then stop." "I was wrong," she said fast, as if the speed would make it easier to carry. "I see what I made possible. I see what I told myself to sleep. I still don't know that I wouldn't do it again, if I had only what I had then, because I was terrified and my head is built for walls, not fires." "Your fear doesn't excuse betrayal," he said. He meant it. It still felt like stepping on his own hand. "No," she said. "It explains it, maybe. It doesn't excuse it. You still think I'm dangerous." "Oh, I know you are," she said, "and I don't think you're evil. I think you have a thing in you that wants a job, and if no one gives it one, it will make one." Which is an evil way to say boy. "It's an honest way to say power," she said. The bond did a small, traitorous thing. It gave him the shape of her regret and the shape of her stubbornness and the shape of the part of her that had sat in a closet as a child and counted tins in case the pantry ran out in winter. He hated that he understood. "You don't get to save me now," he said. "You chose already." "I chose wrong already," she said, and it came out without vanity because there was none left. "I can still choose to make smaller wrongs now." "I'm not asking," he said. "I know," she said. "I'm asking. Let me help you." From inside, "I can delay warrants. I can move eyes to the wrong corridor. I can write ward office memos with a tone that makes people attend to the wrong part. I can get you rooms with doors that open. I can bring you names that aren't going to be on lists until the morning after you need them." He laughed again, because laughter was how you didn't say the other thing. "We had rules. We broke them. Now we get to have protocols." "Good," she said, a little breathless in the space where laughter should have gone. "Protocols I can do." He made himself look at her properly. The months had written themselves on the planes of her face. It made her look older without making her a stranger. "This doesn't mean I forgive you," he said. "I know," she said. "You don't owe me that. Ever." "Then here," he said, and gave her a time and a place and a word to fold into the left corner of a note if it came from her and not through her. He spelled 3 dead, drops into bricks in places where no one looked. He made his voice business, even when everything in him wanted to reach out and press his hand between her shoulders where the cold had found her. She flinched and moved a fraction closer and stopped. He had to fix his face to keep from going to meet her there. Aether stirred against his chest with a small scold that said, "Don't trip yourself." "Thank you," she said. "Don't make it a ledger," he said, and hated himself for the echo. He set his jaw. "Information," he said. All of it. She gave him what she had. He gave her what he'd learned. They stood in a broken garden and rebuilt a map with words. "Warwick's draft calls it the Stabilization Act," she said. "Only the title. Nothing else has made it past committee until he gets his night. The minute he gets it. It's temporary. You know what that means." "It means 5 years," Harry said. "With renewals." "It keeps trying to put your ash on a clock," she said. "He can do that. The law will read you." "Not itself. Anchor phrases in the annex," Harry said. "We strip them or invert them." "Cold stop," she repeated, curious despite the context. "Explain." "Absence," he said. "Not ice. The thing that tells heat there's no point here. We build baffles. We line corridors. We give the ash nowhere to sing." She frowned. "Will that hurt you?" "That will annoy me," he said. "Good," she nodded. "I can get you the floor plans they're actually using, not the ones in the drawer." "Penfold?" he asked. "Penfold," she said. "He owes me a favor. It's a small one. I will spend it now." "His drawers have false bottoms," Harry said. "I know," she said, and there might have been the tiniest warmth in saying a thing together that hurt no one. It vanished at once. "Horcrux," he said, "because you don't get to save the nicest words for the nicest rooms." "They're still pulling against the shard." She swallowed. He has a consultant who calls himself a resonance mathematician. He's a thief with numbers. They think if they can make your bond ring on paper, they can ring the laws with it. I don't know if that's real magic or a metaphor. Warwick calls both by the same name when it helps. "Ooh, break the bell," Harry said. "Or we make another bell that's louder." "Counter-resonance," she said slowly. "You're thinking wards and what?" "Burnt salt." "Basalt?" he said. "Iron filings. Sand from places where fire and sea argued for a long time. Put it in the seams." "I can get the sand," she said, without explaining how a girl from a cold house got sand. "I can get you the maintenance rota. You will have 90 minutes between one man's lunch and another man's boredom." He nodded. "Prophecy scrap." Her mouth tightened. "Where ash sings twice, law will be rewritten. The ministry thinks the second song is you in chains. Dumbledore thinks it's you in a chair with a cup of tea and a lecture. Warwick doesn't care what makes the sound as long as it moves the vote." "What do you think?" he asked. Before he could stop himself, she took too long. "I think it will be whatever we make the second song," she said finally. "So don't hand it to them on the steps," he breathed out. "I am trying not to." "I know," she said. "I can feel it." She touched her chest, small, helpless gesture. "Not, I mean, the thing that's left. It's still." "Don't," he said, because saying it would break something he needed to use. They tested roots. They argued about methods. She balked at one of his shortcuts, and he rolled his eyes and shaved the worst off it, because she was right, not because she had asked. He didn't hide the edge in him. She didn't hide the worry in her. They landed, like always, on a plan that had 5 steps and 3 contingency rungs, and a place where you put your back to a wall and prayed you'd chosen the right wall. She pulled her coat tighter and looked towards the door. "Be careful." "You too," he said. He hesitated. The word that came out wasn't kind. "And Daphne? Don't betray me again." Her breath hitched. "I won't," she said. "I can't." The bond. She stopped and shook her head. "It's not an excuse. It's just there." "The bond is all we have left," he said. She flinched like someone had shut a drawer on her fingers. "For now," she said. "Maybe not forever." "Don't make prayers in conservatories," he said, tired. "They rot." She let out a breath that wanted to be a laugh and couldn't be. "Then I'll pray in a corridor where the floor is ugly." "That's the spirit," he said, which was mean and not, and left before either of them tried to make the air do something it wasn't willing to do. Arcturus had already laid out 2 maps when Harry got back. He didn't ask if the meeting had happened. He didn't smile either. "Can you work with her?" he asked, as if asking whether a knife could cut rope without nicking your hand. "I have to," Harry said. "Good," Arcturus said. "Then let's make your anger carry boxes and not drop them on your feet." They worked until the clocks in the house that no longer ticked said enough in the silence. Harry lay awake for a long time after he went to bed. He pressed his palm over either and felt the small, steady heartbeat answer, then put both rocks in one hand and held them. He didn't let either fall. Morning would be worse. He was ready to learn through worse. The world decided it had waited long enough to make up its mind about him. By midweek the prophet was a drum, emergency ysesi and kalididi. Th Parar Q Estuon ran above a photograph of the Wisingamat chamber with its benches polished to a shine like a coffin lid. A smaller piece below it asked in cheerful italics, "Is the boy who lived now the next Dark Lord?" A letter signed by 7 respectable names managed to say everything without saying anything at all. Order, stability, duty, responsibility, vigilance, temporary. On the wireless, a calm voice explained what emergency powers were not, and then listed exactly what they were. "They're tightening the noose," Arcturus said, flatly, tossing the paper aside like a dish towel. "They'll legislate the ink before the vote if they can. You'll be a paragraph that writes itself." "How long?" "Days," Harry said. His palms were sweating even though the kitchen was cold. "Maybe less." "Less," Daphne said, voice low over the scry mirror from the cupboard under the stairs. The surface showed her in pieces a mouth that had gone chapped with winter, a hand with ink under the nail, the corner of a file folder with a label she had half scratched off in irritation. Warwick pulled the committee forward. "They want the emergency draft ready to present alongside the session announcement. They're calling the corridor, at the annex, the Potter line, as a joke, because of the anchor phrases baked into the floor." Arcturus's mouth thinned. "They do love a tidy label." Harry swallowed. "How long until they push the button?" "They never push the button," Daphne said tiredly. "They schedule the press conference. It's Friday, 5 o'clock. He wants the announcement of the session and the vote to roll like a drum beat into the weekend, with your name carrying the tune." Ather stirred under Harry's collarbone, unhappy with the shape of the words, even when he didn't know what they meant. Harry pressed his hand to his chest, and the chick. No, not a chick anymore, not quite the first bird either, butted his palm in answer. "We don't have until Friday to be clever," Arcturus said. "We'll have tonight to be noisy in the right room." Daphne's mouth set. "Then you'll want proof." "We'll get it," Harry said. "From their own drawers. You'll have 90 minutes if I can keep Penfold in a meeting about quills that don't write on dragonhide." Daphne said. I can move 2 eyes to the wrong corridor. The third one is lazy. He'll move himself when the kettle does. If you hear it whistle, you have 20 minutes less than you think you do. Understood? Arcturus said. We'll be in and out before his tea remembers its water. Harry, Daphne said, finally, as if she'd been carrying the word and could set it down only now. Don't be a photograph. Whatever you do. He nodded. The mirror went dark. The ministry annex kept its secrets in a basement it called a records floor and visitors called a maze. At night the lights hummed, and the wards listened like an old woman who'd decided not to look up from her knitting. They came at 2 in the morning, because 2 is when men in offices lose their posture. Daphne's stolen pass did exactly what it was stolen for. Arcturus's name, written in a ledger 40 years ago, by a man who'd thought he was doing a favor, did something similar. Harry went under the cloak when they passed the second set of lamps that blinked too slow. He kept the heat in his hands the size of a coin. He didn't let it leak. Left, Daphne murmured, barely moving her mouth. Not the corridor you want. The corridor that takes you a level under it. Arcturus drifted along beside her like a man who had outlived 3 building codes. If anyone asks, he murmured in his own throat, I'm lost and cross about it. Harry breathed 5 in, 7 out. Small sound on the end. He moved when Daphne's shoulder moved, when Arcturus's head turned. When the lamps hummed a fraction louder, because the wards wanted to feel useful. The door marked Archivio had a charm on it that liked to feel clever. Daphne patted it as if it were a cat and it rolled over. Please, she whispered. And the door remembered it had been told to like her this week. Inside, the air felt like paper when paper is the only thing that has happened to a room for too long. Filing cabinets stood with their backs to each other like men who have agreed not to speak. A table held a collection of very tidy small boxes with dull brass labels. Arcturus didn't touch the boxes. He looked at the grain in the wood and at the 3 scuffs on the floor where scuffs should not be. He bent. The boards moved under his hand a fraction and then remembered what boards do. He nodded toward the corner. Daphne rolled her eyes as if she were annoyed with a colleague. Penfold's very proud of his false bottoms. She muttered and pushed her thumb under the lip of the skirting. The wood lifted. Under it, a drawer that did not exist declared itself, stubborn as a cat made aware of being observed. Harry slid the cloak back off his head far enough to see the neatness of it. 4 leather folders bound in ribbon, each with a seal that said confidential with a flourish, like a man wearing a hat to cover a bald patch. He broke the second ribbon before Arcturus could say, Let me, and spread the contents on the table. It was all there, because men who expect to write everything down. Draft memos to the Wiesengemot with sections already numbered. A schedule for an incident review, yet to happen. The ward diagram for the annex corridor with the anchor phrases coded to floor tiles in a pattern that would read as a wand movement if you filmed it from above. A set of calculations done in a crabbed hand resonance coefficients labeled HPGO-A, PHXGO, Tom-Ray. Daphne swore under her breath. Resonance mathematician, she said. I told you. She held the page at arm's length like it might bite. They're trying to make your bond ring on paper. Arcturus skimmed a second document and made a sound like a man who has found a word misused in a will. And here, he said, tapping a clause with one bent knuckle, temporary assumption of custodial authority over hazardous magical entities incidentally bonded to British citizens I ether, spelled out as a category, not a name. He's put your bird in a footnote, so he can take him without saying he took him. Harry's hand curled on the table without asking for permission. He forced it open. The last folder had the shape of a ritual laid out with the kind of briskness that meant its author had no romance about it. 3 points of power to be fed by a conduit designated PHX-HP, dampening field to prevent external interruption. Power drawn not from death, but from proximity to it, listed as Horcrux residue, double dilution factor considered acceptable. It wasn't about making something explode. It was about making something obey. They created the threat they needed, Arcturus said almost gently. They steered it, Daphne said hoarsely. They can't have known when the Phoenix would. She looked at Harry and stopped. They knew enough? Harry said. He kept his voice quiet, because if it wasn't it would be something else. They had a risk they could sell on paper. They wrote me into the fine print so they could call it a response. He took a photograph with his wand, no light, no sound, and then did something that would make sense later. He set the photograph to send itself to 3 separate dead drops if the wand broke while still warm in his hand. We have what we came for, Arcturus said. Let's go before your laziness wakes up. They nearly didn't. At the end of the corridor, a man with a badge and the kind of posture that comes from a wife who likes belts stepped out of a door with a stain on his sleeve. His eyes passed over Arcturus and didn't stop because Arcturus looked like every older wizard who had ever been cross at a sign. His eyes passed over Daphne and did stop because he liked to have his name said. Penfold, Daphne said, neutral. You're out late. He puffed a little. Important work never sleeps. Tay, she said, nodding at the stain. As if it interested her. You'll ruin the papers. He looked down on instinct. Arcturus's cane, which had not been present before because it was a spell that liked pretending to be wood, touched the floor. The tiles sighed. Harry slipped by in the suck of the sigh. Penfold's head came up too late. Daphne smiled a small, boring smile and asked him about the latest committee on dimensional safety report. He steered himself into a conversation that would keep him alive and Harry alive for another 90 seconds. They reached the back stair. Arcturus set a ward behind them that did nothing except make the corridor smell like old oranges. It would confuse the ward checks for a day. Sometimes that was all you needed. The kitchen table became a map made of cheap parchment and the back of envelopes and a napkin Arcturus had written a curse on in a pub once and never thrown away. They flattened the photographs. They traced the lines they could trust. They argued numbers and words. Hair, Arcturus said, tapping the ritual diagram. 3 points authority, conduit, enclosure. He has to start all 3 within a count, or the law will read the wrong thing as the thing being done. We catch him starting. We stop 1. We expose 2. We go home alive. His well protected, Daphne said. Legitimate authority gives him cover to be slow in public and very fast in private. The ritual site is warded against interruption, and it will have a political ward on it as well as a magical one. Anyone caught there will be presumed wrong until the 4th paragraph. We can't just attack, Harry said. We have to be seen to be stopping, not starting.
Catch them in the act,
Arcturus said. and keep them acting long enough for someone too important to be ignored to get an eyeful. That's the part I hate. But I do love a witness. Bones, Daphne said. She'll be there if Warwick thinks he can win. If we can make her see. Make her see, Arcturus said. We don't make her agree. Agreement is gravy, seeing is bread. They moved towards. Daphne drew the corridor off memory and corrected herself twice and swore once and then shrugged because sometimes swearing was the only correction a plan needed. Ante. Apparition in the floor, she said. Layered. You can feel the buzz in your teeth when you walk it. Detection charms hung from the ceiling beams. Third from the door is asleep. Physical barriers disguised as benches slide shut and lock with a very pleased click if the right set of tiles is stepped on in order. Harry traced the beams. Ash doesn't care about pretty fences, he said. But if I push too hard the room will write my name with heat. I can burn lines through the wards instead of across them. Quiet. Slow. You won't have slow, Daphne said. You'll have 5 minutes before every auror in Britain arrives. 3 if someone is showing off their boots. Then we go in 3, Arcturus said, not kindly. I'll give you your 5 by making someone important shout on the wrong floor. Daphne. You'll disable 3 specific things from inside the beam charm at the door, the logic that closes the benches, and the bit that makes the anchored floor think it can sing. Sing, Daphne repeated, eyeing Harry. Don't worry, he said dryly. We're teaching it to change key. They argued tactics without raising their voices. Harry wanted to go in hard. Daphne pushed for subtle until the moment when subtle failed them, and then for hard with accuracy. Arcturus nodded along as if he were listening to a recipe with one difficult step. Use what works when it works, Arcturus said. You go in on a breath. You leave on a count. Spells. Cold stop in the seams, Harry said. Smother, not scorch. If they try to make me a picture, I am boring. I am practical. I am terribly disappointing. Good, Arcturus said, pleased. Disappoint them. Bones? Daphne said again, checking a list. We'll need her eyes on the second point. I can get her to the corridor, without saying I am getting her to the corridor. But she'll come with 2 aurors and a wand that knows how to write memos in the air. If you put a foot wrong, she'll make the wrong paragraph. I'll give her a line she can't ignore, Arcturus said, with the kind of quiet men reserve for making enemies mess up. Leave her to me. What if we're separated? Harry asked. We're separated, Arcturus said. Things separate. Signals. Daphne laid 3 fingernails on the table. 1 tap on the ward line for no. 2 for trouble. 3 for leave. Don't be a hero about the 3rd one. If you've already been a hero about the first 2, you've had your turn. Harry looked at her and didn't say the thing in his mouth, which was I don't get turns. The moral argument arrived when they had the spells and the maps and their breath back. How many people will you hurt stopping this? Daphne asked, quietly. Not Warwick and his mathematician. The ones with lists. The ones with mirrors on their wrists. The ones who don't know their names are being written into a paragraph. As few as possible, Harry said. But I won't hold back to protect people who want me dead. That's not who you are, she said, almost to herself. You don't know who I am anymore, he said. You made sure of that. Arcturus cleared his throat, a dry, sharp sound. Save the relationship counseling, he said, Not unkind. Focus on survival. I would like to die bored in my garden. Not tonight in a corridor, because either of you loves the sound of your own righteous. Daphne wrote the word non-lethal on the napkin and underlined it twice and pushed it toward Harry like a contract. He looked at it until the letters wavered and said, "I'll try. That's all I can promise." She nodded, jaw tight. That's all you've ever had. It's enough. Contingencies were the mean part. What if the ritual had already begun? What if Warwick had backup where backup didn't belong? What if the ash sang wrong again? If it starts, Arcturus said, tapping the triangle of points, or break one, and we don't play with the other two. You do not try to be clever with ritual in the act. Breaking is safer than negotiating. If he has backup, Daphne said, you will know because his wand hand will look relaxed. People who know they have safety nets are brave. Arcturus, use that. I plan to bruise his certainty, Arcturus said, almost cheerfully. And if Harry loses control, Daphne said, finally, not looking at Harry when she said it, which was a mercy disguised as manners. If the ash decides to be a room instead of a rope. If, she stopped.
I'll stop myself,
Harry said. No, she said, calm and appalling. I will. I'm the fail-safe. If it goes wrong, I'm the one who takes the floor out from under you. You already tried that, he said, not loudly. And I'll do it again if I have to. She said not loudly either. If you make me, he nodded. It felt like swallowing bone. Fine. Arcturus's look flicked between them and then away. I am too old to pretend that makes me comfortable, he said. But I am old enough to know there's no better option. Write it down. Then stop saying it at each other. There's work. They did the unglamorous part lists for bags and pockets, runes on the edges of sleeves. The small, honest jobs that keep big, stupid heroics from getting anyone killed. Harry rubbed the edge of the napkin where Daphne had written non-lethal until the fibers pilled. Again, Arcturus said, and they walked the plan once more until it could do itself in the dark. He went inside to talk to the bird. He lay down on the wooden floor of the small room under the eaves, because that was where his breathing behaved, then put his palm over his chest, because that was where the bond liked to settle. He closed his eyes and counted the way Arcturus had drilled him to count until the world put on the other light. The mental place was not fancy. It had never been. It was a long, low space with a floor like the underside of a song. It smelled like ash when ash is warm and not dirty. Light came from nowhere and made everything honest. Aether was there, as he always was, not bird, not flame, not man, but a weight that could be stood near. Black with edges of ember when he chose shape. He tilted his head at Harry and made the sound he used when he wanted him to stop, trying to say the exact right thing. I'm going to use everything, Harry said. The words felt different here and the same. Tomorrow. Aether blinked. Agreement sat in the tilt of the head. Then a question ready. I'm scared I'll become the monster they think I am, he said. Or that I'll like not dying so much I won't stop when I should. Aether hopped closer and pecked his knuckles. The small, affectionate, insulting peck that said you are being stupid on purpose. Heat ran under the touch and fizzed out into a feeling that was not comfort and not a lecture. It was a shape intent. Power is not evil. It wants to be told what to do. Harry breathed. The bond. It's cleaner. After? He couldn't say burn to death and back. The word curled up at the edge of his tongue. After. Ather hummed a note that meant yes, and also meant stop saying after, like F. The Horcrux isn't in this anymore, Harry said. The admission loosened something between his ribs. It's gone. You took it with you when you went and didn't bring it back. Ather made the small, proud sound he used when he had done a thing that had left a mark and didn't mind being praised for once. So it's us, Harry said, just us. And I'm going to burn as much as I have to, and no more, and if I start to like it too much. Ather shoved against his palm. The shove said we stop. Together, it also said, more roughly, we are not alone when we do it. The bond answered itself with a resonance that had nothing to do with a mathematician's page. It was the agreement of two stubborn things. Right, Harry said. He felt the shape of resolve like a weight at the center of him. Not heavy enough to break him, heavy enough to hold him steady when the floor moved. We'll burn together. Ather spread the idea out and showed him what it looked like, heat set where it should be, cold laid where it would do the most good, sharp used only on ropes, not on throats. It was not a plan. It was a promise of the sort you make to yourself, which is the only kind that sticks. He came back to himself with the floor under his shoulder blades and the taste of iron in his mouth. He wiped it off with the back of his hand and laughed, because he could. The laugh startled him. It stayed. On the night before you step into a room that might decide who you are, there is too much to do, and none of it is the right thing. They did it anyway. Arcturus laid out 3 decoy wands on the kitchen table and made Harry pick the one with the scratch that looked like a river. You won't use it, he said. But it'll make a nice puzzle for an Auror with a day left to retire. He put his own cane on the floor and drew a line around it with chalk. When he lifted it, the line stayed. If I don't come back, he said, matter of fact, burn that. Not because it's sentimental. Because it knows where too many doors live. Daphne Cross checked 3 access charms with 3 names that were not hers and signed 2 forms with a hand that was not quite steady. She packed sand into a small pouch as if it were jewelry and wrote a note to herself that said Ramiembrthebam and put it in her pocket and took it out because she refused to be that woman. Harry rolled the map into a tube and slid it into the side of his boot, because that was where it would keep its shape. He checked the little vials of iron filings and the twist of basalt dust and the stupidly named ash, baffless, he and Arcturus had invented in the cellar to line seams with. He put Ether's head into his palm and pressed once and didn't say anything out loud. The bond said enough. They met on the lane in the cold that sits on your teeth. If this goes wrong, Daphne started. It won't, Harry said. She gave him a look that had no room for superstition. But if it does, she said, and her voice lost the part of itself that made friends with corridors. I need you to know. Don't, he said, because saying it would drag something into the light neither of them could carry down the stairs. We survive first. Then we talk. She nodded. The nod made her look like the girl who had once announced that vegetables were a menace. He almost smiled. He didn't. Arcturus rapped his cane on the frost, and the sound was properly rude. Enough, he said. Not unkind. We'll be late for our riot. The morning didn't wait for them. They stepped into it anyway. Dawn made the ministry annex look honest. Nothing looks honest at 5 in the morning, but the brick went quiet and square, and the stairs at the back entrance remembered being built by hands. The street had the sound of a city holding its breath. Somewhere 2 blocks away, a vendor fought with a kettle and lost. Positions, Arcturus said over the almost dead thread running between their pins. His voice wore sleep on purpose. Make me proud and bored. Inner wards in 60. Daphne murmured from the staff entrance. She had her hair pinned like any other junior aide who lives on tea and policy, a file under her arm, an expression that got lifts moving. Harry stood in the shadow that wasn't there yesterday. The cloak lay over him like a second. Smarter skin. Ether rode his shoulder, a dark weight with a low, steady heat, and the bond sat in his ribs like a level. He could feel the building's wards in his teeth. He could feel the anchor phrases clicking, neat and pleased, one to the next in the floor. Arcturus cleared his throat. The world flinched. The first distraction didn't look like anything. A small pressure wave ran the length of the underground tram tunnel, a polite punch. In the atrium, 3 doors decided to close at once and told a charm to complain about it. 2 floors up, a tea service jumped. A cup cracked and remembered not to leak. On the far side of the block, an old suit, caked flu, woke and belched. Someone swore. Someone else wrote it down for later. Mentor in position, Arcturus said. The way other men say, kettles on, inner wards down. Daphne breathed, and the annex's spine loosened a notch. Harry went to work. He sank his hands to the seams and set the first baffles. Basalt in the cracks, iron in the breath of the stone. Sand from a beach where fire and sea had argued for 100 years and called it a draw. He didn't scorch, he refused. Heat in the palm, cold in the other. Hot said here, cold said not here. He found the lines and walked them out of usefulness. The first barrier felt him and tried to be clever. He put his hand to the floor and told it, quietly, no. It sulked and came apart thread by thread until what had been a ward became a pile of polite, useless phrases that would meet later in a drawer and wonder why they weren't as sharp as yesterday. Aether hummed against his jaw. The bond steadied. Harry breathed 5 in, 7 out, small sound on the end. Door, Daphne said. 3rd beam at the threshold. Step under it, not through. The bench will lie if you make it. He stepped under. The bench did lie. It remained a bench. Behind him. An alarm decided to ask a question and answered it itself. He didn't hurry. He didn't let the hurry him. He reached the inner corridor and felt the anchor phrases under the tiles, smug in their geometry. He lined the seams with absence until the floor had nothing to sing with. Through? He whispered. Going dark. The corridor swallowed him. They met him with the kind of confidence that comes from uniforms and a door behind your back. 3 aurors. 2 ministry enforcement in suits that made them look like they were there to audit a crime rather than stop one. Wands up. Feet set. The first spell came quick binding, heavy, tidy. Harry lifted his left hand and put a low black shield in the air that ate the force and turned it into warmth up his forearm. He kept it thin. He kept it close. The next curse skated off in a hiss. A third went high, someone overexcited, and struck the beam. Sparks ticked down like a shrug. Left corridor, 3 more. Daphne's voice said in his ear.
One has a badge he likes showing. He'll shout. I see them,
Harry said. He didn't burn, then cut. He set narrow ribbons of ash across 3 wand, arms the way you slice the straps on a satchel, precise, mean. Stinging pain, nerves startled, wands dropped. He flipped a cold stop onto the floor ahead of a charging boot, and the man found his momentum meeting a patch of air that wasn't interested. The aura went down hard and swore with professional dignity. Section ceiling in 90. Daffin warned. You need to move faster. They're closing the stair. Working, Harry said, because it was easier than saying, I'm counting the way you taught me. 2 more came from the hip with a choreographed sweep that said they'd trained together and liked it. Harry stepped into the between, took one on the outside of the wrist and one on the back of the knee with heat so tight it left no mark until tomorrow. Down. Disarmed. Breathing. Afraid. He took a hit. A blunt curse he didn't see coming smacked his ribs and turned his breath into a trick. He tasted copper. The shield stuttered and aether flared, shrieked, dove at a wand and clipped it. Harry ground his teeth and refused to bend. He had bent in the courtyard and would do it again if he had to. He did not have to now. Left. Daphne again, urgent. They're sealing the stair. Harry ran, not fast and proud like a photograph, but low and ugly like a man who knows what stairs do to ankles. The door at the landing tried to remember the order in which it should be important. He told it was a door. He reached the final corridor, and the fat hum of the ritual under the floor hit his bones. The air felt like paper cut with a knife. Neat and wrong, his hands shook. "Mentor," he said without meaning to. "Bussy," Arcturus replied, cheerful and terrible. Somewhere outside, something gave and the annex shivered. Get on with it. Harry got on with it. The last ward would have taken an hour to do kindly. He had 30 seconds. He sank both palms to the seam and dumped everything into the cold. The heat in his left hand screamed. He leaned into it and made himself the wall. The ward bucked, tried to climb him, found nothing to climb, and fell apart like a speech that runs out of verbs. The door to the ritual chamber opened a hand's width, and then all the way with a sound like a rule cracking. He went in. The room was not old stone or candles or chalk circles drawn by men who think drama is a component. It was a ministry space, square, clean, the wards written into the walls behind plaster, the floor tiled in a pattern that could pass for taste and was not. At 3 points, on pedestals bolted to the subfloor, stood the shapes that matter when men want to make authority, a kind of energy. A seal, a wand, a book. Each hummed. Each had a tether of spellwork reaching out to the center. In the center, the conduit a frame, not built for a person and still promising to hold one. Warwick stood with one hand on the table, reading from a page as if he were only practicing. 2 aides flanked him, tightly wound. A third person in the robe of a department that does not like to be named held a rod across his chest like a choir boy. 7 other figures at stations, some wands, some quills. It would photograph very well. That was the point. Right on time, Mr. Potter, Warwick said, looking up with the kind of welcome you give a witness you've already prepared the questions for. Well, we're beginning the demonstration without you. Harry didn't answer. He didn't make a speech at a man who thought paragraphs were weapons. He set a black shield tight to his skin and stepped left. The first spells were probing shots, testing the shape of him. He ate them. The second volley had intent. He let 2 hit, killed the third in the air with a twist of cold, flicked a line of ash across a wand that was riding him into the margin. It dropped. He put a scorch under another man's heel, small, precise, a shout, a stumble, a chain of falled timing. He moved with the heat in his palm like a coin, and the cold in his other like a refusal, and became what he'd trained boring. Efficient, relentless. He cut lines through shields, the thin snake of black with a gold core that Ether had learned to like, until the shield sagged and had to be held up by two hands. He broke a charm that was trying to draw him into the frame and let it tangle itself in the air like ribbon. Left corridor. Two incoming, Daphne said. I can delay one, not both. I'll meet them, Harry said. He didn't turn his head. He felt the step, the breath, the twitch that meant a wand would lift. And he put a cold hammer sideways into the thought until it forgot what a wrist is for. He reached the first point, the book, and laid the softest possible heat along the seam of the pedestal, not enough to crack, enough to make the spell that tied it to the center decide it preferred someone else's company. Careful, Warwick said, amused. You'll make a martyr of property. Harry ignored him. He folded absence into the floor under the frame. Two of the lines went loose. One held. A curse meant for his head took him across the shoulder and bit. Fire ran down his arm. He jerked and stepped wrong, and the shield dipped. The curse meant for his heart found Ether. There is no courtesy in the way a phoenix is hit. The sound Ether made carved the air. It went through Harry, through the floor, through the old parts of the room that remembered how to be afraid. The bond surged and turned everything into one word: burn. He went down, then did not fall. He went down because his body forgot what up was. Heat poured through him the way it had in the boathouse. Not the clean heat of a planned spell, but the roaring fact of a small life refusing not to die the right way. Every nerve lit, each in turn and then all at once. He opened his mouth, and the first sound that came out was a shape, not a word. He tried to pull his breath back and found the breath belonged to the work. The room became a smear. The men at the stations became hands, then not hands. Warwick's face became a notch of satisfied surprise, and then nothing because Harry couldn't see through his own pain. Harry, Daphne's voice, very close, held onto him like a hand. Boots skidded. A wand sang. Something heavy hit the floor. Harry, stay with me. Look at me. Look at, he couldn't. He listened. The bond carried sound badly, but it carried shape. He shoved the shape of here down it. He tried to put the curve of her voice into the fire the way he had put his own in the boathouse, and it came back to him, changed by the room. Hold. Arcturus's voice snapped across the pin, not at Harry, at the world. Hold your damned breath, boy. Time lost its edge. It wasn't minutes or hours. It was a stretch between two definite things. The moment a small heart decides to stop, and the moment it decides it is not done. Enemies pressed. Daphne stepped into the space his falling left, wand up, eyes gone flat. She moved like a girl who had written a lot of rules and ripped 3 of them up quietly. She fought boring, the way he had trained. Small cuts, cold stops, flicks across tendons, the shield a second skin. She didn't try to be brave. She tried to be there. It hurt worse that she was. On your right, she said, and broke a man's knee without apology. On your Merlin, Harry. Breathe? He couldn't, then did. He didn't. Breath forgot itself. Pain remembered everything. At the worst of it. There was the flip, the minute that isn't a minute, the drop where the heat is gone and everything is a cliff. No. He heard himself say, guttering. No. The nothing stayed. Then it didn't. Ash coalesced under his hand. Heat came back in a new shape, smaller and unsteady and stubborn and furious. Aether came apart and came together. The bond. which had been a chain of pain eased into a rope with a pull he knew. Breathing came back like a thing he'd stolen and kept. Harry's face was wet. He tasted iron and salt. He pushed himself up on one elbow, then the other, and saw Daphne in front of him, small and hard, wand at an angle that said she was done being gentle. 3 men on the floor. 1 woman still upright, sweating, swearing under her breath. Warwick holding position at the center like a conductor who had bought an orchestra. Aether rose from the pile of gray at Harry's side in a column of heat and light that turned the room other. Colored. He wasn't a chick, then wasn't the small new bird. He was the thing he had been meant to become. Black primary feathers with edges that burned gold when they caught the light, wings that threw heat as a fact, a keening cry that rattled the brass in the walls. He took the air like it was owed and hung above the frame, huge and alive. The bond steadied and deepened until Harry could feel the exact angle of Aether's head and the way his eye pinned Warwick like a pin does a moth. Harry stood, and the floor remembered it had to carry him. Pain stayed. It would. He let it. He pushed the heat into his hands and the cold into the seams and stepped through the last line of men like a man walking through tall grass. He didn't kill, then broke wrists. He killed spells. He stripped wands and threw them into corners. He turned shields into curtains that forgot how to hang. Warwick smiled with the professional pity of a man who has the votes. "Look at you," he said, light, almost delighted. "Everything I said and more." "Shut up," Harry said, and didn't recognize his voice. They met in the center. It wasn't a dual fit for a book, because neither of them was stupid. It was ugly, tight, mean. Warwick threw heavy constructs that should have needed 2 men and a chant. Harry ate them. Harry put knives of heat into the corners of Warwick's shields. Warwick turned them, barely, with power that had pieces of other men's work written into it. The floor cracked under their feet. The walls popped like they hated what they were hearing. The air went weird. Aether screamed approval and warning in one note and dove. Pulled up, dove again. Harry pushed and found the old line, the one between clever and cruel, and stood on it and didn't move. Warwick's robe shredded along one side in a line that would be a scar if he lived long enough to take his shirt off again. Harry's shoulder bled into his sleeve and made his wand hand slick. He swapped hands, because he could now, and saw Warwick's eyebrows flicker at the new shape of it. "You don't know what you're doing." Warwick panted, and threw the frame at him. The magic heaved. The room lurched. Harry went sideways, hit the pedestal with the book, and saw stars. "Maybe not," Harry said. He set both palms to the floor. "But I know how to stop you." He laid cold into the lines that tied the 3 points to the center and told them the truth. "There is no you here." The tethers spasmed. The book whimpered, a ridiculous thing for leather to do. The seal's hum went sharp and wrong. Warwick lunged. Harry let him in and took the blow and used the pain as the price you pay when you want into a room. And then he put the last of the heat he had not yet named into the seam under Warwick's right foot. Of the ward released in a rush that knocked both of them back. Warwick stumbled, grabbed for the table, found air, and hit one knee. His wand skittered. He snatched it up and pointed it with a hand that shook. Harry stood, shaking harder. They stared at each other over a floor that had decided to stop cooperating. Warwick laughed. The sound was not mad. It was not sane. It was a man who had won 3 votes in a row and then fallen down the stairs on his way to the lectern. "You think you won," he said, eyes bright. "Look at you." Harry did not need to. He could feel himself. Ash and blood and breath torn and refit, hair plastered to his forehead, shirt slashed, arms slick, eyes bright as any firelight. He could feel the room's fear of him like a smell. "You're everything I said you were," Warwick said, almost tender. "You're the story. We wrote it, and you underlined it. From the start. From the orphaned boy to the pet bird to the moment, you set the air on fire to save a girl who would rather throw you in a box than let you sit with your heat. We needed you. We built you. We took the shard in your chest and pointed it at the part of the world that needed to flinch. You were never meant to be saved. You were meant to be the example." "The prophecy," Harry said, because the word had to be used in the room that liked to use words. "You made it?" "Wa made a paragraph," Warwick said, "and taught men to read it with their mouths open. We don't need prophecy. We have procedure. It makes the same sound." He lifted his wand, then was still dangerous. He would be until he was in a box or on a floor. Harry could kill him. The ash in his palm had a sharp, sweet pull to it that promised relief and an end to this voice. He could take the breath and the heat and the line in the floor and bend them into a shape that would make Warwick stop. He didn't. He stepped in and cut the wand from Warwick's hand with a small, hard line of heat that left the man shrieking like a boy, and dropped the wand in the same motion into a pocket that would swallow it. He put his palm on Warwick's chest over the sternum, as gentle as a doctor, and set a cold stop that told the man's magic he was going to be boring for a while, and he didn't get a vote. Warwick sagged. His knees hit tile. He knelt because gravity does not negotiate. "I'm not what you made me," Harry said, and meant it enough that the floor stopped arguing. "We'll see," Warwick whispered, and smiled with the kind of courage a man has when he thinks the minutes will still vote his way. Harry stepped back because he needed to, or he would keep stepping forward and then be a photograph. The first Aurors through the door saw a room that looked like a story about fallen angels. The plaster had cracked along 2 corners. 3 beams had bent in ways beams shouldn't. 7 people were on the floor, breathing. 2 were trying not to bleed on the seal. 1 man knelt with his hands empty and his mouth full of someone else's words. Harry stood in the middle of it. He was a shape the papers could use. "Stand down," Daphne said, stepping in from his left where she had been a wall. Her voice did not shake. She held out both hands, empty palms up. "It's over." "It is very much not over," an Auror said. But he lowered his wand half an inch because his eyes had found the man on his knees, and the set of his shoulders told a truth his mouth would need time to catch. Aether hung above them, huge, then tucked his wings and dropped like a coal into Harry's orbit and landed on the floor with a thunk that made dust jump. He folded himself, big as a hunting dog, and put his head to his breastbone like a man gathering a child. The heat came off him in steady breaths. The bond hummed with a new strength that made Harry's teeth ache and eased the deep, stupid tremor in his hands. Arcturus limped in behind 2 Aurors who were muttering and not stopping him. He had soot on his cheek and a rip at his hem where a charm had tried to tidy him out of the corridor, then carried a folder like a man carries bread. He put it down on the table with the part of the floor that still served as a table, and opened it with neat hands, before anyone says something that will take 5 lawyers to walk backwards from. He said pleasantly, "You will read this. Slowly, and out loud if you're the sort who believes words more when they're in the air." Amelia Bones arrived with her jaw set like a lock. She took everything in with a measured sweep, the men on the floor, the man on his knees, the woman standing straight with her empty hands out, the boy, the bird. Her eyes paused on Harry for a beat that made his ribs feel like a test. Then she looked down at the papers Arcturus had laid open. "Under Secretary Warwick," she said, very calm, "you will remain where you are." Warwick laughed, which was brave and stupid, and tried to stand. His legs didn't agree to the idea. The cold stop sat him down without ceremony. He stared down at his own treacherous body, as if it had contradicted minutes of an important meeting. "What happened here?" an orar asked, one not quite steady. "They tried to make me a monster," Harry said. His voice surprised him. It was smaller than he felt. "I chose not to be." It wasn't a speech. It was all the words he had left that weren't used up. Daphne moved her empty hands down an inch. "The ritual," she said to Bones, quick and professional now, that there was a person who would listen to professional. "Acres on 3 points. Conduit designated Potterk Phoenix, which is what it is." He broke 1 point. The others were interrupted. "The corridor wards have been altered, but I can reverse that if you give me." "Letter," Bones said, eyes on Warwick. "Bins." Wands flicked. Warwick hissed when the restraints wrote themselves along his wrists and upper arms. He glared at Daphne as if she had failed to keep a promise he'd never made. "Evidence," Bones said. Arcturus slid papers forward and didn't let his hands shake. "Drafts," Rotus. "The resonance calculations your registry will pretend not to understand until you make the right clerk read them. The annex floor plan with the anchor phrases. Minutes written before meetings. Your undersecretary is tidy." Harry staggered a little. The heat went thin, then back. The room swayed. Aether pressed his head harder into Harry's ribs, the way a friend steadies you without telling you to sit down. "Sit," Daphne said under her breath, not a command, a request. He sat on the stump of a pedestal that wasn't important anymore. His shoulder had gone sticky. His side had gone loud. His hands were useless, and he put them on his knees and let them be. The aurors looked at him with the kind of fear that belongs to men whose mothers taught them to cross the street when a dog looks strange. He couldn't blame them. He looked like a story he didn't want to read. "You did well," Arcturus said, not quietly and not in a way that asked for pride. He was looking at the seals on the papers. He was looking at Bones' mouth as it settled into the shape of someone who is going to spend the next 3 weeks being shouted at and not minding. "Did I?" Harry asked. He looked at the faces in the room, the ones who would get to go home and explain to someone that they had seen something large, and saw fear and relief and the kind of complicated he had learned to expect. "Look at them. They're terrified." "They're alive," Daphne said. She kept her eyes on Bones and did not let them wander. That's what matters. He did not say that he did not know whether he agreed. He didn't know anything right then, except that his skin hurt, and his bird was breathing and his hands would stop shaking when they were ready. The aurors took him. "Protective custody," one said, wincing at the words as he said them. The cuffs were spelled to recognize his magic and not make a scene. He held out his wrists, and let the metal sit there, because fighting about words would not change the shape of the room. They separated him from Daphne with a kind of bureaucratic politeness that would bleed you to death very slowly if you let it. She took one step and stopped and looked at him in a way that would have been a touch if the room had been kinder. "I'll handle the politics," she said, controlled.
"You rest. Will you betray me again?"
he asked, not kind, not cruel, simply because the room had asked him to be honest all morning, and he didn't know how to stop now. The bond carried her pain cleanly for once. "No," she said. "Never again." "We'll see," he said. It wasn't a knife. It was a bandage that hadn't stuck yet. They walked him out past men who held their wands low and stiff and women who had already started writing reports in their heads. Ather padded at his heel like a dog that had eaten the sun and looked as if he might do it again if the weather soared. The holding cell was the good kind white, too bright, board. A bench that pretended to be a bed. A sink that knew what it was. A pane of glass that was not glass and knew it. The ward on the door hummed, aware of him without taking it personally. A medic came in and did his job without asking for autograph or blood. He cleaned Harry's shoulder and taped something to the ribs that would remind them not to move about. He mentioned, as if it were a joke that belonged to both of them, that pain potions and phoenix bonds have polite arguments. Harry took water. It tasted like the ministry. Outside, voices stacked up and took turns. Custody is not an admission. Optics. The ritual site, do you understand the PRO? Bones says. The phoenix. Ather crawled onto the bench and put his head on Harry's thigh and made the sound that means "we are here," which is a word that does more work than most. The bond felt different. Stronger the way the old house felt stronger when the wind stopped testing it. Clearer in a way that made him believe he could put a feeling down the line and have it arrive unbroken at the other end. It made him think of a ledge Arcturus had put in the dark and invited him to sit on. It made him remember the flip, again, and the way the nothing had opened and how he had told it no. He lay back on the bench that was not a bed and looked at the ceiling that was not a sky and listened to the sound of people deciding whether he was a problem they could write down. He had won. He had not lost. The difference would not look like a difference to a man looking for a paragraph to read to his friends. The room would smell like smoke for a week. The papers would run a picture with ash on his face. He put his hand on Ather's neck. The bird breathed. The heat was a fact you could live with. "What happens now?" he asked the ceiling, not expecting it to answer. Ather shifted. The bond answered, simple and complete, "We keep choosing." Harry closed his eyes. He could do that. He could do that tomorrow, too, if they let him. If they didn't, he would do it anyway. They moved him upstairs after the first night. Not a cell. Someone was careful to say that out loud. But guest quarters, which meant a bed that was too clean, a window that showed a slice of sky, and a ward on the door that hummed when he walked too close. The chair had a cushion. The tea came tepid and regular, like weather. Ather took the windowsill and learned the shape of the sun on the sill within 3 hours, as if the ministry's light belonged to him now. The days became questions. The first team were Aurors who had learned to speak like parchment. 3 of them, rotating. A quill that wrote without liking anyone in the room. Arcturus sat at Harry's shoulder, not saying he was a solicitor, not saying he wasn't. For the record, the first Auror said, "State your name." "Harry Potter." "Your date of birth." Harry told him. The quill scratched like it had an opinion. "Let's begin with yesterday morning," the Auror continued. "From the time you entered the annex." Harry told them, in simple words, where his hands had gone and where his feet had been. He kept his sentences short. He did not offer metaphors. When they asked about the ash, he said, "I used it to stop a working that would have written law onto a person." When they asked why he'd cut 3 men on the wrist instead of the neck, he said, "I didn't want them dead." When they asked whether he had cast unforgivables, he said, "No," and let the quill decide if it believed him. "Your magic." The second Auror tried again, gentle, as if the gentleness would draw out a confession. "How shall we categorize it?" "We won't," Arcturus said, before Harry could. "Unless you have a tally for stopping a crime written in tidy clauses, in which case please teach me the sigil." "Sir," the Auror said, tired. "You asked him if he used dark magic," Arcturus said, mild. "He told you he didn't. You asked him what he used. He told you. Now you want a label to make it behave for you. It won't." Harry watched the Auror's mouth flatten and didn't enjoy it. "I can tell you what it isn't," he offered. "It's not possession. It isn't a curse that lives without asking. It's fire and refusal, and it's mine." The third session turned into a demonstration of patience. "You set a cold stop on the Undersecretary's chest." The Auror read back. "Yes, to contain his magic. To make it boring," Harry said. "Hay can still breathe." The quill wrote boring and did not know what to do with it. Between Aurors came the politics. 2 members of the Wisingamot asked for a brief, informal chat, which meant robes like upholstery, the smell of mothballs, and a kindly wheeze that tried to be a cuddle and failed. One wanted to talk about optics and the expense of repairs. The other wanted to talk about destiny. Both wanted something they could take back to their benches and pretend was a plan. "You understand our position," said the first, smiling as if sympathy were a currency he could afford to spend. "The public is anxious. The public is afraid," Harry said. "Of me?" "Of this. Of you." Wheezy nodded, relieved to have the noun named. "Yes, and of instability. Temporary powers are only comforting if the temporary looks tidy when written." "What do you want from me?" Harry asked. "Because there is a point in these conversations where you stop being polite and begin to ask for the bill." "A statement," the first said, "that you support order." "Warwick supported order," Harry said. "Tried to nail it to the floor through me." Wheezy folded his hands. "And yet, Mr. Potter, you did burn through a wall." "I did," Harry said. "To stop law being used like a wand." Silence. The window hummed like a kettle forgotten. "What will you do now?" the first asked finally, as if the question were a towel thrown gently to stop a fall. "Live my life," Harry said, "if you'll let me." "We are not gaolers," Wheezy murmured. "You are, sometimes," Harry said. "Choose not to be." They left with faces that said they had been scolded by a child and enjoyed it less than they would have imagined. Dumbledore came last, as if he had timed his arrival to be an ending or knew how badly Harry would want a door by then. He stood just inside the ward line and waited. His face was quieter than Harry had ever seen it. His hands stayed folded, for once, as if they had been told to behave. "Harry," he said. Harry didn't tell him to sit. headmaster. Ether fluffed himself on the sill and watched with one eye. I feared what you might become, Dumbledore said after the first long, tired minute in which neither of them spoke. I see now that my fear was its own kind of spell. It made room for the very outcome I dreaded. Harry looked at him, really looked, as if this were a corridor he might walk only once. You created it? I helped create the room it grew in, Dumbledore said. He did not flinch. I was not the only hand, but I was a hand. I have been too fond of the greater good as an argument that spares me from trusting individuals. Harry waited. He wanted to hear the rest, not because apology would make anything better, but because not hearing it would. Dumbledore sighed. You are dangerously powerful. I know, Harry said. I will always be dangerous. That doesn't make me your enemy. It doesn't make me your project either. The question is whether you trust me. The old man's face softened around the eyes, and something like grief moved across it. I trust your heart, he said. I do not trust the way the world will use your power to justify itself. In any direction. That's different from not trusting me, Harry said. But it feels the same on my end. They stood in the gap between what they believed and what they could say. Control versus freedom, Dumbledore said, half to himself. I have asked too many to be controlled for the sake of a freedom defined by those who held the keys. Harry thought of the frame in the ritual chamber, of the way the floor had sung when Warwick asked it to obey. If you'd had your way, he said, I'd be in a room like that, with cushions. Dumbledore did not pretend otherwise. Yes, and a lecture. That's the problem, Harry said, exhausted and unable to make jokes. You think a lecture is medicine. Dumbledore looked at Ether, not to avoid Harry's eyes, but in acknowledgment of the third thing in the room that had carried weight. I cannot ask you to forgive me, he said, but I can ask to help, training, support. Not to break your bond, to keep you alive with it. On what terms? Harry asked. Yours or mine? Mutual, Dumbledore said. To his credit, he sounded like a man tasting a word he didn't often use. Conditional, Harry said, returning the plate. I won't let you put me in a frame disguised as a chair. Dumbledore inclined his head. Then we will try another kind of room, and I will try to be a different kind of man in it. No resolution, just a tired nod. Two wary men choosing to stand in the same doorway for a while, and a phoenix who decided to yawn loudly enough to make them both blink. They gave him a private hour with Aether that afternoon, as if a clerk somewhere had remembered that nothing good happens to a phoenix who feels watched. The room was a little garden without a sky. The walls pretended to be hedge. The bench pretended not to be a bench by being green. Aether took up more of the space than should have been respectful, but he had just been born again and was not interested in respect. He was magnificent. The easy way a storm is sleek now, not ratty. Feathers black at the core with edges that flashed gold when he turned, catching the light on the curve of each vein. When he stretched his wings, the room got warmer and made a small, involuntary sound. The bond felt as if someone had cleaned the glass. Harry went still and enjoyed the clarity, the way intent moved without snagging on anything dark and old and wrong. He held out his arm with two fingers braced half, joking, as if Ether might deign to perch. Aether ignored the invitation entirely, shouldered him without apology, and then lowered his head to butt Harry's cheek with the kind of affection that nearly knocks a person over. "Show off," Harry said, and laughed. He could not remember the last time he had done that without it sounding like an accident. They tested things the way you test a bridge after a storm. Harry opened his palm and let Ether's heat step across the line into his skin, slow and gentle, and then, at Harry's nod, sudden and bright. It didn't burn. It flowed. "Flame, sharing that was a conversation. I can give you this. Don't give me too much." "Yes, more enough." Harry lifted his other hand and shaped the heat with the cold until a neat rope of black flame curled in the air like an obedient snake. Ether chirruped approval and pecked the rope until it unspooled and vanished.
"You're bossy,"
Harry told him. Ether preened his hair with such thoroughness that Harry closed his eyes and let himself be fixed, which was either a humiliation or a blessing. He decided it was a blessing, without the shard's hiss. Ether's personality came through sharp. He was not a saint, then was not a tutor. He was a creature with opinions and a quiet temper and a fondness for small, tidy work when the big work was done. He found a loose thread on Harry's sleeve and attempted to unmake the jumper. Harry winced, caught the thread, and tied a knot, which Ether inspected and approved. "What now?" Harry asked under his breath. Ether sent the picture of a road and a hand, together. He added a small, rude scolding for self-pity and a wash of warmth that said enough counting scars, count the days. "Bossy," Harry repeated, and didn't mind. He sat there until the room told him the hour was done, and when he stood to leave. Ether clicked his beak once, like a promise. Daphne asked for a room with no ward in the middle and a table that didn't wobble. She got a small parlor that looked like a shared memory of a grandmother's house pale wallpaper. A tea tray, 2 chairs that didn't want to fight. She stood behind one and didn't touch it. "Hello," she said. He answered. And then they both laughed once, quietly, at the smallness of the word after everything. They sat. The silence took a chair as well, set its elbows on the table, and waited. "I don't know how to begin," Daphne said at last. "Neither do I," Harry admitted. The bond carried nerves back and forth like a string between 2 teeth, the feel of her hands wanting to be neat, of his knee wanting to move, of her eyes wanting to look away, and not allowing it. He rested his hands on his thighs to keep them from volunteering. She folded hers, then unfolded them, then placed them flat on the table, palms down as if she were waking it. "I can tell you what I did after," she said, eyes on her fingers. "After I." She flinched and didn't hide it. "I can list the things as if the list would mean something. I delayed the orders I could. Misdirected searches. Burned time in meetings about nothing. Fed you what I could without handing them my throat. I undermined what I knew Warwick would do if he had a clear hour." She looked up. "It doesn't matter. I know that. I can stack those things as high as this room, and it won't put the first thing back in the box." He heard it, not a plea. An accounting. The bond brought him the feel of honest regret without performative weight. It also brought the hard, sober line inside her that still believed in walls, in procedures that keep a world from burning down when a boy with a fire in his chest walks through it. "You saved my life in the chamber," he said. While Ether, he stopped, swallowed. "You stood there and kept them off me." "I stood where I should have stood before," she said. "I don't know if that counts." "It counts," he said. He stared at the corner of the table. The varnish had bubbled in a small, unimportant spot. He wanted, stupidly, to pick at it.
You betrayed me? Yes,
she said. The word felt like a bruise being named. She didn't try to defend it with extra words. He rubbed his thumb against the varnish anyway, and made himself stop. I don't know how to forgive you for breaking me, and thank you for putting parts of me back together in the same day. Daphne shut her eyes. When she opened them, there were tears on the ledge of her lower lashes. She didn't wipe them. "Do you want me to tell you why?" she asked, voice low and even. "Or would that feel like asking you to hold the knife for me again?" "Tell me," he said, "then stop telling me." "I watched you lose control," she said. "In the courtyard. In the great hall. I felt it. Through the bond. The size of you. The way the room leaned when your anger stood up. I felt your capacity for destruction, and I didn't know the difference between capacity and intent. I thought if I didn't act, no one would. And if I did, I could put you in a place where you couldn't become Voldemort." Harry supplied, not unkindly. "Yes." She didn't whisper it. "I told myself I was saving you. And everyone else. And you decided I didn't get to choose," he said. "Like Dumbledore. Like all of them." Her mouth tightened.
yes.
They let the word sit like a cup of something too hot to drink. "I was wrong," she said, and it came out like a bone. "And I was right. You are dangerous. You always will be. You're not evil, Harry, but you are not safe, and you will never be." "I know," he said. The admission loosened his shoulders, just enough. "I'll never be safe. But I could have been trusted." She looked at him as if he'd put a glass down very gently on a very thin table. "Did you ever trust yourself then?" she asked softly. "That day, in the courtyard." He almost said yes, then didn't. He sat with the taste of the truth. "No," he said. "Not then," they breathed. The room held. "Did you ever really believe in me?" he asked after a long minute. "Yes," she said, at once. Her throat moved, and I was terrified that belief was wrong. "I love you," she said simply. He felt it through the bond, quiet and stubborn and not pretty. "I love the world, too. I chose the world. I chose wrong. It didn't need saving from you." "I didn't know that then," she continued, voice thin but steady. "And you were drowning. You were not yourself." "I was becoming what they feared," he said. It wasn't an excuse. It was a piece on the table. "Maybe you were right to stop me. Maybe you were right for the wrong reason. Maybe it doesn't matter." "I don't know anymore," she whispered. Silence moved its chair back and let them talk without it for a while. "I don't forgive you," he said finally. She flinched, then nodded, acceptance like a wince. "I didn't expect you to." "But I understand why you did it," he added. "That's not forgiveness, but it's not nothing." Daphne nodded again. A tear escaped and tracked cleanly to her jaw. She brushed it away like an inconvenience. "Where does that leave us?" "I don't know," he said, honest, grateful to be. "We aren't strangers. We aren't what we were." The bond, he gestured, small, useless. It persists. We can't cut each other out. I don't even think we should. "We're stuck with each other," she said, and for the first time there was the faintest curve of wry in her voice. "Is that so bad?" he asked, unintended softness tucked in. "I don't know yet," she said. "We'll see." They sat with that. The air shifted. Aether, somewhere down the hall, made a sleepy sound like a log settling. Tay, Daphne said after a while, almost shy. Do you?
Yes.
Harry said, relief and exhaustion colliding in a small, ordinary word. Please. They made it together in a fussy little pot that wanted to be admired. She boiled the water like a person who had learned not to be reckless with kettles. He measured leaf by feel, as if scooping sand for a ward. They didn't speak while it steeped. They didn't have to. She handed him a cup. Their fingers didn't brush on purpose. They brushed anyway. Your hair is longer, she said after a first sip. Hasn't been a priority, he said. You always say that, she said, and he couldn't help the quick, low laugh. It surprised both of them and made the china sound truer. They chose easy talk. Books she'd read to keep herself from strangling a committee chair. A piece in the Prophet so badly written it had become a comedy. Arcturus's opinion of ministry lifts. Devices designed to teach patience by failing. Ather's new hobby of untying the laces on Harry's boots the second he wasn't looking. The small pleasures you remember when you've been shouting for too long. They found a shared joke in the way the ministry insisted on stamping things that didn't like stamps. They let themselves smile, not like before, not like a promise, like two people who had not been wrecked by it, at least not entirely. What will you do now? She asked eventually, gently turning back toward the thing waiting for them without banging into it. Try to be free, he said. Work with someone who doesn't think a chair is a solution. Stay away from rooms with frames disguised as furniture. Eat better. Good, she said. I'm staying. At the ministry, she lifted a shoulder at his face. I know. You'll fight them from inside, he said. Someone has to? And when the fight is the same as yours, she said, well, coordinate. Professionally, he repeated. Of course, she said, color finding her cheeks, as if the word had embarrassed it. The bond said quiet things that did not have to be said in the room. They let them be. At the door she paused. He did not stand. It would have felt like too much and not enough. We'll see, she said. We will, he said. When she was gone, the room seemed bigger in a way that was not emptiness. He went back upstairs slow, the way you go after you have given blood. Ather was waiting on the bed, like a heavy quilt with opinions. Harry lay down on top of the covers. Ather shifted until his weight sat across Harry's shins, a deliberate pin. I'm not the same person, Harry said to the ceiling. Ather sent the picture of a river bending a little further round a rock and kept going. No one ever is, the bond said, in a thought so clean he could have written it down. Harry let the day pass over him like a hand smoothing a sheet. Some scars wouldn't heal. Some would go quiet. There would be a hearing in the morning that would decide words, not truths. There would be days after that. He would have to build something that didn't look like a weapon out of what he had, then didn't know how yet. He would learn. He closed his eyes. Ather breathed. The ward on the door hummed. The city outside went on with its night, choosing itself again, which is all a city can do. He would sleep. Tomorrow he would sit down in a room and say what happened until it fit into minutes, and then he would stand up and step out of the frame before someone closed it. For now, he rested. They dressed him in formal robes that didn't feel like his, waited at the hem so they would hang right when he stood still. He didn't stand still. The hall made him itch. Rows of benches, a ceiling that pretended to be sky, a low cough in the corner where the press sat with quills like small birds waiting to feed. The Wisingamot ringed the room in plum and silver and old, careful faces. The public gallery was full, the curious, the frightened. A cluster of students in borrowed uniforms who had come to see what a headline looked like when it could breathe. Ather rode his shoulder and ignored the rules about animals in the chamber the way only a phoenix could. He preened once, deliberately, as if to say that if the law wanted to argue it could apply for an appointment. Case of Ministry of Magic versus Harry James Potter. The usher called, voice clear, not loud. Allegations of unlawful magical force, interference with ministry operations, and willful destruction of protected property. A dry throat. Undersecretary Warwick and associates in custody, charged with conspiracy to subvert lawful process. Amelia Bones handled the formalities. She didn't look at Harry until the paperwork was speaking for her. Then she did straight on, the way a person looks at a fire to see whether it will stay where it is. Evidence was presented like a slow march, the diagrams, the calculations, the drafts written before meetings had been held. Arcturus's neat voice laying each page on the table and stepping back, as if he had just set down bread. Daphne gave her sworn account in measured sentences that didn't ask to be believed, only checked against the ink. Bones called 2 Aurors who had been in the corridor. They said, "I thought he was going to kill us," and "He didn't," in the same breath, and looked confused by their own mouths. The press scratched. The gallery leaned forward and back like a tide. Harry didn't speak. When they asked him to confirm a fact, he did. When they asked him why he had burned a line instead of a man, he said, "Because I could." When they asked him whether he had intended to injure Undersecretary Warwick, he said, "I intended to stop him." Ather made a small sound during a long, fussy objection about chain of custody, and the room went still in that polite way a room goes still when something older has decided to clear its throat. They broke to consider, which meant 2 doors shut, and voices went soft in the next room. Ron and Hermione had found seats in the gallery. Harry hadn't looked up there yet. He stared at the table. His hands looked like they belonged to someone who had done heavy work, and then washed quickly. Ather pressed the curve of his skull against Harry's jaw for a count of 5, and then lifted away. When the doors opened again, Bones read the words that would become the next day's ink. On the charges of unlawful magical force, cleared. On interference with ministry operations, cleared. On willful destruction of protected property, cleared. A breath that wasn't quite a sigh. This chamber finds that Mr. Potter acted to prevent the unlawful consolidation of power by an officer of this ministry in defense of wizarding Britain. The conspiracy is established to this court's satisfaction. The matter of damages is administrative. Her eyes flicked to him and away, an honesty he appreciated. "Mr. Potter, you are free to go." A sound rolled through the room, relief, disapproval. The sharp click of 3 reporters changing headlines in their heads. Someone cheered, too loud, and stopped when no one joined them. A boy in school colors whispered, "Blimey," reverent. An older witch pressed her lips together so hard they went white. He stood. The robes remembered how to hang. Bones nodded, once. He nodded back because there was nothing else to do. "How do you feel?" Arcturus asked when the gallery spilled into the corridors and the press decided the door could be a mouth again.
"Like I'm still on trial,"
Harry said. "You will be for a while." Arcturus said, mild. Public opinion loves a rehearing. Let them tire themselves out. Eat something with salt in it. They found a quiet office with a view of a brick wall, pretending to be important. The door shut. The ward hummed like a kettle that would not heat. Arcturus rested his cane against the desk and leaned on the window with both hands. The posture made him look younger, right? He said. My part. Harry swallowed. You're not dying. Certainly not, Arcturus said, offended on principle. I have tomatoes to bully. But my part in your education, he grimaced as if the word tasted like someone else's pen. Shifts now. Graduation, Harry said, and the word sounded more ridiculous than it should have. Nothing so tidy, Arcturus said. He turned. You've mastered the power enough to keep it from mastering you in a fight. Now you master yourself out of one. Isn't that the same thing? No. Arcturus's mouth went kind. Power is easy. It makes decisions for you if you let it. Living with it is hard. That part you won't do in basements with chalk. Harry hovered a hand over the back of the chair and didn't sit. So what now? Advice, which is cheaper than help but keeps a man alive if he listens. Arcturus ticked points on his fingers, amused by himself and not apologizing for it. Stay vigilant. Not paranoid. Paranoia is noisy and tiresome. Quiet vigilance. Don't stop questioning your own reasons. If the reason sounds pretty, set it aside and find the ugly one. It's probably truer. Your power is a burden, not a privilege. If someone calls it a gift, check your pockets. Harry laughed once, short. You saved me. No, Arcturus said, not falsely modest, just exact. You saved yourself. I showed you where to put your feet so the floor would hold. Harry let the gratitude come out the way it wanted to. Plain. Thank you. You're welcome. Arcturus picked up his cane. They'll always fear you. That can be useful if you learn how to wear it. Use fear to protect, not to control. The first is a shield. The second is a leash. And a leash makes liars of men on both ends. He paused at the door. The girl, he added, as if mentioning the weather. She's worth the difficulty.
That's praise from a miser.
Harry blinked. You don't even know if we're... I know enough sentences to finish most of them, Arcturus said, wry. And Harry, a small shift in tone. The old cynic admitting to a belief without looking it in the eye. You're not dark. You're honest about the cost. That will scare people more than darkness ever did. I'll need you, Harry said. It came out easier than he expected. I know. Arcturus's smile had too much bones to be pretty and too much heart to be cruel. I'll be around. Try not to get arrested in a place with bad tea. Impossible, Harry said, and Arcturus's chuckle followed him into the hall. Daphne found him an hour later in a small garden that wasn't outdoors. It had the ministry's idea of a tree and a bench that would remember the exact place you sat on it so it could gossip to the next person. She stood with her hands behind her back like a student at the end of term. We need to talk about us, she said. Do we have an us? He asked, because he didn't know if being brave meant saying it or refusing to. I think so. She winced, small, honest. Maybe. I don't know. That's clear, he said, and she huffed a laugh that pulled the knot in his chest sideways. They sat. Ather chose a branch above them and made enough noise rearranging his wings that both of them looked up, and then pretended they hadn't. Neither of us has forgotten anything, Daphne said. I won't ask you to. I haven't. She rubbed her thumb along the bench slat, not picking at it this time. The bond is permanent. I am never not aware of you now. If you're in pain, I feel it like it's 3 rooms away. And I'll always know when you're afraid of me, he said. She looked down. Yes. What does that mean for? He gestured, helpless for a word, this. What can't be normal? She said. Won't be. We can't pretend nothing happened, but we can choose something that isn't limbo. He swallowed. The garden's fake breeze smelled like mint if you didn't think too hard. So we choose forward. We'll try, she said, on purpose. He nodded. Boundaries. She nodded back. I need you to try to trust me again, not because I deserve it yet, because without it, we'll tear each other apart. I'm trying, he said. It's hard. I know. A small smile that didn't reach her eyes but tried. And I need to trust your judgment even when I'm scared. Especially then. He watched her mouth shape the word especially and mean it. I need you to tell me when you're afraid. Not after. Not through a ministry memo. Out loud. I can do that, she said. I will do that. We're going to hurt each other again, he said. It wasn't a threat. It was a map. Not like before. But we will. Probably, she said. We'll also help each other. That's the part we forgot, he huffed. I didn't forget. I just couldn't reach it. I know, she said again. The bond hummed with a complicated warmth that had no pretty name. He didn't reach for her hand. He let his own rest between them. She watched it. The paws tilted and then fell the other way. She put her hand on the bench next to his, not touching. Close enough for the heat of it to count. They sat like that for a while, breathing. I love you, she said, when the quiet had stopped being a test and become a place to put something down. I love you, he said. Saying it didn't fix anything. It didn't even feel like a suture. It felt like naming the weight they were willing to carry. I don't fully trust you, he added. He had promised himself he would not leave lies on the table between them. I know, she said, not flinching. I'll earn it back. It might take years. I have years, she said, firm, and then softer, rueful. Assuming I'm not sacked. You won't be, he said. They need you in the rooms I won't go into any more. Professionally, she said, and the smile reached her eyes this time. Professionally, he echoed, and their hands edged together until their fingers overlapped. It was not dramatic. It was plenty. He leaned in. She met him. The kiss was careful, unhurried, not an apology, not a victory. It tasted like mint and the kind of tea you drink because you are tired and not because you like it. When they drew back, they didn't look away. Where will you live? She asked. Practically. I don't know yet, he said. Maybe not at Hogwarts. Maybe near it. Maybe nowhere for a month, while I remember how walking works when I'm not being chased. I might teach, or not call it teaching, or I might break wards for people who need doors opened. I'm going to take a breath. Good, she said. I'm staying. For now. Ministry. She rolled her eyes at herself. I know, but I can do some good there. And if I don't, you're allowed to tell me I'm lying to myself. I'll tell you gently, he said. Please do, she said. And we see each other. Regularly. Date, he said, making the word small so it wouldn't spook. Date, she agreed, and startled a laugh out of herself, like normal people. We'll never be normal. No, she said. But we can pretend sometimes. Ather dropped off the branch like a thrown cloak and landed behind them with a soft thud that made both of them jump a little and then laugh at themselves. He tucked his head and pretended he had not just blessed the conversation. They spent another hour not being brave. Plans about small things. Breakfasts. Whether she knew a flat with windows that didn't leak in the rain. Whether he had any robes that fit and didn't make him look like he was practicing. How to say goodnight like they meant it and not like a truce. It was enough. He found Ron and Hermione in a pub with tables that had carved names and a barman who kept pretending he didn't know them, and then charging them less on the bill. They stood up at the same time and then didn't know whether to hug or shake hands or salute. Hermione decided for all three of them by stepping forward and wrapping him in a hold that pressed the air out of him. When she let go, she kept a hand on his forearm as if to anchor him to the floor. "Mate," Ron said, frankly horrified and admiring. "You look different." "I am different?" Harry said. "We saw the hearing," Hermione said, eyes bright with the kind of anger that had found a home and was planning to pay rent. "And before that." "I know," he said. "I'm sorry I shut you out." He was sorry and he wasn't. Sorry because he'd hurt them. Not sorry because some rooms cannot hold more than one person and still do the job. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, you were a bit busy." He cleared his throat. "How's the bird?" Ather was perched on the back of a chair that didn't care about scorch marks and surveying the menu with deep suspicion. He pecked at the corner and came away with a crumb that was not a crumb but a splinter of laminated charm. He seemed pleased anyway. "Bigger," Harry said. "Basir?" "Brilliant," Ron said, clearly meaning it.
Steel chips? Yes,
Harry said, and Ather obligingly leaned over and took one from Ron's plate without touching anything else. Ron blinked and then started to laugh so hard he had to put his head on his arm. They caught up the way you do when you have too much and you choose not to drown in it. Quidditch news from Ron that included a story about a beater who'd knocked himself off his own broom during a celebration. Hermione's newest project, which had something to do with spell, labeling, and half a dozen nasty meetings with men who thought labels were for the weak. Gossip about people they didn't like and news of people they did, offered without the sharpness it could have nursed. Harry let himself be included. He found the muscle for it still worked. Eventually Ron poked the elephant. So, Phoenix, dark magic, being wanted by the Ministry. He took a drink, casual. "Yeah," Harry said. "That happened." "Are you okay?" Hermione asked, soft. "Not really," he said, because he had promised himself he would not make himself small to make other people comfortable. But getting there. "We're here," she said, squeezing his arm. "Always. Even when he steals my chips," Ron said, mournful, as Ether made another tidy theft. "Especially then," Hermione said, and the barman smiled into his glass, wiping. Hermione asked smart questions about the bond that did not turn Harry into a specimen. He answered the ones that could be answered without saying too much. Ron tried to follow, and then gave up cheerfully. "It's mental," he said sagely, "but also brilliant."
"Some things never change,"
Harry said. They made plans the way people do when they want the plans to happen specific. A trip to the burrow. "Mum's going to cry," Ron warned him. Lot. I deserve it, Harry said. And Ron made a face that said maybe he did, and maybe Molly would bring him soup anyway. A walk on the grounds at Hogwarts when the weather decided to be fair. A promise to send actual letters that said something other than alive, when alive was not the point anymore. When they said goodbye outside, the air was cold and changed the sound their words made. Hermione tugged his sleeve down like she had always done, to make him look less like he'd been in a fight. Ron punched his shoulder, then apologized when Harry winced, then punched the other one more carefully. Ather hopped to Harry's other side for balance and nicked a crisp from Ron's pocket with such delicate audacity that Ron applauded. "Don't disappear," Hermione said. "I won't," Harry said, not promising more than he could say and still mean. He walked back toward nowhere, in particular feeling lighter, which was not the same as fixed. It was better. At dusk he went looking for a horizon. He found one on the ridge above the lake, where Hogwarts laid itself out as if it had decided to be simple for once. The water held the last of the light, the way a good memory holds a laugh. The towers had their lamps already. The wind came across the grass and tried to remember spring. He stood in it and let it have his hair. Ather landed on the old stone beside him and looked out as if birds consider lines the way men consider words. "Who am I now?" Harry asked, not expecting poetry and not getting any. Ather sent the question back, trimmed and cleaned. "Who do you choose to be?" Not the boy who lived. Not the picture they had tried to make out of his shadow. Not the thing Daphne had been right to fear for one hard minute in a courtyard and wrong to cage. Something else. He let the words sit until they wore the shape of something he could wear without itching. "The Phoenix Ascendant," he said, half to see if saying it would make him ridiculous. It didn't. "Protector. On my terms." Ather approved without flattery. The bond hummed with the work of breathing, the work of watching, the work of refusing to become a story other people like to tell. "I'll use what I am to keep people safe," Harry said. "I won't submit to someone else's idea of safe. I'll build something that doesn't look like a weapon and be honest that I'm the one holding it. With her. With them. With you. I'll keep an eye on the part of me that likes the heat too much. I won't pretend it isn't there." Ather pushed his head into Harry's shoulder with enough force to make him rock a little. "We burn together always," the bond said, simple as bread. "Always," Harry said. The last line of light fell off the hills and left the world the kind of blue that makes your hands look truthful. In the castle a window lit and then another. Somewhere below, a laugh carried up and broke apart in the air. Shared out thin and still whole. He stood there until the cold told him his ribs had had enough heroics for 1 week. He turned toward whatever house would be his for now. Ather hopped up, claws careful on his shoulder. They walked back across the grass like ordinary people who had done an ordinary day's work. He didn't feel triumphant. He felt steady. It would have to do. It was maybe the point. Tomorrow there would be letters and a meeting and a small argument over which side of a table was the better one to sit on. There would be jokes that landed and ones that didn't. There would be moments when the old hurt flared, and he would breathe through it. There would be rooms where he refused to stand where he was told. There would be tea, too hot or too cold, and bread, and the sound of a bird who had decided that this shoulder, ridiculous boy and all, was a good place to rest. He could live with that. he would.